unceded and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson-Huron Treaty Territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. I'll now just introduce the members of council and staff who are here present in the community center. We have Councillor Brian Woods, Councillor Janice Bray, myself, Mayor Comrie, and we have Councillor Joe Lamb. And we also have via Zoom remotely Councillor Scott Nash. Our clerk for today's meeting is our deputy clerk, Wendy, and we have our CAO clerk, Michelle Hendry, is here as well, and our planning assistant, Paula Macri. I see on the phone we have our fire chief, Bob Whitman, and we have also, in addition, Patrick Christie from the Parry Sound Area Planning Board, and we'll get to Patrick shortly in the agenda. So welcome to all of you. I don't see anybody else online at the moment, so, and there's no members of the public as of yet in the meeting room as well. So I think we're ready to go. Could I ask at this point if any member of council has a pecuniary interest to declare in today's proceedings? Okay, I don't see or hear one, so let the record show that none was declared. Our first order of business then would be to approve the agenda as circulated. Could I get a mover and seconder for that, please? Thank you. Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by Councillor Bray. Any discussion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a couple quick questions, if I might.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I guess there's two items on the agenda. So I guess I'll bring up the first one. It's 11.2, which runs into 11.3. It is, let me just get to the agenda here. Sorry about that. It is notice of motion to reconsider. That one, there is no problem with. It's the one below that under business matters, which is 11.3, memorandum from Councillor Lamb, consideration of an encroachment permit system for a rail system shore docker. And the only reason I bring it up is I think that would fall under a motion to reconsider. The reason I'm saying that is there already is a resolution that does not allow rail systems or shore dockers. That was resolution 2023-280, resolution 2023-561, and a resolution reconsideration, which was resolution 2024-165. So we already have a resolution in place regarding shore dockers. So I don't know how we can be presenting something for consideration. We'd have to reconsider something under item 11.3. I don't really have a problem having it brought back to another council meeting to discuss it. But, you know, under voting reconsideration, as you know, Mr. Mayor, I'm a procedural guy. Under our procedural bylaw, it says under item 3.22, voting reconsideration, no motion will be reconsidered more than twice in a calendar year. That's under F. Item H is debate on a motion to add a motion of reconsideration to the agenda must, and it's in capitals, must be confined to reasons for or against consideration of the motion. And G, a motion to reconsider any decided matter will not operate to stop or delay any action on the decided matter. So we already have a whole bunch of decisions that council as a whole, and on some of them, I think it was unanimous council decision was made. So if we want to have a reconsideration for item 11.3, I don't think it's something that should be spoken about today because it would be a reconsideration. But at the same time, we have to make sure that August 6th is coming. And anything that we do reconsideration, we have to remember that a motion to reconsider any decided matter will not operate to stop or delay any action on the decided matter. So come August 6th, even if item 11.2 is voted on today, shore dockers have to be removed come August the 6th, 2024. But my question is, I don't feel 11.3 should be added to the agenda because it is an item that would be a motion to reconsider. So that's my first. I'd like to get some other thoughts on that from other council members. And also item 11 or 15.2, which is enclosed. And I'd ask that that item be removed. Right now, it's shown as bylaw off enforcement services. This is 15.2, and that it's enclosed because of labor relations or employee negotiations. But I have to remind us all in the public, again, we have to be very transparent, and I think we're really drifting away from transparency. Recruitment matters. Back in April of 2024, under item 11.6 of the open agenda, we were advised that our existing bylaw officer will not be seeking an extension to his contract. So I'm not sure why would be speaking to the bylaw enforcement services salary and contracted service cost comparisons, when we again have to remember that discussions about the bylaw services and where we go should be an open item. And no name is mentioned in any of our documents. And as per the Ombudsman open meeting rules policy, the Ontario Ombudsman, closed meetings does not include discussions about salary bands, a hiring process, or staff reorganization within a closed meeting. And all we have are salary bands. We're not talking about an individual. So I think that should be a matter open to the public. And I think the public would want great insight on where we're going to go. Are we going to hire somebody direct? Are we going to tender it out? So anyways, I think both those items should be removed, and item 11.3 could be a notice to reconsider. But I think 15.2 should come back to an open meeting for complete transparency. So I don't know if I might have a mover or a seconder for removing those two items from today's agenda.
You are moving that they be removed, Councillor Nash?
Yes, yeah, I would make a motion that those two items be removed, but 11.2, which is a motion to reconsider, still be on the agenda. I'm not questioning
Okay.
that. It's just 11.3.
Is there a seconder for Councillor Nash's motion? An amendment. Yeah, it is an amendment. You're correct.
So we're voting on an amendment to approve the agenda.
Yeah.
And I would, based on what Councillor Nash is saying, I would ask for a brief recess so I can give some thought to his concerns. And then speak
Well,
to council
yeah.
with
I
my,
mean, I can respond to his concerns, but I guess if he's moving an amendment, then then that
I agree,
allows
yeah,
us to have a
yes.
discussion. Otherwise, one person saying, I don't think that should be on the agenda. I can respond to his comment, is at least the first one, but is there a seconder? Are you seconding, Councillor Woods?
I just have a question.
All right, go ahead.
Do we have to have a second in order to have a discussion about it?
You'll need to speak into your microphone, Councillor Woods, thank you.
Sorry about that. Do we need to second it in order to have a discussion about it? Isn't that procedurally what we're supposed to do, or no?
Well,
Yes, for the amendment
yeah,
to
I,
have
I,
status.
I think so. We're not in committee of the whole, so there's
So in
there
order
is
to
a motion
discuss it,
to
we have
approve
to-
the agenda, and the only way that you can modify the agenda is to move an amendment.
Okay, I'll second it then so that we can at least have a discussion about it because there's no point in.
Okay, I'm just gonna make some notes on this. So amendment.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I can hardly
Uh,
hear. I think that might have been Councillor Wood speaking, but I can hardly hear. I have my volume turned up, so I'm not sure if
Okay.
it's an issue with the sound system or not.
So. So the amendment was to remove. Okay, remove. What was it? 11.3 and 15 point. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I understand what the record is correct. This is 15.2. Okay, so I can respond to item 11.3 fairly simply as follows. Your Councillor Nash, your citation of the procedure bylaw is correct. However, I am anticipating a motion to suspend the procedure bylaw when we get to item 11.2, in which case that will eliminate the conflicts with the procedure bylaw that you have raised. So if I would say it can stay on the agenda. 11.3 can stay on the agenda if there is no motion to suspend the procedure bylaw, then presumably we would have to defer the discussion to another meeting. But if that happens, then we can deal with it today. So we can deal with 11.3 today. As far as 15.2 is concerned, I think I don't know if our CAO clerk wants to respond to that. But council can decide if they wish to have that discussion at another meeting. Or I suppose, or move it into open. I don't know. It's do you wish to respond? Yeah.
Yes, I do. The reason that particular item was enclosed is because I shared with council some confidential information from surrounding municipalities in terms of hourly rates and in general remuneration. And in sharing that information with Whitestone, each one of those municipalities indicated that this was confidential information that they preferred was not shared. And it offered, in some cases, an annual pay, some cases an hourly rate, some cases a salary band. Other information was there just for information, as sometimes happens in a closed session meeting, not necessarily to be changed, or for instance, the position description was provided, and that's just for context. Not that the position description was going to be changed or discussed, but it was there for discussion. And as council knows from the memo, there was an indication of some decisions that can be made and that will be relayed in open session once they're made. So if council wants to defer to August, I would suggest that a component of this still remains confidential, although you have it now and you have it for information. But certainly there's some decisions that council will need to make in terms of by law enforcement services, and those decisions will come. Once that decision is made, it'll come out in open session what the decision is.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, in terms of the closed portion of it, there are comments that I will be making with respect to perhaps the performance of the current bylaw officer. And I think it's a sensitive matter. We're also discussing whether it's a contractor or an employee. There's a number of HR sort of components to this. So you can't have a full and robust conversation about the subject in open, in my opinion. And again, yeah, I don't know what we have to do, keep suspending procedural bylaws. I'm not too afraid of the ombudsman in this regard. So I will be voting to keep that in the agenda. In terms of the 11.2 and 11.3, I worked with staff on this. That's exactly why I'll be at least making a motion that the procedural bylaw be suspended. Because in the event that in 11.3, we as a council by majority rule, decide to implement what I am suggesting, when Councillor Nash says, but August 6th there, we should go out there and, rip out all these shore dockers and, until we wait till November or whatever. That's exactly what I didn't want to do. I don't want to be heavy-handed out there if we indeed, as a council, decide that we're going to look at a new system of some sort to support the shore dockers. And I know that'll be controversial, and I know that it won't be unanimous on council, but that's exactly why I did it that way. Because what I read into your comments was, kind of August the 7th, let's go out there and rip all these things out and we'll wait till November till the system comes, if it gets passed. So that's the reason that we will be suspending, or I will be suggesting we suspend the procedural bylaw, which we have in the past. And I think we should do now. So those are my comments on the two, and I will be voting, as I say, on both of them to not take them out of the agenda. So I guess if I'm voting on this, the answer will be no. Is that correct, Mr. Mayor? So I get it right? Like no to the amendment.
To the amendment, yes.
Yeah. Okay,
That's
thank you.
correct.
Thank you.
So other councillors,
Yeah,
Councillor Woods.
if I could, Mr. Mayor, just a quick one. I heard what Councillor Nash said about the August 6th date, and I see what we have here. And Councillor Lamb, I respect the fact that you just said that's exactly why I don't want it to happen this way, but that's a decision that we all made at council. It was a 4-1 vote on that motion. So now it seems everybody wants to change their mind. And I hate to say it, but that's purely 100% politically motivated. Everybody made a decision, and it was a decision for the whole municipality. And if everybody wants to change their mind now, that's fine, but I won't be changing my mind.
That's fine. Through you, Mr. Mayor, for you to state that it's 100% politically motivated, you're telling me my motion and my memo is 100% politically motivated, and that's absolutely 100% wrong unless you can read my mind. That's absolutely wrong.
I'm not trying to argue with anybody, Councillor.
No, well, no, but you're going to make a statement that it's 100% politically oriented, and it's not. I'm the one that made it up, and I'm just telling you that's untrue.
Okay, let's not have a debate back and forth.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, is the.
Well, sorry, Councillor Bray as her,
Oh, sorry, yes, of course.
as her hand up.
Sorry, of course.
Councillor Nash, we'll get to you.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Yeah, way back when we did make this decision, quite a while ago, and I was fairly new, and I did feel that being so rushed when it came to council and we had to do the voting that day. Afterwards, on thinking about it, I realized that I wasn't really as comfortable with the decision we had made. I was not for shore dockers, but I wanted to see if there were other solutions. I think I brought forward the Algonquin Highlands solution and way back, and it sort of just died. When this encroachment bylaw came up last meeting, I felt like, oh, here, this is something. And so I want us to work with them. I want us to, as I said, they approached us maybe not quite at the same timelines as we had, as council might have expected. But when they do come to us and then we sort of say flat out no, because it's an arbitrary time and date and, you know, you didn't meet our timelines and whatever, I think it's just too harsh. I think we need to think about things, and I am actually am happy about the encroachment bylaw and the ability to use it for this reason. And so I'm not for this amendment. So I won't be voting for it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you wish to say something further, Councillor Nash?
If I might, through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, thank you. And it was only in regards to a couple of the points that were just made there. And the reason I'm asking something to be removed is, and maybe I'm incorrect, but I don't feel I am. I think some councillors may agree with me, some councillors may disagree with me. However, if I was to have asked to have something like this placed on the agenda, item 11.3, we'll call it, memorandum from Councillor Lamb, consideration of encroachment permit system, I believe I would have been told no. Now, yes, we can go through a system today and suspend the procedural bylaw. And at some meetings, we'll have some councillors saying, this is ridiculous that we're using the suspension of the procedural bylaw. This shouldn't be allowed. And then at the next meeting, the same people will say, oh, let's use that, the suspension of the procedural bylaw to suspend something. But the thing that gets me is there's a big report attached to this. And yes, staff might have worked on it. I think I heard that from Councillor Lamb. However, none of that should be in our agenda package. So it's been put in knowing that this is what was going to happen, but other councillors would not be afforded that same latitude with staff to be able to put something in. And I think our CAO and everybody knows our procedural bylaw very well. And it says, no motion, a motion to reconsider for any decided matter will not operate to stop or delay any action on a decided matter. That's fine. Debate on a motion to add a motion to reconsider to an agenda must be confined to reasons for or against reconsideration of a motion. Totally understand that. But nowhere does it say we're going to have pages of reports, new documents provided to us for reconsideration. So there's stuff put in there knowing where this is going to go. And I believe some councillors are not allowed that opportunity and others are. I have no problem with debating a matter for reconsideration. I actually don't really have a problem for 11.2 to be on for reconsideration. I'd be in support of a reconsideration of that matter. It's the 11.3 that is my problem. And when it comes to the closed session, again, salary bands, which is what's in our closed documents, are not an item for the ombudsman to allow for a closed. It clearly states, does not include discussions about salary bands. Salary bands are public information. That is not closed, privileged information from out of other municipalities. We're not in a very transparent manner to talk about what we're going to do with their next bylaw officer. I totally agree with Councillor Lamb. If we're going to talk about something to do with our existing bylaw officer and what might have been good things or bad things, but that's not what the item on our agenda is. All right, the item on our agenda is to talk about what we're going to do going forward, not to badmouth our existing bylaw officer. So that shouldn't even be part of the conversation today. So again, I really think it says bylaw enforcement services, salary and contracted service costs comparison. That does not talk about, let's talk about our existing bylaw officer now. Let's not talk about the goods or the bads. It's talking about what we're going to do moving forward. So if we want to talk about our existing bylaw officer, that is a closed item for a closed meeting, but not for an open discussion about where we're going to do or what we're going to do on going forward. And again, staff reorganization is not an item for close. So if we're gonna talk about, well, it was a contracted position, now we want an employee position, or it was a tendered position, those are all open subjects for our ratepayers to decide and to provide their input on how we want to go as a municipality. Those are my thoughts. I'm sure I'll get outvoted like I have been lately. And I think this just really goes to show how bad we're becoming on transparency as a municipality, and how we really need to do better on transparency, put things in the public so the public can decide and we can talk about it, not throw everything behind closed doors. Those are my thoughts. So I'd ask for a recorded vote on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to call the question on the amendment, and so it's the amendment to the motion to approve the agenda is to remove items 11.3 and 15.2 from today's agenda. The mover of the amendment was Councillor Nash, and the seconder of the amendment was Councillor Woods. And we've asked for recorded votes, so go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Nash,
Yes, this is on the removal of the two items, right? Can you just repeat the motion again?
Yes, it's, the amendment is to remove items 11.3 and 15.2 from today's agenda. That was your motion,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
No,
Counselor Lamb,
No,
Mayor Comrie.
No.
That motion is defeated.
Okay, thank you. Now that brings us back to the original motion to approve the agenda. The amendment has failed, so the motion is to approve the agenda for the meeting as presented, as circulated. Can we call the question on that one?
I call for a recorded vote, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, a recorded vote has been requested by Councillor Woods. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Woods,
No.
Counselor Bray,
yes,
Counselor Lamb,
yes,
Counselor Nash,
No.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
All right, thank you. Well, that's. That brings us to our planning matters in committee of the whole. So I would like to get a motion that Council of the Municipality of Whitestone move into committee of the whole to consider a memorandum from our planning assistant in regards to the committee of adjustment and a consent application from Carol Gorey that's before the planning board. So can I get a mover and seconder, please, to move into committee of the whole?
I can
I'll
move
move,
that,
Mr.
Mr.
Mayor.
Mayor.
Councillor Woods moves, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Thank you. All those in favor? You can put your hands up for this one, and Councillor Nash, can you?
Yeah, Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I would ask one other quick question. Because I need to call my name out and say how I'm voting today because I'm on Zoom, I would ask that every vote today be taken as a recorded vote for every matter on every item, so that everybody will know how everybody's voting, not just how I'm voting. Thank you.
Well, are you asking for a recorded vote on moving into committee of the whole?
on every vote going forward. So I guess that would include this one. Yes, please.
I think it can be done afterwards, to be honest.
Done at any time the procedural bylaw reads.
I don't know. Okay, just 1 second. I'm just conferring with the clerk about this. Well, sorry, the way I put myself on mute is this. Okay, thank you. The clerk has pointed out to me that you can't do a blanket recorded vote. Every time you wish to have a recorded vote, someone has to request the recorded vote at the time that each motion is being put. So, I mean, I'm more than happy to ask if anyone wants a recorded vote when we do it, but I would appreciate if we not do it for things, it just slows the meeting down.
I
for
will ask
things
for recorded.
where
vote
there
on
is
this
no,
one. And I'll ask
there's
for
not
every-
going to be any disagreement about the things like going in and out of committee of the whole and closed and things of that sort, I would say. So,
Yeah, I would ask for
Um,
recorded vote on it. I could ask to suspend the procedural bylaw on it, but I'd be outvoted on it, no doubt. So I'll just ask on at each record taken and waste more time, I guess, instead of just having a blanket statement. So I would ask for recorded vote on this matter, please.
all right, we will do a recorded vote to go into committee of the whole.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes,
Counselor Nash,
Yes,
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion carries.
All right, thank you. We are in committee of the whole and it is now 10:44 a.m. So that brings us to our planning matters, and the first one is a report from our planning assistant. And I guess I should, it is in your package. There is a presentation there which was provided by our planning consultants, MHBC. And but I believe this is simply for information. So would you like to introduce your report, Paula?
Yes, through you. Our municipal planner, MHBC, presented an introduction to a Committee of Adjustment 101 on June 20th. It was very informative. Our members did ask various questions, and it was well presented.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments on this report? Okay. Oh, sorry. Did you have a comment, Councillor Bray?
Yeah, I was going to say that I really appreciated the handout that was the presentation by the planners because it gave me a lot more information and understanding about that committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I was going to say the same thing. I think it's a helpful piece of information for us all to review. If there's nothing else, we'll accept the report or receive the report for information, I guess, when we come out of committee of the whole. The next item is this is actually an application for a consent in relation to a right-of-way. And this is coming to us from the planning board, so I will invite Patrick Christie, who's on the call, to introduce it and make any comments that he has, and then we'll take any questions there are.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. This is an application by Carol Gorey for a right-of-way over her neighbors, Shedlewski and Robertson. Previously, the Goreys had a consent for 3 new lots approved by council and the planning board. And the lots were configured in such a way that a right-of-way over these neighbors and over Quinn Road wasn't necessary. Because there'd be access to the severed lot 1, which is actually part number 3 on the survey that the Goreys had done. But it was found in the spring that the area that they thought could be used to access the lot wasn't very conducive to access after all. And so this proposed right-of-way is necessary to give access to a different portion of the approved separate lot. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Questions or comments? Councillor Lamb?
Yeah, hi, Patrick. How are you doing?
Great,
Um,
Councilor Lamb, how are you?
Good. I take it we're having a meeting this week or this month. There's enough files, is there?
There are.
Good, thank you. My question is, I noticed when I was out on the lake that there's a lot for sale in there that looks like it's waterfront. Is this particular lot, does it have a portion that goes down to the lake, or is that a different lot out there?
The Goreys retained lands do have water frontage, but this benefiting lot does not. It is
Okay,
a
thank you.
back lot.
We gotta get money built, okay, so let's just.
John's talking in the background, Patrick.
Oh. Are there other questions or comments from councillors?
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Nash, go ahead.
Thank you. It's just really a quick comment, Patrick. Thank you for the report. From what I see, it just looks to be a simple proposed right-of-way. And there was no special reports or anything that needed to be written or anything in regards to this. It's fairly straightforward, right?
That is correct. The Goreys own most of Quinn Road. It just happens that Quinn Road passes over these 2 neighbors in this location.
Okay, thank you. If there is nothing else, then I believe we can return to a regular meeting, and then we'll deal with these items when we get back. Could I get a mover and seconder, please, to reconvene into a regular meeting? Councillor Lamb is moving, seconded by Councillor Bray. That this meeting be reconvened into the regular meeting at, looks like 10:50 a.m. So,
Recorded vote.
are we
please.
requesting a recorded vote for this one?
Yes, I would request a recorded vote, but I'd also ask one question, Mr. Mayor. Page 16 of our procedural bylaw, I know the CAO clerk came over to you and said something, and you'd said that it was, we can't ask for a recorded vote on all items. But I'll read something out that's in our procedural bylaw. A member may request a recorded vote on any motion. Such request may be made before, during, or after a vote. So if I ask for a recorded vote on every motion that's being brought forward, I don't see why I'm not allowed to do that in a meeting. So I would ask if the clerk can explain why that is not allowed when our procedural bylaw, page 16, clearly shows a member may request a recorded vote on any motion. Such request may be made before, during, or after the vote.
The CAO clerk is going to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I did not intend to imply that you could not ask for a recorded vote on each motion before, during, or after. What I did say to the mayor is that there's the procedure bylaw indicates that we don't do recorded votes unless requested, so that each and every, in other words, you can't make a blanket statement that I want every vote as a recorded vote. You do it as you go for each of the votes, and that's entirely acceptable if you want a recorded vote for each and every vote that you take, but before, during, and after, but not a blanket statement that that every vote will be recorded. So that's my ruling on that item.
Okay, thank you. Let's
Thank you, but
can we
Mr.
proceed
Mayor,
with the-
I
with
just,
the vote
in
on
res-
it.
in response to that,
Mr.
Mayor, where does it say on page 16 where it reads, a member may request a recorded vote on any motion? Such request may be made before, during, or after the vote. So if I request a recorded vote on all motions being done today, that is before the motion is presented. I'm allowed to do that. So please tell me where it says here that you're not allowed to ask. It
Now-
says you're allowed to ask before any motion.
I'm sorry, Councillor Nash, you have a mechanism to get what you want. I'm going to rule you out of order on this one. I'm sorry. We can't spend our whole meeting arguing about the procedure bylaw. So I'm calling the vote.
Okay, well, I'm gonna call that again, yet again, like most meetings, the rules of debate and rules of order be called, and I ask to see if everybody else thinks I'm points of procedure and points of privilege then. I'm asking for a definition, that's all.
Mr. Mayor, can we take a short recess and I'll address this again before we vote?
All right, we've been asked for a short recess. We'll take a 5-minute recess.
Mr. Mayor, you aren't allowed to call a recess right now. When I say the points of order, you have to ask right away. You can't go to recess. I'll read it out to you. A member may raise point of procedure order with the chair at any time, whereupon the chair will interrupt the matter under consideration, ask the member raising the point of procedure order to state the reason, rule on the point of order immediately without debate by council. And then I can appeal the ruling. You can't go to.
All right, so fine. I have ruled Councillor Nash out of order. He has appealed on a point of order. So the resolution before council is to challenge the chair. So we'll take a vote we will now take a vote on the motion to challenge the chair. So if you,
So, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Without debate, what's that mean? I mean,
Hmm?
I'd like to hear the answer from our CAO before I vote on this, right? I think Councillor Nash makes the point that it's before, you can interpret that two ways, I guess, before each motion. You can say there's a motion here on this item and he can say, I want a recorded vote. That would be before. I mean, for sake of expediency, I don't mind having recorded votes on everything. I think it's ridiculous. No, I won't say ridiculous, but I think there's better ways to do it, but I'm not going to insert that right now. But I'd like to hear from our CAO before I vote on this. Is she able to, I don't know, what's the answer?
It's a fair question, and that's why I needed a moment to reflect on the procedure bylaw and gather my thoughts and give some guidance to the mayor.
Can we defer, take a recorded vote on this and defer it for that information and then come back to it or something, or defer this for
Yeah,
5 minutes and move on,
I-
or what? I don't
I
know.
mean, I think we can declare, to be honest, I think we can declare a recess at any time. We're not doing any other business while the recess is taking place. So I don't believe that that we're required to
Mis-
to
Mr. Mayor.
deal with the motion immediately. I mean, there could be a
Sorry.
fire alarm, there could be all kinds of things that would stop
Mr.
us
Mayor,
from,
sorry to cut
would
you off,
suspend our proceedings.
but-
So
Sorry to cut you off, but there is no fire alarm going off. I think it's quite clear. Rules of point of order immediately without debate of council. What are we doing right now? Debating as council. Like, our staff, our procedural bylaw are in place. It's very straightforward, without debate. Debate is
Okay.
debate.
Okay.
Counselor Nash, you are deliberately obstructing the meeting. I'm sorry, that is my ruling. And you
Right, so I
you
called
got
for
what you
a
want, which was to
privilege.
have a recorded vote. We said every time we will ask you if you want a recorded vote. So
And I was told. no
making
to
an
that.
argument about whether you get to say it once or whether you get to say it with every motion is not, doesn't change anything, and it's obstructing the meeting.
Well,
So
it's
I
not
am ruling you
obstructing
out
it
of order for
whatsoever.
that.
It's not
and-
obstructing it
and
whatsoever, Mr. Mayor.
We're not,
We're having a debate again. I've
Yeah.
asked for a vote without
well,
debate.
no, you're challenging the chair, and the chair is ruling you out of order.
Right, so
If
then
you-
I go on.
If you
to the
keep
next
doing
part,
that, you know what's
Mr.
gonna
Mayor,
happen. So please.
And then I go
let's
on to the
just be
point
reasonable
of
about this.
privilege. A member may raise the point of privilege with the chair at any time. That's what I'm doing. And I'm
Yeah.
asking for
Yeah.
that vote.
Okay,
to
let's
be
have a
taken.
vote on it. Let's have a vote. Let's.
All right, a
I don't even know
vote,
what-
let's do the vote on the challenge of the chair, because we need to move on. We can't waste
So
time
what
here.
do we, what's a yes mean and what's a no mean?
That's what I was gonna ask.
Yeah, yes means you support the challenge of the chair, and no means you support the chair, the ruling of the chair, correct? Is that,
No means you support the ruling of the chair.
is that correct? Madam CIO, you?
Okay. All right, you need to, sorry, I was trying to get some clarity with the deputy clerk and her location at this time. So I'm sorry, could you repeat that? So you were voting on, if I am correct, if you could repeat yourself, Mr.
I
Mayor,
ruled him out of order. He's challenging the chair.
right?
The council can sustain the challenge by voting yes, or they can reject the challenge and support the chair's ruling by voting no. That's
And
my understanding of how it works in most
Okay,
most
Okay. So
rules of order.
if you're voting yes, you're supporting Councillor Nash. If you're voting no, you're supporting.
the rule of the chair.
yes, and
I think there's a confusion here.
That's the opposite of what.
That's right. Okay, so,
And if I might, Mr. Mayor, the reason I'm allowed to say the reason why you should actually ask the member raising the point of privilege to state the substance of and the basis of the point of privilege. But since you haven't done that, I'll say that you could have asked me that under section B, but you didn't. So the reason I'm asking it is simply to say that I'm simply asking for a recorded vote on every item, which I thought would have saved us all a lot of time instead of going through this stuff we're going through now, simply because our procedural bylaw says a member may request a recorded vote on any motion. Such request may be made before, during, or after the vote. So I'm saying I'm asking that a recorded vote take place on every motion today, which I'm doing before the motion. So that's why I'm asking in a general statement to do it. That's what I've been called out of order for. That's what my statement to say that I don't feel I'm out of order for, because that's what I'm asking, which is exactly what our procedural bylaw says we can do on page 16 under section 3.19 under recorded votes. A member may request a recorded vote on any motion. Such request may be made before, during, or after the vote. That's the simple reason I'm asking to do this. That's it.
so if I may, Mr. Mayor, so for clarity, Councillor Nash, you have a point of order, not a point of privilege. Is that, because you've used both terminologies, but I think you're calling a point of order. Is that correct?
I have a point of privilege now because the mayor under point of procedure ruled me out of order. And then I have asked under point of privilege because I was ruled out of order by the mayor under points of procedure.
Oh, sorry, you don't have a point of privilege. That's not what a point of privilege is. It's you're challenging the chair on a point of order.
Okay.
That's what you're doing.
Point of privilege. A member may raise a point of privilege with the chair at any time if they consider their integrity, the integrity of council, a member of staff, or a member of the public has been impunged once a point of privilege is recognized by the chair. You've already ruled on your point of privilege. So
It's
I've
not, that's
criticized,
not, you just
been
read the
criticized.
definition. Maybe you don't understand
I've
what
been
it means, but it's
criticized.
not,
I've
that
been-
isn't a point of privilege.
I've
Nobody
been-
was a reputation was impugned or
I was
anything else.
criticized and condemned.
You were simply
Mr. Mayor,
ruled
I was
out of order.
criticized and
That's a point of
condemned.
order.
Mr. Mayor, I was
You
criticized.
dispute the
and-
ruling
Mr.
out of
Mayor,
order.
I
So
was criticized. and-
your point of order is challenging the chair. I'm reading what's
Mr.
written down
okay,
here on
Mr. Mayor,
ruling
I-
the mover out of order for requesting a recorded vote on all motions in the meeting
Right,
in
because,
advance, right? So that's
because my
what this is about.
integrity.
And we're
Mr.
going to
Mayor,
call the question right now.
Mr. Mayor, my
and-
integrity,
And we
was
let council
criticized.
decide if they want to allow you to request it all in advance, or if you have to do it one at a time. That's what this is about.
Mr. Mayor.
Sorry,
integrity-
you
in
cannot
context,
keep arguing
Mr.
with
Mayor,
the chair.
I am allowed to tell you my
I will
reason.
invoke this
Mr.
section of the
Mr.
Municipal
Mayor,
Act.
I'm
if you-
allowed
if you continue
to
just disrupt
tell
the
you the
meeting. We have to move
reasoning.
on. We've got work to do
Mr.
here.
Mayor, I'm allowed to tell you my reasoning. I've been criticized.
We
I've been
heard your
condemned.
reasoning. We
No, you
understand your
haven't, because
reasoning.
you've cut me off.
Uh,
I've been
Mr.
Too
condemned.
bad.
I've been
Um,
criticized.
I recognize
the
that
validity
Councillor Nash
of the
doesn't want us to
truth.
take a recess, but I think there's 3 items here that I need to focus on, and we need to, you can call it what you like, but we need to pause the meeting just for a moment so I can get some clarity on these, whether it's a point of order, a point of privilege, or that voting issue. So I'm requesting, Mayor, that we just take a brief pause. I want to confer with you and our deputy clerk. We want to get these issues in the right order and then be able to move on and have the council meeting move forward based on how the procedure bylaws is interpreted. So I'm requesting that a 5-minute pause.
All right, it's 11 o'clock. We're taking a bio break.
Mr. Mayor, I think you're speaking, but nobody can hear you online.
You can't hear me, Councillor
Oh.
Nash?
Now I can. You just came online. I think you must have been muted.
We just hit a button over.
Oh,
I can hear you
Okay.
fine now, Mr. Mayor.
So we're back. I am going to ask the CAO clerk to give us provide some information, and then we will vote on the challenge to the chair.
Thank you, Mayor Comrie.
Hello?
Yes, we're just testing
Yeah.
assume everyone can hear us. So the question with regard to asking for a recorded vote on each and every vote, a blanket statement. I'm interpreting the procedure bylaws follows. If you look at section 3.19 under voting, once the vote is called by the chair, no member will speak to an issue, ask any question, or present any other motion until the vote is taken. That's clear. That's not germane to the question, but once the vote is called by the chair as part of the next paragraph, voting will be by a show of hands in favor or against, except when a recorded vote is requested. In the case where a member is participating electronically in the meeting per section 4.8 and no recorded vote has been requested, the member will state their name and indicate orally to the chair their position on the matter. And that's a process we've followed. So I'm not seeing there's a way to make a blanket statement that all votes be recorded. That said, every vote can be recorded by following the process, which is before, during, or after each motion. And we're happy to do that. And any member of council can ask for that. So that's my ruling on the procedure bylaw in respect of a blanket request that all votes be recorded. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. The motion here that we're going to vote on then is a challenge to the chair on a point of order. And it's on the chair ruling the mover out of order for requesting a recorded vote on all motions in the meeting in advance. So if you wish to support the challenge to the chair, you would vote yes. And if you wish to support the mayor's ruling, you would vote no.
Mr. Mayor, just if
We're
you
going to
might-
have a recorded vote. I'm assuming we're going to have a recorded vote for this. You're requesting that, Councillor Nash, are you?
Yes, but just if you might, again, I'm not asking for a point of procedure.
We're not hearing you, Councillor Nash. I'm sorry to interrupt, but
A lot of static.
I'm
we're not
unmuted.
hearing you well. Are
Test.
you close to a microphone?
I'm standing right at it. Test, test, test. Are you not able to hear me?
Not well.
There's quite a bit of static.
There is indeed.
How about now? I'm sitting right in
Just
front
stand
of
by,
it.
Councillor Nash. Okay, the static has
Okay,
diminished.
static is gone. Now we're,
Could you say a few words, Councillor Nash, and we'll just
Yeah,
check the volume
test.
again?
Test. Is that okay?
No, we're
not
not,
really.
we're not hearing you well.
Want me to
Sorry.
disconnect and reconnect?
Okay, try again?
I'll disconnect and reconnect.
No,
No, you're okay now.
we've got you now.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
my apologies
And-
for interrupting. I just wanted to
Oh,
make sure we
no,
could hear
no
you.
problems at all. All I was trying to say was, it's not a point of procedure I'm asking to be voted on. It's a point of privilege. The point of procedure, I think the mayor's already made his point in his ruling on the point of order. So I'm asking under the point of privilege, not under the point of order. That's what I was trying to make clear before the recess.
This has nothing to do with a point of privilege. A point of privilege relates to someone making defamatory remarks about someone. There have been no defamatory remarks made against you or anyone else, to my knowledge.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think I heard some background about this is ridiculous, this will take too long, this shouldn't be allowed. So yes, those are condemning and criticizing and disputing of the validity or the honesty or the truth. So yes, I would say it has been. But anyways, that's all I was asking for. So I'm asking for that because I don't feel anything I said was incorrect. The clerk's allowed her decision, I'm allowed mine. We can carry on. We can ask for a recorded vote after each one. But I don't feel that you ruling me out of order for what I said was correct. So under the point of privilege, because there was criticism for what I was asking, and this is going to take all day, because there was condemnation, I'll call it for what I was asking for. That's why I'm asking for the point of privilege. And then we can move on with the meeting.
So you want to vote on a point of privilege instead of on a point of order, is that correct?
That's correct, because you've already voted on your point of order.
Just for clarity, we have not voted on the point of order.
No, we haven't.
The mayor
we
made a
haven't-
ruling.
But if you
It's a
you
point of
can't have it
privilege
both
that I'm
ways. You
asking
can
to
have
be
a vote
voted
on whichever one you want. I mean, I
Point
just
on.
want to,
Privilege, point of privilege, please. That's all.
all right.
Carry on.
Okay, I'll just put point of privilege here. All right, so once again, the chair is ruling you out of order on it. And so it's the same vote we're going to take.
So just for
Let's call
clarity, the member may appeal the ruling of the chair, which I believe Councillor Nash has, and this is for clarity on the audio. Council will then decide on the appeal without debate by way of a majority vote. So my understanding is Councillor Nash is appealing the mayor's ruling on the point of privilege. Am I
That's
correct,
right.
Mayor
That's right.
Comrie? Okay, I just wanted
And
that.
my ruling
recorded.
is that there was no, I ruled against his point of privilege. Right?
Correct. So we're now taking a vote, a recorded vote, I believe, on the mayor's decision.
Can you repeat that again on the mayor's decision or on the point of privilege?
Yeah, the mayor has decided, the
It's,
mayor made a decision on the point of privilege, indicating, and I'll let the mayor speak to what he said,
Thought he said it.
that there is no, you were indicating there was no point of
Yeah.
privilege.
My ruling is that there was no point of privilege, right? So if you this is a section of our procedure bylaw we need to probably do some work on, because it simply says that this is what all ordinary rules of order referred to as a challenge of the chair. So essentially what you're doing, the chair makes a ruling. The process is as follows. So someone raises a point of order or a point of privilege, and it's exactly the same process, regardless of which one you think it is. It's the same process. So the chair immediately rules and says, and I ruled against his point of order. I'm ruling against his point of privilege. So it then goes to council to make a decision whether or not they're going to sustain the point of order, or the point of privilege in this case, or whether they're going to sustain the mayor's ruling, right? So that's really, I guess for the sake of clarity, you're ruling either against the point of order and in favor of the point of privilege, and against the mayor's ruling, or you're ruling against the point of order or point of privilege and in favor of the mayor's ruling. And
That's too confusing.
people are
Yes
confusing.
means what?
Yes
mean-
means you're supporting Counselor Nash.
Yes,
Okay.
that's the
No
way.
means you're supporting the mayor's
Okay.
Yeah,
whatever.
that's
Thank you.
the way I would normally deal with it. So let's have clarity.
We
on
will
that.
record that in the minutes accordingly.
Yeah. All right. Is everybody clear? Yes means you're supporting the challenge. Okay, so can we call the question then?
Councillor Lamb,
No.
Councillor Nash,
Abstain.
Councillor Woods,
I'm going to abstain from this one.
Councillor Bray,
No.
Mayor Comrie,
No.
the motion's carried. Mayor's,
So wait, I'm sorry. Did I just? Yeah, I'm sorry. I ticked the wrong box on the form. That's, I'm starting to question myself.
So I think for clarity, you would want to say that Councillor Nash's point of privilege is not supported by that vote.
Yeah, okay, not supported. Sorry, Councilor Bray, did you vote yes or no?
No.
You voted no. That's what I thought. These things are untidy. Anyway, the point of order was or point of privilege. Change it to privilege here. Privilege was defeated. All right. Is that correct, Madam? Yeah, I hope you agree with that.
Okay. let's move.
Okay, so now what we're trying to do is we're trying to reconvene into a regular meeting. Which we were starting to do at 10:50 a.m. And we're going to have are we going to have a recorded vote on this?
Yes, please, Counselor Nash.
Okay, requested by Counselor Nash. So please call the question to return, Madam Clerk, to return to a regular meeting.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes,
That motion is carried.
that's carried. And we are now back in a regular meeting at 11:28 a.m. Following on then from our committee of the whole, the first motion that I'm looking for is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby receives for information the memorandum from Paula Macri, Planning Assistant, entitled Committee of Adjustment Training and Presentation. Can I get a mover and seconder, please? So Councillor Woods moves, Councillor Bray seconds. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Recorded vote, please.
Okay. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes,
That motion's carried.
thank you. That's carried. And the next one, the consent application from Carol Gorey. That Council of the Municipality of Whitestone support the proposed consent for a right-of-way as applied for by Carol Gorey in application number B21/2024 Whitestone, subject to the following. One, that the 5126 consent agreement between Carol Gorey and the Municipality of Whitestone registered June 10th, 2024 as instrument number GB 173301 be amended to include the recognition of parts 5 and 6 on Plan 42R-22421 and to indemnify the municipality for any responsibility or liability for the access or maintenance of the road. 2, that all applicable planning board fees be paid to the Parry Sound Area Planning Board. And 3, that all applicable planning and or legal fees be paid to the municipality of Whitestone related to the preparation of the section 5126 amended consent agreement. Get a mover and seconder for that. Thank you. Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by Councillor Woods. Any discussion? If not, can we call a question, please?
Counselor Bray,
Well, sorry, this is a planning matter, so it's a standard, it would be a recorded vote normally. Okay, so
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
yes.
That motion's carried.
Okay, thank you. So next on the docket, we have the consent agenda, item 7. Need a mover and seconder for the following. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the consent agenda consisting of 7.1.1 regular council meeting minutes of June 18th, 2024. And 7.2 unfinished business listed on page 5 to 7 of the agenda. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the following council meeting minutes. 7.1.1 regular council meeting minutes of June 18th, 2024. And that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the unfinished business listing listed on page 5 to 7 of the agenda. Mover and seconder. Councillor Woods moves, seconded by Councillor Bray. Any discussion? If not, we'll call the vote.
Through,
If I
Sorry.
could.
Oh,
Mr.
sorry,
Mayor,
Councillor Woods.
I just had a question. In the consent agenda on page 28 of 148. The section 11.6, where it was voted on that it was removed, should it not also reflect that the mayor was asked to recuse the chair and denied? Shouldn't that be in the paperwork?
Where is it, Brian, on?
Page 28, top of the page, the fire hall discussion, 11.6.
and through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a comment actually with the same item. I think it was myself, if I remember correct, that that motion wasn't seconded, but I asked if the mayor is bringing forward a motion that they should recuse themselves, and I was told that that's not what was done. And then a minute or two later, I read out section 3.19 under voting. The mayor or the chair will vote on any motion while in the possession of the chair. However, if the mayor or chair wishes to propose a motion, he or she will step down and will not resume the chair until the vote is taken. And I think to that you'd said no. And I actually had the same thing Councillor Wood had flagged, but the reason I flagged it was because of item on page 13 of the minutes, page 38 of our agenda package. It says Mayor Comrie relinquished the chair to Deputy Mayor Lamb. That was on a motion. 2020.
Well, I think to answer your comments, I think it did happen there, and it happened with respect to 11.9 and
yeah. So
after you pointed that out, I think I did turn it over to Councillor Lamb.
yeah, and I think through you, Mr. Mayor, you are correct, but that was on the second item of the day. You'd asked that the fire hall item be removed from the agenda, and there was no seconder, and I'd called that out at that time, and you'd said no. And then I think you actually did apologize after I read it back out. So I do agree with Councillor Woods that it should say there that the mayor did not relinquish his duties as the chair, right where it says the motion died, just like it says that you did relinquish your duties on page 13. Is that what you're saying also, Councillor Woods?
Yeah, I think that the paperwork, like, I mean, if you look further down in our meeting minutes, I can't see a page number here. I guess we lost it in the print. Where Councillors Nash and Woods left the meeting during the discussion, it gives, 15.3.1 and at 7:10. So if we're gonna have detailed notes like that, which I really like that, I think we should do it for everything.
Well, we should ask our CAO clerk what the recording actually showed, because I don't remember.
Yep, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. That's fine. If council wants to defer approval of the agenda, I don't want to comment right now without listening to the audio, which is extremely helpful to us when we're doing the minutes. I would simply say that we would revisit that and jog our memories and make sure we have that correct and bring back the minutes to another meeting.
So if that's the wish of council, then should I guess we should remove the first part. It says, now therefore be it resolved from the motion that now therefore be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone hereby receives for information unfinished business. So we're not,
We need to amend the motion, Mr. Mayor. And the amendment to the motion will be to remove the approval of the minutes for
do you have a
June.
blank form somewhere?
Why can't you just defer the motion?
You could defer the whole motion. It's not going to hurt anything. It's simply a matter of accepting I think the other item was the unfinished business. So that's fine. You
All
could do a
right, so do you want
deferral.
to defer the motion then? The mover and seconder have to agree, I guess.
I'm happy with deferring.
Councillor Woods? All right, so now we need to have a vote on deferring it. Deferred. You're requesting a recorded vote, Councillor Nash.
Sure.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes,
Mayor Comrie,
Yes. So that's deferred. All right. That brings us then to accounts payable. Few pages to flip here, but we'll get going. All right. Could I get a mover and seconder, please, that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives for information the accounts payable listing in the amount of $633,151.16 for the period ending July 8th, 2024. Moved by Councillor Woods, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Thank you. Discussion. Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. I just got one quick one here. Page 54. It would be at close to the top of the page, the Blitz Electric column. I know Blitz Electric, so I guess we've had a lot of electrical work done in the municipality. And I noticed the Public Works garage lighting in there. All in total, the whole bill is, just over $9,000. So we've got good lighting in the garage now, so the guys can actually see when they're working in the shops now.
I'll through you, Mr. Mayor. I would say the answer is yes. I was in there a couple of weeks ago and it's markedly improved. And the roads guys are very happy with that decision of council. Thank you.
Okay, good. I wanted to highlight that. And I know how hard it is working in a dark shop, so I'm glad we got that job done.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions or comments? Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, I have a few. On page 54, White's 37326, Whitestone Marine, Marina. This Recreation Committee 362, and the total bill is 40225, something to do with Canada Day. So I'm not questioning. Why would we be paying $400 to the Whitestone Marina for Canada Day? What did they do?
I can answer that easily. They provided some prizes that were awarded to the participants in the winners of the cardboard boat race that happened.
They provided, but we paid them, so they didn't.
They didn't donate them, no.
They didn't donate
They
We went and bought them.
and we
You
went
have to
and
watch your words.
yeah.
They donate.
Yeah, no, sorry, they didn't, I didn't say donated. They provide, well,
They provided,
we
which-
paid for them, yeah, that's
Okay,
correct.
so, Okay, that answers my question. Okay. The next page, 2275, Michael Scoff, prosecutor, legal expenses for 579.13, the first page. I know this must be for some prosecution that we have before the courts. Is that prosecution public knowledge? And if so, if it's public knowledge, what's that one for? If it's not public knowledge, my question is it possibility to charge this back? So the first question is it public knowledge, and if so, who is it for? And if we can't divulge that, is it chargeable back in the end?
Through you, Mayor Comrie, I would say it's a matter before the court. And I would be reluctant to say the name of the property owner that's under prosecution at this point. It's an ongoing issue that council has had an update on and closed, and
That answers my question for that one.
yes.
Is it chargeable back, do you think?
Oh, sorry, it is not chargeable back, no.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Any other questions on the payables? Okay, if not, then can we call the question on the motion to receive them? Is this recorded?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Sure, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for asking.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie,
Yes,
that motion's carried.
thank you. All right. We have now some staff reports. The first one has to do with a tender award for slurry seal treatment. So I'll read the requested motion that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives report Public Works -2024-08, which is the tender award for the slurry sill treatment, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby award the slurry seal contract to Duncor Enterprises, Inc. in the amount of $87,739.60 plus HST for work along the Bunny Trail South End and Farley's Road north side of the bridge. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Woods, seconded by.
I
Councillor
can
Lamb.
second that. Oh,
Questions, discussion?
Through
Oh,
you, Mr.
sorry.
Mayor, if I may, our Public Works Manager is homesick today, which is why you don't see him in the room speaking to the report. I think the report is probably clear, and I'll try to answer any questions that may come up, but I just wanted to explain why David Creaser isn't with us today. Thank you.
Are there any questions on this report or comments?
I have a couple through you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, please, Councillor Nash.
Thank you. Michelle, hopefully you can answer these. Hopefully you'll know the answers, but you might not if Dave isn't there. I did know that the Bunny Trail, they replaced the culvert on it, which was great. Am I understanding when I read the report correctly that from the southern Whitestone boundary to the northern portion that was slurry sealed last year, this is the final remaining portion of the Bunny Trail getting done? Am I correct? Along with the half-kilometer section of Farley's Road. Am I correct that it's those two locations?
Yes, through you, Mayor Commerly. The description is as per Dave's report in analysis, Bunny Trail South End, 1.8 kilometers in length, obviously going north, and the Farley's Road north of the bridge, 0.55 kilometers in length.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's what I thought. No, it'll be good to get that section done. That'll get the entire bunny trail, I think, re-slurry coated, and then hopefully we won't need to do it for a number of years. Hopefully, if Dave was on the call, I'd ask him, but hopefully just when, before the, I guess if it's getting awarded to Duncor, hopefully the guys can get out and just do, some ditching, some additional ditching and stuff before the crews do the top coat. But it's good to see that it came in under budget. It was nice to see that a big culvert was replaced recently on the bunny trail in anticipation of this. So I'll be in full support of this award.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. Just made me remember something here. I caught a post on Facebook about the top worst cottage roads. And unfortunately, the bunny trail ranked number 2, which I think was completely unfair because I know our end is amazing, especially compared to the first half. So I would have liked if they broke it down because I think we've done a good job at putting money and upgrades into the bunny trail, and thank the staff for it. And McDougall end, not so much, but I think that's why it made the list.
Okay, thank you for that comment. Anything else? Okay, if not, can we call the question then to award the contract, please?
I guess recorded vote, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie,
Yes.
that motion's carried.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to item 9.2, which has to do with council remuneration and home office expenses. Again, I'll read the requested motion that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information report admin-2024-07 entitled Council Remuneration and Home Office Use, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby endorse in principle an updated council remuneration bylaw, and that staff schedule a public meeting as required under section 283 sub 7 of the Municipal Act as amended for the purposes of presenting an updated council remuneration bylaw. Mover and seconder. Councillor Bray moves.
And I can second that, Councillor Nash.
Councillor Nash seconds. Thank you. I think to start, I should perhaps ask our CAO to give a bit of background or are you going to do it or?
Yes,
or
yes,
treasurer?
I can.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mayor Comrie. A couple of things about this report and the draft bylaw. And I think I've covered it succinctly in the report, but I'll go through a couple of things. Council has a bylaw in place which speaks about annual remuneration, and we recognize it should have been reviewed by council within 4 years of the date of the original resolution, which would have been November 2022. That did not happen, so we're doing a little catch up on that. And the other piece that's being addressed is the issue of council home office use. And this discussion came up probably 7 or 8 months ago with the request to issue T2200 forms for the purposes of income tax. And there was a great deal of discussion and confusion. We did a bit of research, and as members of council know, the answer was no in the beginning. And we've continued to do a bit of research because I was unsure. And we finally got to, I think, where this is something that we can provide for council, but it has to be enshrined in a bylaw, and we used a sample bylaw from another municipality to somewhat address this matter. So what the bylaw recognizes or will recognize if it's passed in August, and we do need a public meeting, is that council does have to use their home office for meetings from time to time. And a good example today is, I assume, maybe rightly or wrongly, that Councillor Nash is at his home and he's using a private space to be able to have the meeting. So that's the long and the short of it. And we try to enshrine also within the bylaw some of the protocols that have not been written down, but have been standard practice for many years, since I've been here and prior to myself being here, in terms of other council remuneration, in terms of mileage and such. So hopefully that explains it. The main purpose of bringing this report to council, and there was a few other issues, but was the home office use, and that requirement enshrined in a bylaw, which allows for council members to claim those expenses when they do their income tax. Thank you.
Just further to what our CAO clerk has said, when I attended the FONOM conference in Sudbury in place of Councillor Lamb, there was some informal discussion, wasn't on the agenda, but some informal discussion about T2200s, and it became apparent that some people, some municipalities were issuing them and some were not, right? And so that eventually led our staff to determine what it was that, right, what was actually required in order to I know some people had asked about that, and frankly, I myself had wondered about it, because if you read the income tax act, it looks like people in our situation here should be able to do that. But anyway, what we have to do to make that happen is to have it as a requirement, and this is the logical way to do it. So anyway, that's questions or comments from councillors. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to point out that really this is, I don't want people running off thinking we're giving ourselves a raise or something. This has very little impact to the taxpayer in Whitestone. This is, I guess, a benefit from an income tax standpoint. And just so everyone knows, I would say, other than this meeting each month, which sometimes people like Councillor Nash today are remote on it, a lot of our work, I would say 90% of my work is telephone work or computer work or whatever that's done somewhere in a home, right? And not in sitting in the community hall. So I guess one could argue that we should have done this years ago, but I think it was Councillor Nash who brought this up a year or so ago, and I'm fully supportive of it, but there is no real cost. I do have a problem with the draft. What is it, a bylaw, is it? Draft bylaw, yeah, and it's on the last page, page 3 of 3, page 68 of 148, under number 10. I think mileage, where applicable, shouldn't say, well, if you got a second home, it should be whatever the lease is, right? If I'm in Whitestone, which I am 75% of the time, and I travel down to Toronto to a conference, and I leave here and I come back here, I don't think I should say, well, you've got a second place in Burlington, so we're only going to give you 30 miles, right? I think it should be from your residence in Whitestone. We all have residents in Whitestone, so I don't think it should be whatever your second home is, whatever the lease is. So I would ask if that be amended, because I think it makes sense, right? So that's, I guess, my comments on this. But I thank staff because the initial answer was kind of no, we can't do it, and I think council kind of pushed a little bit, and I'm glad staff re-looked at it and came back with this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. Reading this, I was thinking a few different things, actually. I don't know how everyone's gonna feel about this, but I'll just throw it out there for discussion. The section where we're required to travel throughout the municipality, I completely understand that, right? But if we were to leave here and drive to Perry Sound, we would ask for mileage. But if you leave here and you drive to Bulger Landing to look at the landing, it's the exact same kilometers as it is to get to Perry Sound and back. In today's day and age, at $1.60, $1.70 a liter, and rising cost for vehicles and all the rest of it, I really think that mileage needs to be really looked at. I mean, historically, yeah, sure, I get it when costs were a lot less, but costs are ever increasing nowadays. And I mean, Mr. Mayor, if you drove out to Bulger from your place on Wawashkesh and then back again, and then you had to come into the office to attend some business, and then maybe go talk to a ratepayer down on Gray Owl, you're putting a heck of a lot of mileage on your vehicle, right? And you're doing your duty. It's not, I'm not saying, I'm going to drive around and I'm going to go take a look at whatever for no reason. But if there's a reason that council has to go out somewhere, we should be paid for it. We should be paid the mileage on it.
Someone shut the mic open.
And I have something else too. If you wanted to respond or anybody
Yeah.
wants to respond, that's just what I feel about it. Maybe everybody else thinks I'm way offside, but I just thought I'd put it out there.
What else do you have?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a couple questions, if I might.
I'm sorry,
Well,
did
I
you
thought-
finish, Counselor Woods? I'm sorry.
Well, that was that point.
Oh,
And I thought someone had wanted to say something, which it would be
Well-
fine. I'm open to hear what anybody has to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the mileage is a bit. I can see multiple situations here. And then there's, I guess, the whole question of fairness. I mean, if if someone is going, well, I'll just use myself as an example. If I have to go to a conference and the conference is in the Royal York Hotel or whatever, I'm not going to charge the municipality mileage to drive from Wawashkesh to Toronto to the Royal York Hotel. Likely, because what I'm likely going to do is I'm likely going to get to Toronto because I go back and forth
Yeah.
frequently. And it's not necessarily for reasons that are related to being on council. And then I'll get on the subway and it cost me three bucks or something to go to, So I mean, I would hate to see it. I would hate to see us saying, well, the bylaw says, this is really to Councillor Lamb's point, the bylaw says, well, you do it from Whitestone, but I can see the situation where there may be, because we have large areas to cover, like if you figure you have to go to, if you had for some reason to go out to Harris Lake or something, you gotta go down Perry Sound and back up.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, maybe there's some provision that can be made more that that looks at, and I don't know, staff, something that staff could think about, because I suspect you have situations like that where people are going,
Well,
people like our bylaw officer and so on who use their own vehicles would have to run into that situation. So
one thing that I could think of that maybe might explain it better to everybody. When we had a report about all of our different boat launches that
Mhm.
Dave Creaser put together for us, if we went out and looked at every single one of those launches, how many kilometers do you think you put on your vehicle that day, right? You're a couple hundred at least. And if you're doing your duty as a counselor, which we should, if there's something to go look at, we should be seeing it firsthand. We all went last term and we went and looked at different properties. Now, mind you, they were very close, and I'm not disputing that. But if there's something where you're putting a few hundred kilometers on, doing your duty, you should be reimbursed for that.
Okay,
If I
so
might-
anybody else, anything want to say about mileage for the moment?
Yes, through
Council-
you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I totally agree with what both Councillor Woods have said, yourself, and with what Councillor Lamb has said. When it comes to item number 7, no mileage will be paid to members of council for attendance at council meetings, committee meetings, or for other meetings or events, activities held within the municipality of Whitestone boundaries. I think that line item can get removed. And it can just simply read that members of council will be required to travel throughout the municipality of Whitestone from time to time in order to discharge their duties. If we are able to get a T2200, it might not be that the municipality is reimbursing any member of council or the mayor for driving from, we'll say, the municipal office out to Bolger. But what it would allow is for the member of council or the mayor, I guess you're still a member of council, sorry, so a member of council to do a tax deduction as an expense on their taxes for driving. You can claim that mileage. So there is no expense to the municipality itself. It would just allow the members of council to write off some of their vehicle, only the portion that they use for doing their duties of council. So I think we can just remove that second paragraph under expenses, item number 7. And when it comes to the item that Councillor Lamb spoke to about mileage for item number 10, I think that could simply read that mileage, where applicable, is measured from a member's it could be permanent residents or just residents, whichever, or just residents. And then it would start up again, mileage and meal expenses be reimbursed at the current published Revenue Canada rates. I think there's times, like you both said, maybe there'll be a time when somebody's up in Whitestone but needs to travel down for a business matter of council. Maybe it won't be. And I think we have to trust member of council that they'll use their guidance on which mileage they're going to claim, depending on which residence they may have been at the time when they left for the conference or whatever they're doing. So I just think, again, that mileage, where applicable, is measured from a member's residence is all it needs to say. And then mileage and meal expenses will be reimbursed at the current published Revenue Canada rate. Those are my comments. I have some other ones, but right now we're only talking about mileage, correct, Mr. Mayor?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
If I'm, Mr. Mayor, just very quickly, just for information, my permanent address is Whitestone. My income tax address is Whitestone. Because my wife happens to have a place in Burlington, which is her permanent address, should have little to do with me. And anyway, I just want to point that out. I'm not suggesting it should say permanent address, but in my case, that's what it is. I have a mailbox up here and a full 9 yards. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bray, did you have a comment you were going to make?
No, I don't. I'm interested in hearing people's thoughts on mileage. I think that for me, traveling around within the municipality is well within what I receive for compensation, but if others feel it's not enough, then that's fine. I'll go with the majority.
Mr. Mayor, through you, just so people understand the background of all this. We used to get paid 2/3 of our salary in, don't quote me, 2/3, maybe it was 3/4, in a salary, and the other 25% were in a stipend of some sort that was, I think, non-taxable.
Yeah. Yeah, it was 1/3, 2/3, I think.
Yeah, and the Trudeau government back, I'm going to say 5 or 6 years ago, changed that and said you can't do that anymore. So what did we do at the time? We took that 1/3 and put it into salary, And we kind of grossed it up so that there wouldn't be a tax. You know, you'd be losing money if you just rolled it in and paid tax on it. So we grossed it up by whatever, 15 or 20%, so that everyone was kept whole. But clearly that 1/3 or 1/4, let's say 1/3, I think at the time was meant for mileage and exactly what we're talking about here. So, and of course, the world has changed a lot since that time. And to Councillor Wood's point of, you know, the cost of gas and running around the municipality. So things have changed, but I just wanted people to understand the background of this, you know, this whole issue. So I'm supportive of obviously what I said under section 10. And you know, I guess I'd ask some clarification. So are we suggesting that if you come to a meeting here in the community hall, all of a sudden we get mileage? Because I'm not in support of that. If I go to a library board meeting at the library and drive from my home here to the library, I don't suggest we do that, because most of them, you have the choice of being on Zoom also. But I do agree that if you're going to run around the community in response to taxpayers' inquiries, and you're out at Bolger or Wawashkesh or whatever, then, you know, I think there should be some leniency there. So anyway, those are just my thoughts. Thank you.
I was just, if I may, just to respond to something that Councillor Lamb said, I think the way I see the significant difference of this is that the individual has the ability, because we would then receive, if we pass this bylaw, our treasurer would be able to issue the T2200s. So now that requires some work on the part of the member of council, because what you have to do is you have to keep track of your expenses and so on. But you can then expense whatever they are, that things that are not being reimbursed. So if the municipality is reimbursing you for something, then you can't claim it against income tax. But if the municipality is not reimbursing you and it's a cost that you have related to this job of being a counselor, then you can claim it. So I saw it not as us trying to rewrite the rules for what the municipality would reimburse, but rather as simply saying this opens the door for us to actually use that provision of the Income Tax Act and put down real expenses. And, you know, Revenue Canada could challenge you on if they think you're not really spending them and they're not legitimate, but normally speaking, mileage and other things that we do of the course would be covered. So in some ways, it almost puts back what the Councillor Lamb referred to, the government took away from a few years ago. Their assumption was, by the way, that we're all like the folks on the city council in the city of Toronto, okay? And if you go there, you'll know they all have offices, they all have staff, and they all get paid a full-time salary, and in $100,000 or something, more than that probably. And of the 444 municipalities in Ontario, how many are in that situation, and how many of them are like us, where you get a little, you get some remuneration, but you're on the hook for all your pretty much all your real expenses.
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor, there are other things too. For instance, I'm on the planning board. I'm the chair of the planning board. I run into Parry Sound all the time to sign checks and do other things, right? And I just do that. And I don't know what it costs to go to Parry Sound and back, but if I've done that 10 times, it starts to add up, right? I guess I could claim that on I don't know whether I can claim that on 2,200 or not, right? I mean, it's an appointment of council. I don't know. But anyway, there's other stuff that people are on boards. I know Councilor Bray is on the social services board, I think. I don't know whether those meetings are by Zoom or Well, our meetings are by Zoom, but I have to go in and, you know, as the chair and do a bunch of stuff in town, right? And sometimes I try to do it when we're going to town.
Yeah.
But if they call and say, we need these checks signed tomorrow, I go in person, whether I like it or not, right? So, thank you.
Through you, Mr.
Yeah.
Mayor.
Yeah, sorry, just Counselor Woods just had his hand up
Of course.
before, and I'll get to you, Counselor
Of course.
Nash.
I brought up the mileage thing. That's fine if we can do it as a write-off, but I wasn't suggesting in the least that when I come to a council meeting that I should get paid
Yeah.
mileage to get here. That's not but we know how much travel we do outside of meetings just to do our research and go physically look at things, right? That's all of it. But if you're saying that we can write all that up, that's fine. We can leave it like that. I just wanted to mention
Yeah.
mileage is an ever increasing thing for all of us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Nash.
Yep, thank you. So just finishing off, and then I'll go on to a couple other items on here. Finishing off on the mileage. I think under expenses, item 8 and 9, under expenses, you know, we speak there about if you're gonna go to a conference and there might be related mileage. I really think for the essence of this policy, that item number 9 is really almost like 8B, if you think of it like that. That, you know, if you're going to a conference, you'll be directly reimbursed mileage from the municipality. You don't need to wait until the end of the year when you decide to file taxes. And that would be on a mileage form that would need to be completed, just like if you're staying in a hotel. I think what we're all speaking about is driving to see a ratepayer, driving to Perry Sound for a planning board meeting, whatever else it might be, which I think is totally separate to the mileage reimbursement. I don't think one person on council right now is suggesting that if I drove up to Wawashkesh Lake right now, that I should get paid $15 in a check from the municipality, or if I go visit a ratepayer, I should get a check for $10. I think all we're saying is that we should be allowed to declare those as legitimate expenses on our taxes. So there is no cost implication to the municipality. It won't cost the municipality anything, but it will allow the members to write certain things off as an expense of them doing their job. Now, in regards to the rest of this draft policy, I do appreciate staff bringing it back, even though it was a little late. I know everybody gets busy, so I appreciate that it's coming back to us now, which is great. But I do think there are a number of other items that should be put in here. I went back and I looked at some of the other council remuneration policies or bylaws from other municipalities. And I think, as we all know, we get as council members, it's what all councils have gotten. We haven't given it to ourselves in this new term of council, but there's accidental death and dismemberment insurance. There's out of province insurance. And then outside of that, we did do something at the beginning of the term on health spending account, but that's not spoken to in here. So I think this policy really needs to be updated a little bit more to outline, you know, there won't be any new council obligations or municipal obligations for items that were passed in the past. But I do think this policy should outline the accidental death and dismemberment insurance that we have, the out of province insurance, the $20,000 critical illness insurance, the health spending account insurance, and really outline that all those things are there. And then when it comes to us running, you know, running a meeting out of our home or speaking to constituents out of our home on our cell phone, I think one of the other members of council said it might be 90% of the business is done like that. I would probably concur with that, that by far the majority of, I think, every member of council's time is spent not in the community center at a council meeting, but attending events, speaking to residents, attending sites, looking at sites, attending other meetings. And in order to do that, we need, sorry about that. We need a cell phone. We have to have a computer. We need internet connection. We might need to do photocopying, printing. We may need to buy binders. Right now, I don't think any of those things are reimbursed with the exception of a health spending account, which of course you'd end up claiming on your T2200. But I do think in here it has to make note that the municipality understands that in order for us to carry out our councillor or mayor duties, that we do pay for expenses like a phone, computers, stationery, all those types of things. And that's not really spoken to too much in here. And those are the types of things that, again, it won't cost the municipality money, but we can have a form signed by the treasurer, which is this T2200, which just acknowledges that the municipality is aware that we have these items that they do not pay us back for, but in order to do our job, we're required to pay for some of our own expenses. So I
You
do
have a
think-
yellow card. Well, it's now a red card.
All right,
Councillor
well,
Nash.
anyways, that's what I was gonna say. So hopefully I've summarized what I was gonna say, and we can get it, come back with that information.
Okay, thank you. Can we call the question on this one? Oh, sorry, Councillor Woods,
I have one more, Mr. Mayor.
go ahead.
And this comment here is based more on what happened last term of council. So when we all sign up for council, we know we're gonna have committee assignments, all of us, and we commit to them, right? Which is fine. And we know we have regularly scheduled meetings, which is fine. Other than extraordinary meetings, I think we need to start a base rate of pay for extra meetings for councilors. Reason being is time is worth money. And if you got to take time out of your day or off of work for a council meeting, I'm not saying you get paid the same rate of pay that you would with your job, but you should get paid something for it. And if it's an outside of extraordinary circumstances meeting, so if we have to call a special meeting for whatever reason, or someone lobbies council and they call a special meeting, if it's 4 hours or less, we should get paid a rate. If it's 4 hours or more, we should get paid a rate. And the paperwork should reflect why the meeting was called and what the reason was. That way the taxpayer knows why they're paying extra. And plenty of municipalities do it.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
Well, yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know how we're going to deal with this. Are we going to do like a little straw poll on what we've discussed here, what staff end up doing, just going back and saying, well, everybody said that, we're going to put it all in, or what? I think we need to do a bit of a straw poll on some of the items that are brought up, so that staff has some direction in terms of bringing this thing back, right? Is that fair?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Comrie, I think there's been a lot of discussion and there's more than one suggestion. Some agree and some appear not to. I would suggest we simply defer this motion. We're certainly not going to have a public meeting in August. It sounds like there's more work to do, perhaps to make this more comprehensive, and some other questions that need to be answered. And I think we need to pull our thoughts together on this so that we capture everyone's thoughts and come back in August. And I wouldn't suggest we do a straw poll. I think there's too many things to do a straw poll on at this point. I would say leave it with staff. We've got the auto recording and I've made some notes. We'll come back in August. And that means that I don't think it changes anything because the T2200 cannot be released for signed off for 2023. It would just be 2024. So there's still time to get this policy looking a little bit different if that's what council wants. So my recommendation is to defer and let staff come back to council, and some decisions can be made in August.
I can make that motion to defer, Mr. Mayor, if you'd like.
Well, I'm going to ask, are the mover and seconder willing to defer? It's Councillor Bray moved and Councillor Nash seconded.
Yes, I'm willing to defer.
Yeah,
Sounds
and
like you are too, Councillor Nash.
I'm perfectly fine with that. I just ask one real quick question with that, but I'm just doing some research here. I'm typing as we're all talking here. And I think if I got what Councillor Woods was saying, if there's some extra meetings called that are over and above what we have, and what I'm seeing here is it looks like there is, I think Councillor Woods said it, there's a lot of municipalities just Googling and it comes up time after time after time online here. And it looks like it's about $80 to $100 for a 4-hour meeting and about $150 to $200 for a full day. That's what it looks like here. And I never even knew it, but it looks like there's a lot of municipalities that have done it in the past. Yeah, so that's just the information for everybody, that there is a lot out there for it. So thanks for bringing that up, Councillor Woods.
Okay, so can we call the question on the motion to defer? Are you doing a recorded vote again?
Yes, please. And that'd be deferred till August, is it, Mr. Mayor?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Is it deferred till August? And the answer is yes.
Yes.
Okay,
The question was, is
Oh,
it deferred to
all right.
August? And I confirm that
yeah, all right.
something will come back to council
Okay,
in
yeah,
August.
sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Great.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes,
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
That motion is deferred to the August 20 council meeting.
Okay, so next is 9.3, which is an update to the tax collection policy. Did I get a mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives report FIN 2024-09, which is the update to the tax collection policy for information purposes, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone is hereby approve the amended tax collection policy. Moved by Councillor Woods,
I'll
seconded
second
by
that, Councillor Nash.
Councillor Lamb. Before we start the discussion, is there treasurer, Mr. Treasurer, are you going to introduce this or?
Through you, Mayor. This tax collection policy, we review every 4 years, and this is a couple of changes we made on the revised one. And in the section 7 and in section 8 on the tax policy. Thank you.
Did you have a comment?
No, thank you, Mayor Conway. Perhaps you could just say what those changes were so people can follow through on the report.
Through you, Mayor. On the section 7, we have one more method of payment by e-transfer. The customer, the ratepayer can pay bills by e-transfer. And the section 8, the changes are like council used to get a report. There was a 3 times, but normally we used to give a report to 1 time. The changes is, there's 2 changes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Open for discussion.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if anybody else has their hands up.
No, you go ahead.
All right, perfect. A couple questions on this. I always have a couple questions. I got to get myself away from saying that. But Manish, thank you for your report and staff. And I guess my question, the first one is, when we have, the update looks to be on page 5 of 6 of the report, item D, where it says interact e-transferred email to treasurer@whitestone.ca. And I guess I personally have a concern with it, but I guess I'm wondering why we're going to an e-transfer system. If we do right now payments that can be made by a mortgage, your mortgage company or your financial institution, at most Canadian financial institutions, mail by check, online banking, why would want interact e-transfer? To me, if I was to email the municipality of Whitestone right now and email $100 to my taxes, what's to say it's going to go to the right account, or who knows who it's coming from? I think there's a lot of errors that could happen, and I don't think that would be based on municipal staff. I think there's a lot of errors that can just happen if an e-transfer isn't seen, if somebody doesn't write the exact account number on it. Whereas when you're registering all your bills, stuff's already there to show who it's from or what it's for. But more in particular, when I'm speaking of that, I think we have to be cognizant, and I think in this overall report, we also need information on how long it should take to deposit checks that are received. I've gotten a few phone calls over the last several years about people saying that they mailed checks and it had been weeks and weeks and weeks before they were deposited at the municipal office. And I did a test, and I, back in March, submitted my taxes by Express Post, I'll call it, Canada Post, with a tracking number. And for one of the tax bills, it took 9 business days from the date that Canada Post delivered it and it was signed for at the municipal office or delivered to when it was deposited. And on a second occasion in March for another tax account, it took 12 business days from being delivered on March 27th to being deposited April 11th. And that's in line with things I've gotten from residents saying it's taking weeks. So why is it nowhere in this does it talk about how quickly we'll deposit checks? And if we can't even get checks that are mailed, deposited within 2 weeks, isn't an e-transfer just going to be a method of maybe not keeping track properly? So I guess I'd like to see this policy updated to talk about how quickly tax checks will be deposited. And I think everybody on council, I would assume, would say it shouldn't be taking 9 business days and 11 business days or 12 for checks to be deposited in our bank account. And it shouldn't be taking weeks from other complaints that I've had. So I'm not in favor of the e-transfer, but I would like to see a section in here that details how quickly checks are to be deposited. I don't know if anybody else has had similar situations to that. And the last one, I'm sure I might be getting a yellow card on the outstanding taxes under item number 8, where it says review of all past due accounts will be done on a quarterly basis. An updated Aries report to council will be generated 1 time per year. I think we should get it on a quarterly basis. I never knew until I read some of these policies that we should have been getting it 3 times a year. When we've only been getting it once a year, you assume we've been doing what were we supposed to have. So I'd like to see it read every quarter so that we as municipal councilors are aware of what accounts are outstanding, and certainly that wouldn't take too long for something to be generated by staff on a quarterly basis to us. So those are my thoughts. I don't know what others might have to say on it, but those are my two main concerns. Thank you.
Councilor Bray.
Yeah, I actually am in favor of the e-transfer. I think that's a form of paying bills that people, especially young people, are more in tune with. And I think it's obviously, I know I do a lot of e-transfers, and I always get an email and a text back saying it was deposited or whatever. So I have a record myself of that, let alone I'm sure if it's someone sending it to me, I also get notification that it has come. So I'm presumed that the e-transfer, and this is for our treasurer at whitestone.ca, is it automatically deposited to the account?
Through you, Mayor. Yes, this is automatically deposit to our tax account. And most of the time when they send a message, they will put a line applicable for this particular roll number, and which is a subject matter. So we applied for that particular tax account.
Yeah, that's what I presume, that
Thank
they
you.
would put their roll number and their name, and that information would be available for you to be able to make sure it goes to the right account.
That's correct.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I think e-transfer, if we can do that and allow other people to have another form of of payment. This one, there's no charge for. I'm not sure about the direct deposit, or not the direct deposit, but when you pay bills online. I don't think there's a fee for that, but some people may have a fee for that. So I think it just provides one more way of us being able to collect our money. And I think I'm all right with the once a year. I think adding 3 times a year just makes more work for staff. And I think that it's, I'm okay with these changes. Thanks.
If I might, Mr. Mayor, I'm just in response to
Sir.
Manish, what happens if somebody doesn't put on the e-transfer their roll number? Because you
If
can't
they didn't
email
put,
that.
we have to reach out and the fund will be in a hold. Like if somebody send a check without any information, we couldn't deposit a particular account. It's the same way for this particular amount too. It will be hold as an unapplied cash on our,
And,
I never had an incident like that so far. Thank you.
and then, okay, thanks. And then what would happen if somebody says, oh, I did pay? Here's my e-transfer that says I paid 3 months ago. And they just never put an account, so it's just sitting there in dormancy, but they say they've paid and they have a receipt to say they paid. Just
When
with
the
no
person,
account number on it.
through you, Mayor, when the person send a proof of the payment and is requesting to apply to particular tax account after 3 months, then we will apply to that particular cash to that particular account. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Lamb.
Yeah, I guess we're talking about 2 items. When it comes to the report, once a year, I think it should be, I think Councillor Nash is saying every quarter. I think it should be twice a year. And the reasoning is that 50% of the interim bill is paid in March and then another 50% of the interim is May. So I can see us getting a report like the end of June saying here's the first half of the year. And then the other 2 are paid in August and October. So I can see at the end of the year us getting a report. So I think it should be twice a year. I think every quarter, first of all, the end of March is not even due. For the first quarter, it's going to be nothing, right? So I support 2 times a year. I think that's reasonable. When it comes to staff and saying they'll be deposited in 9 days or 8 days or 10 days, I think we're kind of overreaching and hate to say micromanaging, but that's kind of sort of what it is. So we go back and say, well, someone took 10 days for that one. I guess we didn't follow our policy and that sort of stuff. I think I think staff should note exactly what Councillor Nash said about 9 and 12 days. After we got it, that the checks are actually or whatever are deposited. So I think staff should note that and ensure they're on top of that, or write up an internal sort of guideline to say, what are we doing? We should be depositing checks, within 3 days of receiving them, or whatever staff comes up with. But I don't think we should necessarily dictate that as a council. But I'm cognizant of the fact of what Councillor Nash is saying, but let staff figure it out.
Through
I
you,
think
Mayor.
those are the 2 items
Yeah.
that were brought up. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a question for Manish, if you don't mind. And that is, how often would you typically do a deposit? And I'm going to also say that because of where I personally live, and because I don't collect taxes or have any involvement with collecting monies at the front counter, I take the deposit and I put it in the bank in Parry Sound because it happens to be on my way home, and we've just established that. And it works because I'm arm's length with any of the deposits made. And I know that at least once a week I'm asked to make a deposit, sometimes more often, especially if we have thrift shop money. So, but I frankly, I don't keep track of it. So you get checks that are come in every day. Do you do a deposit once a week, Manish? Is that how you manage that?
The reason we are, through you, Mayor, the reason we are depositing once in a week, the bank is located in Parry Sound, and all the checks we process in our system. If the customer call, it says it's been processed, but we have to put in a deposit back, and I'm going to give into the Michelle, and she is going to go to the bank, and it will be dropped in a drop box. Then bank will process that. It will take time from the bank, and so that is the time, because from Monday to Friday, if I'm depositing on the end of the week on Thursday, that will be gone to the bank on Thursday, and they will be picking up on Monday, and they're depositing on the fund on Tuesday. That is the time layover from the bank too, and from our deposit side too. That is the reason it was delaying. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, one other question about the deposits. And by the way, I do concur with Councillor Lamb. I think twice a month would be great. And yeah, if there's some internal.
Twice a year, not a
Or
month.
twice a year. Sorry, Councillor Lamb, twice a year. I do concur with that. When it comes to the deposits, do we not have a check reading machine at the municipality like lots of private companies and many other municipalities would have, that you receive a check, you scan it right at the office and it's done with, and then every so often you send in the checks just for verification? I know that's what many businesses do. So when I saw the 9 and 12 days, I was very surprised. And I know my bank is the same bank the municipality uses, which would be the same day if something's deposited. But do we not use a check scanning machine at the municipal office, or can we not get one that when we get a check, it could be deposited the same day right at the municipal office? Those services are available, if I'm correct. Would they not be, Manish?
Through you, Mayor, as of now, we are not using that machine for our municipality, but I'll look into that. Thank you.
Yeah. Is there any reason why we're not using it? That would save trips to Perry Sound, which is an outreach direction as well.
Yeah, as I said, I'll look into this, and I'll update you, council, on this one on upcoming meetings.
Okay, thank you. Are we ready to pass this motion, approve this amended policy?
Well, are we gonna make changes to it, or? Like the one was twice a year, I think, which I think makes sense.
Oh, okay, that's right. Yeah, we were gonna.
So we'll need an amending motion such that the once per year be changed to 2 times per year.
Yeah,
Right, so we can amend the original motion and then
you want to say June and December, or whatever, it's fine.
I'd like to ask Manish, because there's notices sent up. What are the 2 times of year that would be most beneficial to council in terms of understanding when there's and rears carry through from year to year on some property. So I'm not sure that has to be embedded in the report, but just so the council understands what those 2 times per year would look like.
I recommend the council do in month of June and in the month of after the last tax bill. That will be much, council have a more clear what is spending. That way it will be much clear for like in the month of June and first week of November, the second area notice update.
June and December, is that what it is, or July and January?
July and November first week, July first week and November first week.
So why don't, I think for the purposes of the policy, I think if we say twice per year, and then we can establish, because by the time you run that arrears report, and we have to fit that into our council completion agenda, you may get, we want to make sure you get it in a timely fashion, but it may not necessarily align with the time we need to have information into our agenda for a package. And, you know, and a good example is you get your Q2 report, which is to the end of June for a number of departments. You don't get that until August, and that's simply because we need agenda items within a couple of days of the end of June, and typically those reports aren't written by then. So what I'm saying is that if you let me work with the treasurer, we'll make sure that those twice per year reports get to you in as timely a fashion as possible, and we'll do an amending resolution to make that happen.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, just before the amending resolution, I just read something on page 76. And I think this is an update that's happening now, but I wasn't aware of it. Very first sentence on page 76 in brackets says, being a bylaw to impose late payment charges for non-payment of taxes or any installment by the due date. What do we mean by or any installment by the due date? I'd suggest under the amendment that we take that out. And if this is to do with taxes, that, yeah, we're gonna charge taxes on taxes, but not on any or any installment by the due date. Can we get clarification on what's meant by that?
Well, look,
I know.
I can clarify it. Most people pay their taxes in 4 increments on the dates that are mentioned in the policy when they're due. If any payment is late, if the municipality receives it late, then that ratepayer is going to be charged a interest on the late payment. You can't sort of wait till the end of the year and just pay your whole year's worth of taxes and get credit for it all with no late fees. That's what this is about.
Yeah, makes total sense. Then on that amendment, could we have it just read, being a bylaw to impose late payment charges for non-payment of taxes or any, and add the word tax installment by the due date? Just add the word tax instead of or any installment. So just add the word tax before installment. So everybody knows we're talking about tax installments.
But what other kinds of installments would there be?
Could be planning fees. There could be many other things. There could be road deposit installment fee. There could be many things.
Well, if we're talking
So
about.
add the word
taxes,
tax,
just
it makes it
add
very
the
simple.
word in, Right, like,
Okay,
if, is that what it's meant to be, is taxes? If it is, just add it in, right?
now, this is a tax bylaw, so it's only
Yeah, well,
covers taxes.
Just put any tax, that's a minor change, and let's just do it,
All
right?
right.
Um,
Thank
I
you,
have-
Councillor
I have
Lamb.
another
Okay,
question, not to be, are you, Councillor Nash? Did you have something else?
No, I was just thanking you for your input there. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, so again, I want to make sure, when you get to tax sales, it's in here somewhere, I think, but anyone should be paying, as you say, late installment or late interest on late payments, right? So if someone goes along and they don't pay their taxes for whatever it is, 2 years or whenever, when is it that we kick in, that we start a tax sale? After 2 years, is it?
Yeah, the tax sale proceedings start as a registration of the property after 2 years.
Okay.
Then customer and the ratepayer have still 1 year to pay that, resolve that matter.
So do we end up cutting deals at, because some people, manage their money different than other people, right? They wait till the last day or week or whatever, and they end up, sort of paying it. But do we negotiate and say, well, you can't afford it, or you're in tough luck or whatever, so we're not gonna charge you the interest for that, just pay us the install. Do we make that kind of negotiation with taxpayers, or because I don't think we should, right? Because that's money out of our pockets, right? And, do we make those sort of
Sorry, I
accommodations?
couldn't get your question.
Well, do we accommodate, if I'm 2 years late on paying my taxes and it has a $500 interest charge, and maybe 10,000 on taxes, do we ever say, well, just pay us the 10,000, we'll forgive the 500 interest, or do we not?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, we don't waive the interest rate on that
Okay,
basis.
well,
Yeah.
then that
No.
answers my question. And we're sure we never do that. I thought there was a different answer years ago to that, but I may be wrong.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, what, further to what our treasurer said, what we do, people are given notice that they're in arrears. And people come to us, some people are in arrears $5. that doesn't worry us.
Yeah.
They've written the check incorrectly and,
Yeah.
and they'll get caught up in the next round. But if they are in arrears and they come to us and tell us their story, they've had some financial difficulties. My understanding from our previous treasurers was that we will make a payment schedule for them before we put them into tax registration. And we'll say, okay, we're going to give you 6 months to catch up on a monthly basis. This is what your payment is going to be. And we give them an opportunity to help themselves and to help us, because really we just want the tax. We want them to pay their taxes. If they don't meet those tax payments, then we automatically think about,
But those tax payments, those tax.
Include the,
payments include the interest. Okay.
it includes the interest, but before putting them into tax registration, we give them an opportunity to make things right on their tax bill.
Okay. That answers my question. Thank you.
And sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm kind of reading this one. It printed wrong, I think, when I printed it at home. I do have one other question, and hopefully Manish, you can answer this. Page 75. Right above item number 8. So it's page 5 of 6 of your report, right where it says 8, outstanding tax, general procedures. Right above that, it says third-party checks will not be accepted. Is there any reason why we're saying a third-party check won't be accepted for taxes? If I wanted to, for the goodness of my heart, pay Mr. Comrie's taxes, why would I not be allowed to? Why does it say third-party checks will not be accepted?
Why wouldn't you pay my taxes?
Or I could pay Counselor Lamb's as well.
Thank you.
But I don't think that should be there, because I don't think it should matter where the check comes from. I think it should just matter that the account's being paid for. If not, that would be, you know, maybe, anyways, I'm surprised when I read that. Can that be removed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the way I interpreted third-party checks is, say your neighbor owes you $500. He writes a check to you.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
And then you sign that check and give it to the municipality and say, please apply that to my taxes. It's when a check is not directly written to the municipality. That's what we
That's-
interpret as a third-party check. Not that you were
Ah,
happy to pay Mayor Comrie's taxes. I'm sure he'd
Basically,
appreciate
I
that.
can't, what you're saying, Michelle, is he can't endorse a check over to you guys.
That's correct.
what it
That's
means,
what the
yeah.
third-party check
Ah,
refers to.
okay, makes total sense. Yep, thank you. Thanks for that.
Okay, Counselor Woods.
Very, very quick one. So if you, when you pay your mortgage payment every month, your tax payment goes on.
Yeah.
Is there any case or instance where the municipality is not getting the quarterly payment on time and the person would be charged interest? Even though it's all done through the bank? Just tell me it's due quarterly. I'm assuming that the bank, financial institution wouldn't send a payment to the municipality monthly. If they were late giving you guys the money, would I get charged extra? Because I pay all mine are through my mortgage company. And I have had a receipt before, it was a few years ago, where they said I owe extra taxes, and that's not possible. It gets paid every month through the bank.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, when we get any tax payment from the mortgage company, we just take that particular vendor as a payment from mortgage company. So it will be installment date, they will pay and they will send an documentation. So that's the reason that particular account will be not charged interest unless it has been some error from, you know, that's sometime what happened, the vendor is paying, a taxpayer is paying, and the mortgage is taking over. There'll be a layover time between 1 or 2 months. That may be the time that interest may be charged. Once the mortgage company confirm that we are paying this rate payer, then we make a tick mark on our system that doesn't charge interest on that particular account. Put that by time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Hey, can we vote?
All right, so I'm just trying to see what
We're voting on 2 times a year versus 1.
yeah, we have an amended motion, but the only amendments the only thing that is different from what is printed in front of you is the in section 8, the first paragraph, instead of one time per year, it's twice per year for the arrears report. And other than that, the word tax is inserted at the top of page 76 of 148 there, tax installment. In the blue part where it says being a bylaw to impose late payment charges for the non-payment of taxes or any tax installment by the due date. Are the mover and seconder prepared to accept those? The mover was Councillor Woods, seconder Councillor Lamb. Are you? Can we just
I'm okay
assume
with
that
that,
those
Mr.
are?
Mayor.
So proves the amend, so that is the amended tax collection policy we're approving? Okay, all those in favor, I guess we're gonna have a recorded vote again.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes,
That motion as amended is carried.
okay, thank you. Is this break time? All right. We're going to declare a recess for lunch. It'll be approximately half an hour, and we'll pause the recording.
Mr. Mayor, we can't hear you if you can hear me.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nash. Mayor's just connecting his microphone.
Okay, hopefully that's better. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, can hear you great, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. So welcome back, everyone. We've just returned from our lunch, and recording is back on. So we're going to resume the agenda at item 9.4, which is a report to council in regard to a road naming policy. So to get that on the floor, could I get a mover and seconder, please, that the council of the municipality of Whitestown hereby receives report admin 2024-08, the road naming policy, for information, and that the municipality of Whitestone road naming policy be adopted substantially in the form as presented at the July 16th, 2024 council meeting. Mover and seconder. For that, Councillor Woods moves, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Thank you. And if we pass this, eventually there will be a bylaw coming up when we get to the bylaw section. So is there any introduction of this that you want to make? Paula is going to introduce it. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. The municipality of Whitestone has followed a basic protocol for road naming for the past few years. The basic protocol is undated and it sets out the procedures. Currently, the municipality maintains a list of all roads, road names, and updates this list from time to time as new roads are added to the inventory. This list was developed and complied as a reference for reviewing new road names and is linked to bylaw number 37-2024, which is in item 10.2. And that bylaw will be presented later in the meeting. The policy has been developed and is attached to my report as attachment B. So the policy is just sets out guidelines for naming the roads. And it provides the process for the public to provide input into proposing name or renaming of public roads in the municipality. It also helps for municipal addressing and emergency response for our fire services and other services. So the policy also includes a procedure for road naming. And it sets out the guidelines and notification to the public in accordance with the current municipal notice bylaw. Any questions?
Questions or comments from council? Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, I just had a couple, excuse me for a second. Let me get out of here. Sorry about that. Yeah, just, I guess, under renaming, number 2, it says unanimous support of such a change. I don't know whether that's necessary. If you had a long road that with 20 people on it, 19 of them said, I'm for naming the road Comrie Road, and the one, for whatever reason, said no. I don't know if that's truly democracy, right? So I'd like to see that, maybe 90% instead of 100%, right? It just sort of, so, well, one person can stop everything. I just don't think that's.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Council Lamb, are
Yeah.
you looking at attachment A?
I'm looking
Pitch.
at attachment A, yeah, sorry, number 2,
so
renaming.
Attachment A was our basic protocol that we were following for the last few years.
Yeah.
So that is not included in the current policy in
Oh, good.
attachment B.
What's it say in the current policy?
It does not say that.
It does not say, does it say any, it doesn't say unanimous anymore.
No,
Oh, good. What does it say? Like, is it 50% or 60% or
no percentages.
how do we determine if we're gonna let people know? How are we gonna determine, like, if one person sends a letter in, we're gonna do it anyway, or we won't do it, or? I don't know, maybe I didn't look at the guidelines enough, I don't know.
There's it appears to me that the whole business of asking the neighbors for their opinion is gone. Is that correct?
Yes, you are correct.
Oh. Oh, but there are ramifications to the neighbors, right? I mean, you live there permanently, you gotta change every single thing you get, including mail or anything, right? You gotta let all the people know. They send a letter that your new address is Maple Avenue versus Comrie Road. And so there are, like, I think there should be some notification, I think, to neighbors or so I can put in to rename my road to Lamb Road instead of Fox Lair, and no neighbor gets told, and suddenly council decides now Lamb Way, and I go put a sign up. I don't think that's the way it should be. I think there should be some consideration of sending something out to people to say there's a motion in to rename the road, and some percentage, majority, 2/3, 90, whatever, right? That's just my thought, but others may think differently. The only other thing that I had when I read this, again, is in the attachment B, 4.2 and 4.1. Both times it says road names that exhibit the following elements will be given preference. And 4.2, road names that exhibit the following elements will not be considered. And I changed both the will not or to may. So for in other words, not 4.1 with road names that exhibit the following elements may be given preference. I just find that putting will in there is too definitive. You know, it fits in, says will, I just think there should be some discretion. Because I guess ultimately staff is making this decision, whether it's, you know, whatever. You know, I'm not disagreeing what's in the body of 4.1 or 4.2. I just want to change those two words. I think they should be changed. That's all the comments I had on it. Thank you.
I guess if I might just follow up on what I was saying a second ago, I was sort of looking like, where is the public input? Well, the public input is because there's a public meeting. But the bylaw does not speak to notifying people, you know, who might be neighbors of the affected property, let's say, as we would notifying them directly, as opposed to just saying there's going to be a public meeting. So if you have an objection, you can come to the public meeting and tell us what it is. But I'm wondering if there shouldn't be something in there that says, besides the public meeting, that there is notification to some
Yes.
people, because as much as we would like to think that, you know, everybody reads our notices on our website and our Facebook page, they don't. Not
Well,
everybody does.
The only other thing I would say, in my 17 or 18 years on council, we've never renamed a road that I know of. Any road we've got are new roads, right? Margaret's Way is
Yeah.
new road, or
Yeah.
Roundtree Crescent or whatever off of Beaver Dam is a new road, right? We never changed it from Canning Road to whatever road, right? So.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'm wondering if under notification, Ms. Macri, if there's an indication of giving public notice, and you give notice about certain departments, and Bell 911 and the staff and fire and rescue, that kind of thing, that we also insert notification to all current property owners in respect of the public meeting. And that way they can make their comment. They don't have to come to the public meeting, but they can certainly make their comments prior to.
That's
So
fine.
that notification is, the policy still stands, which is in 3, but the notification component includes all current property owners. And we experienced this recently where there was a request to rename a road. And I think Paula would have to remind me that a neighbor did indicate that there was a problem simply because the road was already numbered and named a certain way, and it would be a confusion. So we withdrew the folks requesting to name the road reconsidered.
Correct.
Yeah. So I think it's important, if you never use it, then that's fine. But if it's there and someone wants to rename a road for whatever reason, then there is a process, and the process is that everybody who owns property on that road gets notified of the proposed road name change, and then council can take that information at a public meeting for information and help with the decision.
That's okay by me.
Through
So-
you, Mr. Oh,
Are there other comments from,
I think Councillor Nash was trying to say something, but
I
yeah,
was going to
Councillor
thank
Nash,
you.
I see.
Thank you,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Mayor. At first, when I read it, I didn't have any real comments on it, and then when I'm reading attachment B again, and it says policy name, road naming policy. If we're talking about road naming and renaming, I might suggest that if it's going to be renaming, that the policy name be called road naming / renaming policy. And I guess under the scope, I know it lists, we're establishing policies to name or rename a road, just like the purpose in naming or renaming a road. And I think everything that's written here is great when it's a new road. I think we might have to do something totally different if we're gonna rename a road. And I might just suggest for the near future that this is a policy for road naming and not renaming. And we could just take out the reference in 1.2 to renaming and 2 to renaming. So this is a policy that'll be done for a new road that's gonna be done, and I totally agree that all existing owners of the road under 5 for notification should be notified if there's gonna be a name put to the road that they live on. And maybe we need a separate policy when it comes to renaming, because I don't think it should be just if I wanted to rename Bob's Crescent, well, I just submit something and there's a public meeting. I think you have to have very good rationale to rename a road that might have been in the municipality for years or decades or generations versus the naming of a road to start with. So I don't know what other councillors think of that, that maybe this is just again, a road naming policy for new roads, not a renaming policy for existing roads. I think that should follow totally different scrutiny.
Yeah, I guess, I guess I'm not sure how much of the, if there were two separate policies, how much of it would really be different, though. I mean, it's to
Well, I think a good
justify
example-
having a separate policy. Most of the provisions that are there would, I submit, would apply in either case.
Yeah, I think a perfect example would be in the road renaming that they're trying to do for Dundas Street in Toronto. It's much different than just saying we're gonna pick a name for a road, whereas we're gonna rename a road. Why are we doing it? What's the proposal? Why is it being done? What's the rationale for it? Instead of just, I want Bob's Crescent to be called Gravel Way. Right? Like, that's just my take on it. I don't know what other councillors think of it or staff.
Okay, fine. Other comments from councillors, but anybody else have any?
Well, ultimately, through you, Mr. Mayor, ultimately it comes back to council.
Yeah.
Council's going to decide on this, am I
Yeah.
not right? So if there's no rationale put to it, everyone on the street gets to come to a public meeting, or as CEO says, they get to put in an email or a letter or whatever. I tend to agree that I don't think you have a separate policy for renaming, which is going to, in essence, be sort of the same thing. Again, to me, it just complicates everything. This is a policy that applies to naming or renaming, and council can always say, there's not enough rationale here, so we're not going to rename the road. It's ultimately our decision. Or we might go back and say, well, we want more of a rationale from the person that wants to rename the road, or whatever direction council gives to it, right? So I don't know, I just think it creates, here's a policy for naming, here's a policy for renaming. I think, again, it's into the minutia. So that's just my feeling. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Comrie, I like the idea of naming the policy, road naming,
Yeah. That's
or
fine.
renaming policy. That's fair, and the procedure for naming a road or renaming a road, and tidying up the notification piece. So if
What about the may that I had suggested?
yeah, oh yes,
In 4.1 and
yeah,
4.2?
definitely at 4.1. In 4.2, there's some things that will not be considered, I would think, but we can put may in there.
Put may, you
Yeah.
have the discretion, right? You
Yes.
put will, and someone's going to say, you cannot do that because,
Right.
it's too complex. Who makes that, that kind of stuff.
Fair enough. So my suggestion is
The other item was the 5.3, the notification. You were gonna
Yes.
Put 12.
Yeah.
Is
Yes.
that right? So those are the,
to uncomplicate this, so we've captured everything. Could I suggest that we defer? We'll bring back a revised.
Yep.
There's nothing's time sensitive. In fact, I just a little story. I recall when I first started here 6 years ago, Mayor Armstrong at the time said, I think we should have a formal policy on road naming. And it really hadn't got to the top of the pile until now. So it's a housekeeping issue. So if we bring back something back in August that speaks to everyone's comments, I think that would be easier than to try to capture everything in an amendment. And if you simply defer until August, we'll bring something back that speaks to everyone's comments.
I just heard from Chris in heaven. He said, finally it comes.
Yeah. Okay, so are the mover and seconder, Counselor Woods, Counselor Lamb, are you okay with this being a motion to defer?
I am.
All right. So let's call the question then on the motion to defer.
Do we have a recorded vote, please, Mr. Mayor? And that's to defer until the August meeting, if I'm correct?
I would guess so. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see. CIO nodding. Yes. Okay. Go ahead.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
That motion is deferred to August 20.
Deferred. All right. Thank you. Okay, 9.5 is our accountability, transparency, and openness policy. Can I get a mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby receives for information report admin 2024-09, the accountability and transparency policy, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby approve the amended accountability and transparency policy.
I can move that, Counselor Nash.
Counselor Nash moves, seconded by Counselor Woods. Do you want to introduce this, Madam CIO? Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Comrie. This is another policy that's more housekeeping than anything urgent. And it caught my attention initially because of something that was in Schedule A that referred to when agendas for council meetings would be posted 3 calendar days before the meeting. Of course, our procedure bylaw changed that. So I got looking at the policy and noted a few things that I felt were just should be updated for the purposes of making this policy as true as possible. I do note in section 4, where I referenced annual reporting to council on tax arrears, and based on council's discussion with respect to the tax collection policy, that should say semi-annual reporting to council on tax arrears. And that's easily fixed. Other than that, it's simply taking a policy that's fairly current that council passed back in 2022 and just doing a little bit of wordsmithing to make it read a little bit better. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Comments and questions from
If I
council?
might, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I guess when it comes to this one is a little passionate to my heart, the transparency and no openness policy as a whole. And I'm glad to see that there's several members of the public on the phone call now. I don't think we had that this morning. So I know this morning, we spoke about I tried to have a couple items removed from the agenda, and it was outvoted by 2 members of council were in favor of having a couple items removed and the rest wanted them there. And I think this policy goes to show this transparency. And I'll read the definition. Transparency refers to the principle that the municipality decision-making processes and the information on which decisions are based should be readily accessible and understandable to the public to the extent permitted by law. Openness refers to the principle that the municipality actively encourages and fosters public participation in its decision-making processes and that those processes are clear to the public. And then lastly, the municipality has adopted policies to help ensure the participation by the public can be meaningful and effective through timely disclosure of information, including meetings, agendas, committees, and staff reports, and the background information by various means. And, you know, I go back to today, we have two items that I guess didn't get taken off the agenda because we're going to try to suspend the procedural bylaw when people of the public wouldn't know that that's what was going to be done. Therefore, they might not be on the call to hear the items today, one in closed and one in open, 11.3 and 15.2. But we're going to suspend the procedural bylaw, ram it down our throat. And meanwhile, you know, we had Councillor Bray saying earlier that when we had the Shore Dockers on the agenda last year, she wished there was more time given to the public, more time given for decisions to be made. And yet in this meeting, when we're talking about transparency, we're going to overrule our procedural bylaw to talk about something now when people aren't prepared for it, to hopefully get it passed by jamming it down our throats. And I don't see in any way, shape, or form how that's formed transparency and openness. And just under the scope on page 85 under 9.5, it says scope. This policy applies to all members of councils, committees and boards and employees of the municipality of Whitestone. But I think we need to remember that in our procedural bylaw, it notes that advisory committees and council ad hoc committees, including a task force and local boards, may choose to use the protocols noted herein or establish their own policies and protocols for conducting meetings. So I think under the scope, we need to define that its committees and boards may have separate policies than what's exactly written out here. If not, the boards are going to have to go off of Schedule A, which talks about agendas and meetings, whereas in our procedural bylaw, it says that boards may have different schedules. So I think that needs to be known, and I'm sure I might be getting the rap soon here. But when it talks about, or when I speak to openness and transparency, so often seems to be myself and another member of council that says, why are we having these items enclosed? Why is there another item enclosed? Shouldn't that be open to the public? And it seems like, and maybe it's just me, but it seems like we try to find reasons why to put an item into closed instead of trying to find a reason not to put an item into closed. We know there's ongoing ombudsman investigations with us. We know they're going to be coming back. I know others say we don't care what the ombudsman says. They don't do anything. They're just a waste of money, whatever people might say. However, we as council, we as a municipality need to find reasons why we need to put things out and open for transparency. And
You have a yellow card,
all
Councillor.
right, perfect. For why we need to put things out in the public for transparency instead of finding reasons to throw it into a closed meetings, to keep it all hidden so we can talk about it, whatever we want to talk about, and then nobody will know and we pass bylaws. So again, I'm going to say, based on this being here today and on what Councillor Bray had said earlier, things shouldn't be put forth today. If we're going to do a notice of reconsideration, it should be done at the next meeting when we can talk
Okay.
about it.
The red
And-
card is up, Councillor Nash. Thank you.
Okay.
Are there other comments about this particular policy? Okay, I don't hear any. Our CAO has explained what the changes are to the policy. It's one of these overriding policies that is required by the actually required by the Municipal Act. But anyway, that's, if there are no further comments, I think we should put the question make
I-
these
through you, Mr.
essentially
Mayor,
housekeeping changes to the
As the
policy.
mover, I did ask if we might be able to add a portion in, so I don't know if there could be some conversation to that. To amend it, to allow that, that was under the scope, just regarding the committees and task forces and referencing back to our procedural bylaw.
Through you, Mayor Comrie, we can, I don't disagree, we can revise the scope such that committees and boards may set their own policy, but those policies obviously have to be approved by council. They can recommend changes. They can recommend their own policies, but those policies have to be approved by council. Well, I think the exception is the library board. You know, I'd have to think about that. I know where you're going to, Councillor Nash. And then obviously the one item, which is instead of annual reporting to council on tax arrears, it would be semi-annual. And that aligns with the discussion we had earlier on the tax policy. So with those two suggestions, we can do one of two things. We can defer, bring it back to the August meeting with some changes, because the scope would have to, I'd have to give some thought to the scope. Or you could approve the policy substantially in the form, and I can make those changes, but there's no guarantee that my revision of the scope would be approved by council. So
No,
we
I
need
don't
to-
know-
I'm going to make
no
another
problem deferring it.
suggestion. I think the idea that what it says under the scope, it says this policy applies to these various groups. That whether they have their own procedure bylaw or a different one, the one whether they are under the municipality, that does not violate this policy. In spite of what you say, I mean, we could maybe the municipalities procedure bylaw needs some tweaking, right? It doesn't mean that this policy does not apply just because a committee is operating under slightly different rules of order or different procedures. Doesn't imply that this policy, it is a general principle that underlies the way we do things. And, you know, sometimes we will disagree perhaps about whether the policy is being satisfied in a particular case or not. But that doesn't mean that the policy doesn't apply just because somebody has separate rules of order. So I don't see any reason that we shouldn't just approve this as it is. These are not substantive changes, in my view, to the principles of accountability, transparency, and openness. And we did spend quite a lot of time on wording this when we did it the last time around in 2022 or whenever it was. Yeah, 2022. So, you know, I just don't think I don't think there's a compelling argument to defer this or for the people do wordsmithing, bring it back and have this discussion all over again. I'd like to see us just pass it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, or just response as the mover, what I'm really referring to is under Schedule A. I know the general principles all make sense on pages 1 through 5, I'd say. But when you turn to page 6, I don't know if you can turn to that, and it says Schedule A, accountability and transparency. Council meetings, agendas, and minutes are posted on the municipal website. Agendas for council meetings will be posted on the municipal website as per the timeline set out in the procedural bylaw. And agendas and minutes of advisory committees and boards are posted on the municipal website. The municipality website is a full list. Many of those things are not accurate based on the procedural bylaw if committees, boards, or task forces make up their own rules that are different than this. And we're saying this is what they have to follow. Schedule A. I'd say remove Schedule A and everything else is perfectly fine. But when we start going on about all the things they have to do, which is also noted in the procedural bylaw, we're calling a spade an apple on some instances because there may be different rules for committees.
No,
and task forces.
I'm sorry, but Schedule A is simply examples of practices that have been established. It doesn't prevent anybody, doesn't say anything about what anybody else does. It's just, these are some examples. If you think the examples in Schedule A are not true, that's one thing, but they don't, we're not making a statement there that every board and committee and so on of the municipality follows all these. And in some cases, we don't, some cases they have other enabling legislation,
Why do we?
the library board, the
then
cemetery
why do
board
we
and so
use
on.
them?
So,
Then, Mr. Mayor.
it's
why
not,
do-
these are just, they were put there simply as examples
But
just to demonstrate that the municipality does take these principles seriously and has done many things. And I don't
Anyways,
believe that the list is inaccurate.
with all due respect, the list is inaccurate. Agendas for council meetings may be posted on the web, like, some of those are different if some of the boards and committees are a task force, like the one that got stood down, but the parking task force, we didn't even have to post anything, so these things are inaccurate. If we're gonna use examples, we should use examples that are accurate and not examples that don't need to be done for some of these committees and task forces. That's all I'm asking. So I think if staff brings it back and just reorganize that very little, I don't think there's much debate on the substance of pages 1 to 5 from anybody. I think everybody really agrees with all that. It's when we're giving examples on accountability and transparency that might not be correct because it's different than what our procedural bylaw says. You can't use examples that may not be correct. Just goes to the whole accountability and transparency problem we have every day in this municipality, as far as I'm concerned.
The parking, the task force you're referring to was not a board or a committee. It was a separate thing, deliberately.
Okay, we're getting into.
Well,
Maybe a long
okay,
debate,
so
I
what,
suggest we do
yeah,
some-
I'm,
So could it be brought back? Could I do a motion to defer it until next meeting and staff just cleans it up a little bit? Would anybody else support that to make it simple? Don't think there's much to clean up, but I think it should come back.
well. I'm certainly not going to support it coming back again. I mean,
Do I have a seconder for my request or not? If not, I guess it'll die on the floor.
well, you're the mover. I guess if the mover and seconder want to test the motion to defer, we can do that. And if it doesn't, then I'll bring a motion to approve it. Or that,
I just wanted to ask a question, Mr. Mayor.
yeah,
Who made the suggestion to defer it for now? Was it the CAO that said we could defer it and put it to August 3rd? Or sorry, August, whatever the date is of the meeting, because I forget
Speak
the
into the
dates.
mic.
I remember someone saying the suggestion that we could defer it and bring it back at the next meeting. I was just asking, was it the clerk that said it? If that makes life easier.
that
sure,
what
I'll-
I'm
I'll
asking?
second
Yes,
it.
I
I'm
said it was
looking
an
at the
option,
CAO.
but if council's not agreeable to deferring and you simply want to make the one change which amends the annual tax arrears reporting to semi-annual, then the policy can be approved substantially in the form. That's simple enough. It's be recorded accordingly. I'm not sure I understand completely now. I thought I did what Councillor Nash was asking for, but he said quite a number of additional items that I'm not entirely convinced of what he wants. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not
Well,
sure what to say.
I guess my question to staff is if you want, if this is, we refer this back for you to work on, what are you going to change in it? Based on the conversation? What exactly are you going to change?
Well,
Because if we don't know that, otherwise what will happen is the next meeting, we'll be just going through this whole same discussion again. And
If
well,
if
I think,
might-
we'll have made no progress at all.
yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think what Councillor Nash is referring to mainly is the scope. And he wants some sort of statement in there to say that if, I guess, a board or a committee of council is in disagreement to any section in here, that they have to bring it to council and state the reason why, and council, I guess, could vote to say, fine, you don't have to follow that, right? Or if they want to write their own transparency policy, God bless them, and bring it back to council, I guess council again would make the decision. So there's some wording that needs to be added there. But again, my frustration with all this stuff, and I don't mind deferring this till next month, but then next month, we're going to read it again and say, oh, there's an and there or a but there, or I don't agree with, because we've reread it a second time or looked at it a second time. And this is some of the reason why, you know, our list of things that we get done aren't being done on council, because we're down in the weeds, you know, doing stuff. So again, on this one, I don't mind if we defer it for a month to put that statement, right? I don't even know about the examples and all that. I didn't follow that, quite frankly. But again, you know, we got to get things done here, right? Not keep repeating them and coming back and reading them a second and third and a fourth and a fifth time, right? And that's the frustration that I have. But anyway, having said that, I mean, I would support deferring it in order to put in the scope thing. And I think there was one other change. You said quarterly or no, semi-annually or something like that. And it can simply come back with those changes. But next month, we should just pass it, not spend a half hour discussing it a second time. If you have something else that you want changed, say it now, or forever hold your peace, as they say. Thank you.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I think Councillor Lamb summarized exactly what I was trying to say there for the most part. It's under the scope, just going back to the scope in our procedural bylaw. Under the purpose where we speak to task forces as ad hoc committees and advisory committees of council, and just make sure that's noted in there that they may have other policies, and under examples, don't use examples that might not be accurate when it comes to our new procedural bylaw. That's all. And then, of course, what it came by about the semi-annual. That's all it is. Just a simple thing to make sure it's easily read.
Okay, fine. So the mover and seconder are agreeable to deferring it. Will we call the question on deferring it then?
Yeah, could I get a recorded vote, please? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
No.
The request to defer is carried.
Okay. All right, 82, 83. So does that bring us to bylaws, or am I missing a page somewhere here?
10.1 is the next one, I think.
Oh, 10.1, okay. I see what happened. All right, so yes, we are to bylaws, and now we have an encroachment bylaw. So I will. I'm just getting the motion for that one up here. Suggested motion that bylaw number 36-2024, being a bylaw to regulate encroachments on public property and in the municipality of Whitestone, is hereby passed this 16th day of July 2024. It's public property in the municipality of Whitestone, right? There's no and in there. Is that a correct interpretation on my part? Okay, we're gonna get the word. Because that would sound like it might be private property, which I don't think we can regulate. All right, so a bylaw to regulate encroachments on public property in the municipality of Whitestone is hereby passed the 16th day of July, 2024. Who would move that? Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by,
I can second that, Councillor Nash.
all right, well, I'll take Councillor Nash, thank you. Okay. Do you wish to introduce this, Madam CIO?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This council had a look at this proposed encroachment bylaw at the last meeting. And if I recall, there was a request by Councillor Nash to actually pass the bylaw at the last meeting, which led me to believe that there was some general agreement that this was a good approach to take in terms of overall encroachments on public lands. That did not happen. I wanted to revisit the bylaw one more time just to be sure. And I have since added a couple of items into the encroachment bylaw, and I can point those out in section 3. 3E is what I added since council saw this bylaw last. And just as a reminder, when we were working on the June 6th and the December 12th resolutions that mostly related to Bolger Landing and some of the other issues on landings, our lawyer suggested that an encroachment bylaw is a better way to handle encroachments. That means people putting things on and leaving things on public lands that they shouldn't without permission. So we came up with an encroachment bylaw, and it allows council to, by regulation, policy, resolution of the municipality, or by an encroachment agreement, allow for encroachments on public property. So this is new to Whitestone. It's certainly not new to other municipalities, and it gives council the control that they're looking for in terms of whether it's shore road allowances or public access points. And I think it's a good starting point. As often happens with new bylaws, sometimes we find glitches later on, but those can always be resolved if they ever come up. But it's definitely a good starting point in terms of managing encroachments on public lands. So thank you, Mayor Comrie.
Okay. Thank you. Questions or comments, discussion? Councillor Lamb?
Yeah, so just, yeah, we were going to pass this last month. I got a feeling we'll probably get lots of discussion today, but anyway, what does E mean? I just, you know, my intent as we get on into 11, not to start to discuss 11 and shore dockers, but is to sort of put an end to all this shore docker issue today. But what does E mean? It says boat docking only, no rail system / shore dockers on municipal shore road allowance to the east of. Does that go against what I'm going to be trying to, with the approval of council, pass today?
Through you, Mayor Comrie, if I could explain, hopefully this will be helpful. So other than the folks that have shore dockers, and we'll just talk about Bolger Landing right now. There are people up in Bolger, what I'm told and what I've seen from pictures, that will bring their boat up on the shore where they can,
Yeah,
without a shore docker.
right.
And they'll leave it there for the summer. And in fact, what I understand is they tend to leave it there all winter because it's hard to get trailers in and out of Bolger, and where trailers used to park on the MECP regulated lands, they're no longer permitted. And of course, we now have trailer parking regulations that will also discourage trailers standalone trailers.
Harvey's Road too. They
Yes.
take the same thing.
Yeah. So what it means adjacent to Bolger Landing is that these boats that people pull up on shore, you know, for whatever reason, when excluding the shore dockers, which my understanding is you want to regulate through encroachment permits, that we're saying that that the boat docking is acceptable, because that would be considered an encroachment,
But it
frankly.
says right afterwards in brackets, no rail system / shore dockers. And it's under the title of encroachments prohibited. So my point is, if we pass this encroachment agreement with this in here, this is, it's not in conflict to what has been passed by council currently. But if we pass this now and get to 11.3, I'm sure there's some councilors going to go back and say, no, you just passed something that said no rail systems.
So what this
in other
does,
words, shouldn't we discuss this, after we discuss 11.3, or we're going to have to go back and change this?
so number 3 says notwithstanding, so you're right, the title says encroachments prohibited. And then it talks about in 2 below that. Then number 3 says notwithstanding 2 above, the provisions of this bylaw do not apply to the following encroachments.
So this bylaw does not apply to A, B, C, D, and E.
Right.
Doesn't apply to boat docking.
But then it says no rail system or shore docker.
Well, it could apply to a rail system or a shore docker, right? Which
It-
is,
Well, that's
So
really
we're
good.
saying right now, in this encroachment bylaw, a rail system or a shore docker is going to be considered an encroachment. But my understanding is notwithstanding that through regulation, policy, resolution of municipality or an encroachment agreement, then unauthorized encroachment means what's happening below, or if you have an encroachment agreement, which my understanding is what you want for shore dockers, then that will not be
Well,
prohibited.
maybe I'm being, hopefully I'm not getting a red card here, but because we're having a discussion, why don't we just take out no rail system or shore dockers? Like, to me, it's confusing. Now, if I read that as to say, you cannot have a shore docker, and then, half hour from now, when we get into it, you may be able to have a shore docker, and we have to go back and amend this. Why don't we just take it out?
Am I right if I might through you, Mr. Mayor? I think what it's saying here, and although I might not agree with the shore dockers on the next item, I think for this one, what it's saying is basically you won't need to get an encroachment permit for boat docking only, a temporary encroachment arising as a result of construction, mailboxes, private mailboxes, or signs. If it is, and that's why I think Councillor Lamb says boat docking only, no rail systems. Basically, if you then refer to 2, if you were going to, you'd need to apply for a encroachment agreement from what you're bringing up in 11.3 for a rail system or a shore docker. These are things you don't need to apply for an encroachment
Okay.
agreement on, if I'm correct.
Okay, if everyone's happy with that, that's fine. I've made my point, and if
Well-
my point is errant, then fine.
So if
There's
you
nothing
if
wrong
you-
with taking it out as far
Yeah.
as I'm concerned.
Well, if you
wanna
pass
take
the
it out-
encroachment, if you pass this encroachment bylaw, then automatically all the shore dockers that are existing now would be encroaching on public lands, would be considered encroachments.
And then they have to apply if this other thing passes for an encroachment agreement. Okay,
Right.
well, I'm okay.
But you can take it out and then they're not encroachment. But that
I
doesn't,
just find
I
it
don't know.
confusing. No one's going to look at this anyway after we pass it.
doesn't stop you from,
It's going to go into the archives, and
Yeah.
but someone at some point will read this and say, anyway, I don't care. If it's covered, if my point is covered, I'm fine, right?
And then if I might through you, Mr. Mayor, just if everybody else is done, just a couple questions in regards to this item that got
well,
brought
sorry,
back.
sorry, before we continue, are the words no rail system / shore docker, are they coming out or are they staying? I guess is my. I want to make sure that,
I prefer them out because I think it's misleading to people.
I think if I'm correct, if they were to come out of here saying no rail systems nor shore dockers, there'd be no need for ever applying for one. Everybody could just have them on any lake wherever they want, right? So if you want,
Okay, I'm in total agreement that there should be an encroachment agreement for a shore docker. And again,
Okay.
I know we're going to discuss that later. and there'll be disagreement to it. But I'm fine with it in there as long as my point is covered.
Yeah.
right?
I think it's okay, to be honest.
Okay, well then
We're
fine.
Okay,
Then
so we're.
Then I'll
all right.
withdraw my remark, but I
All right.
don't want a half hour from now, someone going back and saying, well, we just passed something that says no rails, we're in conflict, right? So as long as that argument isn't coming in a bit, then that's fine by me or by anyone else.
All right, so,
Could I say the rest of my comments now, Mr. Mayor?
yes, you may. Go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. I guess, Michelle, if you could answer this before I get into the other ones. I know at the beginning of the letter, and thank you for your summary, under analysis, you spoke about Jennifer Bigger and Russell Christie LLP in the bylaw, that they've addressed some things. Are any of them on the phone call if we have any questions for them now?
The short answer is no, they're not, and they
Okay.
cannot give us a legal opinion in a public meeting, right?
Okay, no problem. No, that's fine.
So
And then,
that's why they're not.
yeah, no, okay. And then the next question is, I'm not sure if it's for this item, but I think it kind of falls under here, unless it comes up later. Is the traffic bylaw coming up later in the agenda, or is this the item, Michelle?
The traffic bylaw is just a memo. That is,
I don't.
that's
think it's coming.
11.4.
Okay, sorry, so I won't bring my question up there now. That's why I thought it might have been somewhere else, so sorry about that. Thank you, Michelle. So I guess really the only comment I have on this draft bylaw for encroachments is just, I think I might have brought it up at the last meeting. I think I did, but if I didn't, I really had meant to. Is it possible that even if this gets passed today, that under definitions, and I think it's important, we talk about boulevard, we talk about building, we talk about easements, expenses, highways, but there's nothing in here. And I think it'll help, and it would help with the next item, or 11.4. It'll help in other things down the road and in the future. But there's no definition in here for what a road allowance is, or a shore road allowance, or for what a land use permit is. And I think in some cases where people may be down the road applying for a encroachment agreement, they may be applying on our shore road allowance, or applying somewhere that we have a land use permit, or applying on a road allowance, which has already been done in the past. So that would be my only thing, that if there's a way just to simply put in here what the definition of shore road allowance, land use permit is, and public landing. I don't know what others might think of that, but I think it would just help if that's defined in definitions here.
Well, public lands is defined, right? It's item N. And a land use permit is referenced in there, so that's really covered, I think.
Yeah,
Where's public lands defined? That's
Page
the-
96 of 148 in the
Under item
definition, the
N.
last one on the page.
Okay, let me look at, okay.
See, public lands. Municipality holds any real property interest. And then it says pursuant to a land use permit.
And
Crown-
shall include but not be limited to a public highway, road, street, avenue, park, lane, shore road allowance, unopened road allowance, square place. So those are public lands.
So this is, this bylaw is talking about encroaching on public lands, and all of those things are mentioned there. I'm not sure why, what else could you say about, what's the difference between a concession road allowance and a shore road allowance and anything else? They're all public lands, and the encroachment agreement applies to them. That's the.
it might sound dumb, but I'm a person of definition principles. And I don't want to belabor it here. Sorry for coughing there. the way I look at public lands, I'd say the crown land is public lands, right? I would say that if I walk off my property and onto the forest, and it's municipally owned, municipal lands are private lands, not public lands. Municipal lands, there is no definition here unless I'm missing something, what municipal lands are or what private lands are, where in actual fact, the shore road allowance is private lands of the municipality. The road allowance is private lands of the municipality.
Through
Right,
you,
it's
Mayor
not-
Comrie. So if we go back to N, in this bylaw, because you're right, public lands could mean all sorts of things, but for the purposes of this bylaw, public lands means lands owned by, lease, licensed to, or under the management of the municipality. And we know the municipality is the municipality of Whitestone. Municipal easements and shall include but not be limited to. So I know what you're saying, that we sometimes call crown lands public lands.
Yeah.
We all make that reference and interchange that. But in this case, for the purpose of someone actually interpreting this bylaw, public lands means what is in this definition.
Okay,
So
so
through you, Mr. Mayor, might I suggest that we pass this in the, what do you call it, in substantially in the form that it is, so we at least pass something today.
Yeah.
And I would suggest in N that you put the word municipal public lands in front of it, so people know it's not crown land. Municipal public land. And change it, change that word wherever it needs to in the bylaw, but we pass it now, and then I think that sort of clarifies what I think Counselor Nash is getting at.
it would through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think that when I read the whole definition, it's just a little vague to me, but yes, I think that would work, Counselor Lamb, something like that.
So
Just a
that's what I would
one-word
suggest
thing.
we do. Thank you.
Yeah,
All right. Are there any other comments on this before we? If not, are the mover and seconder, which are Counselor Lamb and Counselor Nash, are you agreeable to say is hereby passed the 16th day of July 16th day of July 2024? And you want to say substantially in the form?
Substantially as presented or whatever.
Substantially as presented, okay. I just want to, are you both are agreeable to that?
I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that.
All right, thank you. Is there any other comments? Okay, if not, let's call the question.
Could I have a recorded vote, please, Mr. Mayor?
You
Thank you.
may.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb.
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes,
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie,
Yes,
that motion is carried.
thank you. Okay, next up, we have item 10.2, which is the bylaw to name and rename all public and private roads within the municipality of Whitestone. Now, did we defer the policy on that?
Yep.
So we're not going to present this one, right? All right, so we'll just not.
Through you, Mr. Mayor,
Yeah,
item 10.2
yeah,
deals with naming and renaming of public and private roads. The next item, 10.3, is to adopt the road naming policy, which that road naming policy was deferred.
Yeah, my apologies for that. There's two separate there's two separate bylaws here. Item 10.3 was deferred. Item 10.2 is repealing an existing bylaw and creating a new bylaw. And perhaps Ms. Macri can talk us through that. Nothing to do with the policy to name and rename roads. It's just the list of roads that's updated.
Okay, so, all right, we need, I just trashed the order paper for 10.2, but anyway. All right, so yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. This is the one that's got all the names in it. I knew this was gonna happen. Do you have another 10.2? Well, that's curfew. Well, no. I'll just, okay, we'll just. All right, so I'm gonna read 10.2. Forget what I just said. I'm gonna read 10.2 and ask you to ask for a mover and seconder. That bylaw number 37-2024 being a bylaw to name and rename public and private roads within the municipality of Whitestone and to repeal bylaw numbers 34-2002, 21-2011, 30-2019, 39-2023, and 31-2024 is hereby passed the 16th day of July, 2024. Can I get a mover and seconder, please? Counselor Lamb moves,
I
seconded
can
by,
second that, Counselor Nash.
all right, Counselor Nash, thank you. All right, so we'll now do what I should have done before, which is turned it over to Paula. And she can explain to us
Through you,
what's
Mr.
going on
Mayor.
here.
The municipality has a bylaw in place for naming and renaming of all public and private roads within the municipality, which was passed by council in 2002. And since that time, there's been additional road naming requests. And with the bylaws that you mentioned, 34-2002, 21-2011, 30-2019, 39-2023, and 31-2024, will incorporate all 6 new road names into this new bylaw. There has been minor changes made to the recitals in the bylaw. I'm recommending for the updated bylaw to be passed by council today. Any questions?
Through you,
That's-
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Counselor Nash.
I'm just wondering, Paula, will you be reading out all the names? That was a joke, by the way. I have no comments.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, if I may.
Yeah.
The reason this has come before council is not, again, it's a housekeeping issue that's been on our minds for a bit of time, is when a bylaw gets amended numerous times, it's very easy for us to lose track of the amendments. And so this is it's a consolidated bylaw. Firstly, the bylaw was passed in 2002 and you should have been consolidated long before now. But instead of referring to the bylaw as amended, and it was amended numerous times, there's now what I call a consolidated bylaw. The next time there's a road naming, we'll probably amend it. You do that 2 or 3 times and then you consolidate again. So that's why this is before you. It's really just housekeeping. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Counselor Woods.
Thanks, through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is every road that we have in the municipality, the list? Because I know a couple that are missing.
Okay, I actually took the road namings from our bylaw from 2002.
Okay.
I've updated the 6, so if there's few roads missing, please let me know.
I'll send you an email.
Thank you.
No problem.
I happen to notice one that is, it's a mistake. There is a road listed here as Blue Jay Lane. That road was renamed Chambers Road. So I don't notice any other. Well, there might be, I don't know. I don't see anything else, but I just happen to hit that one, okay? Anyway, I'm sure if anyone does catch any others, it would be, I'm sure, our planning assistant would very much appreciate hearing from you. Trying to get the list as accurate as possible. Any other comments or questions on this one?
Well, my suggestion is we can't pass the bylaw if all the road names aren't correct. If there's road missing, did you know about Blue Jay Lane and Chambers? I noticed Chambers Road isn't on here, which is a good
Oh, I
point.
did not know about Blue Jay Lane, which was changed to Chambers Road.
So would you like some time to go back and make those
Yes, please.
corrections? We don't want to, we don't want to amend a bylaw that we just passed. So we want to pass a bylaw that's absolutely correct.
So do we need to defer this one then?
Yes. Counselor.
Councilor Bray?
Google Maps has Blue Jay Lane, then Chambers Lane, then Maxwell Road, all along the same line. Just so you know,
Yeah.
that's Google Maps.
Yeah. It has other mistakes. Other,
But there's three.
I have a Garmin map. You should see some of the stuff that's in those. Yeah, no, it's. I guess my concern is that it might take a few iterations, but I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, so procedurally, what are we doing here? Are we deferring this to another meeting?
We are. I'm just not sure you're going to be ready for August. That's my concern.
Well,
Can we
Especially
defer
since,
to September
you know,
meeting?
there's some
Michelle?
holiday vacation
Yeah.
time coming ahead.
it can go until December. It doesn't matter. There's nothing magic about it having to come back at a particular date.
Would you like to say September?
Or even a future council meeting?
I think we need to specify.
Oh, do we?
Um,
September is fine.
September is fine. Okay.
All right. Mover and seconder, that's Councillor Lamb and Councillor Nash. You agreeable to bringing it back? To defer it instead of passing it?
Yeah.
Okay, let's call the question then, please. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm gonna.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes,
Mayor Comrie.
Yes,
That motion has been deferred to September council meeting.
all right, so. That one's okay. Now, before I draw a big line through it, it's 10.3, which was the road naming policy. That's the one we're not going to put, correct? Yes?
Correct.
All right. Not presented. All right. So that will take us to was there a 10.4?
10.4, the bylaw for 10.4 is the tax collection policy.
Oh, okay,
That our
so it
treasurer
didn't,
spoke
so
to.
I don't have anything in the bylaws section for it, but it's, you put it in with the policy, did you?
Yes. Yes, the actual bylaw would have been in with the report. The draft bylaw would have been in with the report that was presented by
Okay,
our treasurer, Manish Kalal.
all right, so can we get a mover and seconder, please, that bylaw number 39-2024 being a bylaw to provide for the establishment of a tax collection policy and to repeal bylaw number 38-2019 is hereby passed the 16th day of July, 2024. Mover and seconder. Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by Councillor Ray. Thank you. Discussion.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this is being passed just with the one little update that we had. Am I correct on that?
Yes, it was how often we get the arrears report.
Perfect. That's what I thought. Thank you.
Okay. Can I call the question then? You want a recorded vote?
Sure.
Counselor Nash,
No.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
That motion is passed.
Okay, 10.5 was the bylaw to adopt the accountability, transparency, and openness policy, and that one also is coming back. Is that correct? So. That one will not be presented as well. We could, yes. So that brings us to the business matters section of our agenda. And I've been asked for a bio break.
Yeah. I have 2 minutes.
We can, yes. We'll pause for about 5 minutes.
Before we start,
Perfect.
Mr. Mayor, I
Thank
just
you.
had a quick question on that last one. We said 10.5, we deferred it, right? But did we say what meeting it was coming back at? I just want to write it down here.
I
don't
think it was
remember.
August. I
August, right?
think it was
Okay.
August.
Thank
yeah.
you. That's all.
Okay. We'll start video. Okay. Welcome back, those of you on the phone. We're resuming the session and our recording is back on, and we are at 11.1 on the agenda. This is an item regarding editing of documents by counselors that came up at a previous meeting. Here's the suggested motion. The Council of the Municipality of Whitestone confirms that when new policies or bylaws, or when existing policies or bylaws are being updated by staff and council input is being requested, staff will supply the draft revised or new document to council members if requested in an editable Microsoft Word format for the purpose of providing comment or input. Staff will then coordinate the collective comments into one document. So that is the proposed solution to the issue that Councillor Nash had raised. Would someone like to move that motion, please? Councillor Woods is moving, seconded by Councillor Bray. Okay, did you want to comment on it first, Madam CAO?
Thank you, Mayor Comrie. No, I don't think I do. I think it's a brief memo and hopefully it's explanatory. I was trying to find a balance between an item that's been discussed for a long time and the care and control that staff feel we have to protect some of our documents. So I'm hoping this will be a good starting point. And I think I give the example, well, for someone who didn't have anything to say, I give the example of the rental unit bylaw, which does need to come back to council, although we've only received comments from 2 members at this point. And I can appreciate that there may be some changes that other members of council want to make. I think what's important to note is that any track changes or comments we receive would all be consolidated into one document as opposed to supplying all these documents to council. So that's the intent, and I appreciate the question being asked, and hopefully this will help resolve the concern.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions or comments from staff?
If I might, through you, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Nash.
Go ahead. Sorry, I
Perfect.
didn't mean from
Thank you.
staff. I meant from council.
Yeah.
I apologize.
That's all right. I know we don't have too many things come back, but today we seem to have a lot of items coming back or being deferred. And I guess I was just wondering that last council meeting, we deferred the item, and I do appreciate the CAO's report on this and that there is a resolution. I guess my question is, if the item was deferred, why would the information that was deferred not be included in our package this time, being examples of documents that were frozen and the draft resolution that I'd prepared? Is there any reason why that stuff wouldn't have come back if it's been deferred?
Well, other than trying to make the package a manageable size, but
Well, okay, I
yeah,
guess.
it was, I mean, it was not like it was a long meeting ago. It was in a previous meeting. You have that material electronically, no?
Well, I do, but council or members of the public probably wouldn't have the draft motion that was proposed because we don't provide those, but we've spoken to the draft motion. So I don't think, again, I'm a big thing on transparency today, as you can tell. But anyways, my only comments to it are, I think it's a great start, as the CAO had said, in regards to providing an editable Microsoft Word format for some things. But I think it's some stuff that we have to remember, which I alluded to the last time. The sense that a Word document or Excel or whatever it might be that might be sent to a member of council in its native format isn't really a protected document. Once we get it, it's not protected. The original would be protected, of course, but examples of some items, which is why I'd written in my resolution, now therefore be it resolved, the council of the municipality of Whitestone hereby directs staff to provide the digital documents in their native format, such as Word, Excel, PDF, which can allow members of council to highlight, track changes, and create comments for council members' use and or to assist when providing comments or feedback to staff members. I understand this motion that was written by the CAO and not myself, even though I'd brought a motion to the table, which isn't here for some reason. Wasn't always only about updates. It's also for council use. And I'll use a perfect example. If I was working on a draft resolution, which I do sometimes and other members of council will do, when we aren't given it in Word, we have to keep typing everything out back and forth. There's a perfect example. If I'm working on a draft motion with the CAO or the deputy clerk, there's no reason why we can't get that draft motion in Word to work back and forth and constructively with each other. That's a perfect example. If we're working on something on a committee level and we're working on minutes for a committee or an agenda for a committee, and we can't get the Word document to assist staff and work together, is beyond my recollection, my reasoning as to why we can't get it. So although this is a start, I think it shouldn't just be when confirms there's a new policy or bylaw, when existing policies or bylaws are being updated by staff and council input is requested. It's when we're working with staff or staff is working with us that we need to be given the documents to do our job best. There should be no reason, I don't think any member of council would mind saying if Councillor Woods was working on a draft motion with the CAO that he should be able to have a Word document of it going back and forth to make sure what he wants is present in that document, or if he's working on an agenda package. And at the same time, I know we haven't spoken about Excel documents, but when we're provided dozens and dozens of pages of financial data, and we're asked to provide comments on a budget, although it might not need to be tracked changes, when we receive something that can be in an Excel format, we can go in and insert numbers instead of 10,000 for Bolger Landing, it's 20,000 for Bolger Landing, or instead of 5,000 for the rec committee, it's 50,000 for the rec committee. We can use that data to help us. So that's one of the, this is a good start, and I appreciate that it's there, but I do think there are other examples that we could add to this, such as draft resolutions, draft motions, draft agendas that we're working with staff on that should also be included in here. So I don't know if anybody else has any take on that. I appreciate the report that's come out and there is something there, but I would like to see something when we're working on draft motions back and forth with staff and draft agendas for, be it rec committee or whatever you might work on, that you're able to get a Word document to do that with. So I don't
Okay,
know if
thank you.
anybody
Your,
else-
your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yep, through you, Mayor Comrie. I don't disagree with draft motions. I work on draft motions with, I have with a number of members of council, and you're correct, because it can go back and forth and there can be a number of iterations. So I don't have an issue with that. The challenge with the Excel spreadsheets, especially with regard to budget, is that those sheets are complicated. There's a lot of embedded links in the Excel spreadsheet, and there's numerous workbooks, and it becomes complicated because it can't be tracked. So the whole idea of council having documents is so that you could track your changes, so that staff could understand what changes you would like to see made or suggestions you're making. I think the Excel spreadsheet with regard to the budget is a very difficult one to release in its native format. But I do understand about committee chairs and you are the committee chair of the environmental committee, you'd like to have access to the agenda back and forth with your recording secretary. I don't have an issue with that. Once the agenda is finalized, we don't really think there should be any changes to it. It should be a permanent, it's then a document with status, but certainly going back and forth as the agenda is developed. And I think you do that now. And for instance, I've seen some of the agendas you put forward, and Wendy puts it in the standard format. So that's fine. That's not problematic. So I wouldn't have an issue with adding in draft motions, Mayor Comrie.
Perfect. That's great to
That
hear. And yeah,
motion?
right now I have to write
That
something. in
entirely
my-
makes sense, and I should have caught that.
Yeah, right now I have to write stuff on my Word document myself, and I'm not received back in Word documents, right? That's why I was asking. So I'm not sure where would update that here. I don't know if it's another that, maybe something like that council, however the special wording goes, that council be provided draft resolutions, draft motions, or draft agendas that they are working with staff on, something like that, right? Very simple, but just to say, hey, you can get them, right? I don't know where, if that would be another that, Michelle, would you recommend, or?
Well, that, speaking of the word that, would be an amendment to the motion that's been read. So if council's agreeable, we could do an amendment to that motion to include, as you stated, here you go, Mayor Comrie.
Well, can we wordsmith this and put some?
Well, our process is being, once the motion's been read, then any changes to that motion are amendments to the motion. That's, I know it's a little fuzzy, but if we don't do it for all, it complicates the
Then
matter.
someone would have to suggest an amendment, I guess.
Okay, could I suggest an amendment then? And I hope I'm capturing stuff here, Michelle. I'm trying to do my best here on the fly here. That council, that if we just wrote that council of the municipality of Whitestone hereby directs staff to provide digital documents in their native format, such as Word and Excel.
Okay, just hold on. So we have a motion on the table. And we're working on the amended motion. So the only thing the amendment will say, from what I I heard is that the documents that staff will provide will also include draft motions and committee agendas that members of council are working on. I'm personally not in agreement with supplying Excel documents.
Well, no, and that's why I've taken it out. So this is what I'm trying to work with here.
Right.
That the council of the municipality of Whitestone hereby directs staff to provide digital documents in their native format such as Word and PDF, which can
Oh,
allow.
no, Councillor Nash, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we've got a motion on the table. And we're saying that the motion is, the motion is hereby amended to include.
Right, so I'm suggesting that the motion be amended to read as follows. That the council of the municipality of Whitestone, I'll read it after again, but here goes. That the council of the municipality of Whitestone hereby directs staff to provide the digital documents in their native format such as Word, PDF, which allows members of council to highlight, track changes, and create comments for council members' use and or to assist when providing comments and or feedback to staff members or others. So that would be the end of it. So basically what I've taken out is Excel, which I agree with what you're saying, Michelle. So I've taken out Excel.
Sorry, I apologize, Councillor Nash, but that's a whole new motion.
It is.
You're simply,
I'm trying to reintroduce the motion that I had at the last meeting, which somehow got taken out and was not brought back to today's meeting, and it's a brand new motion.
no, so there's a motion on the table.
Yeah.
And you can amend that motion, as we're trying to do. But if you have a whole new motion, that can't be brought forward till the next meeting. So I think we've got something to work with here. I really do. And I'm trying to, I do understand what your dilemma is.
Why can't it be brought back till next meeting? I had it one meeting ago. It was deferred till this meeting. Staff chose not to include my motion, not myself. I'm allowed to amend a motion. It's not a motion to reconsider. There's nothing to do with that.
Yeah, the problem is you're replacing, you can't amend a motion by replacing it with something different.
Well, but it should have never.
What you could do is you could move an amendment that the motion that is on the floor be amended by to include documents such as whatever those, agendas or resolutions or things of that sort, that staff and councilors are working on jointly or something like that. And then leave the rest of it as in the form that it's in, right?
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, and mind my apologies here. Do we as council have the right to put things on the agenda, yes or no?
Not at this point in time, you
No,
don't.
but do we have?
Approve the agenda earlier on.
Right, and included in the agenda is not the motions. The motions aren't part of the agenda. So I have an item that I brought, just let me.
Yeah,
finish
but
the thought here.
this motion is on
I-
the floor already. It was moved.
But-
I read it and the
Yes,
mover
and
and
I'm
seconder moved
asking
and
for it to
seconded
be
it. So
amended. Maybe
So
it's a
you
major
can't start
amendment.
saying, well, sir, I don't want to talk about what's on the motion. I want to replace it with something else. You can't do that. If you want to do that, then you would have to vote down the existing motion. And then potentially you could, if something that is on the same general subject, you could then introduce something new. Or you
Okay,
can
that's what
amend the
I'm-
one that's there
And I am
without
trying to
changing
amend
the
it, Mr. Mayor. I'm trying to
basic
read my
bones of it.
amendment.
Those are the
and I'm
options
being-
you have. Those are
Okay,
the only
why-
options you have.
All right, why is my amendment not acceptable? I'm
Because you're
asking for
replacing the motion entirely with wording of your own, which if we were going to accept that motion, we would have done it the last meeting.
Well, but it wasn't that it wasn't accepted, it was deferred because the CAO wanted to look into it more and get back. And I think some counselors had some comments and said, let's defer it. So it was deferred, that's all. So I don't see why I can't add what I'm asking to be added. It's like the classic when counselors write stuff out, we can't get what we want on an agenda, and then we're told, oh, you have to bring it back to another council meeting. And other agenda items are here that shouldn't be here, and we'll talk about them and pass them to them. It blows my mind about this accountability.
All
Totally
right,
blows
look,
my mind.
I'm sorry, but I think we've had sort of enough arguing with the, with the chair for one meeting. Let's, Councillor Bray.
Yeah, since Councillor Woods and I moved and I seconded.
Speak into your microphone.
Oh, sorry, what?
We can't hear you.
Speak into the mic.
Oh, sorry. I think Councillor Woods, did he approve? Is your microphone on? Yeah. It is.
Put it right up to your.
It's red. Anyways.
It's on.
Did you move it?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Councillor Woods moved it and I seconded it. I would suggest, and this is to try and go along with what Councillor Nash is saying, is that when we say that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone confirms that when new policies or bylaws, or when existing policies or bylaws are being updated, and then we could add in as well as, and we go through the agendas, motions.
So as Mayor Comrie said, so agendas and motions
motions,
that councillors are working on with
Are
members of
working
staff.
on.
So that's the amendment that we need to
Yes,
do.
that's right.
Well, is included with word editable. an
That's what I was
editable word, yeah.
suggesting, is that the amendment be that the list of things here that are going to cause this distribution in Word
Yeah.
be amended to include the other things that
Yeah.
Councillor Nash.
And I would suggest that it goes in after the word bylaw in the second line. That confirms that when new policies or bylaws or committee agendas, minutes or whatever. one of the
Motions.
Motions, just be put in there. It's only a few words. And then I think everyone's in agreement here.
Yeah, so the motion that's been read has to be amended.
Well, yeah, but there's a simple amendment by
Yes.
adding a few
Yeah.
words.
That's right. So that is the amendment. So we vote on the amendment, then we
Yeah.
vote on the original.
I think everyone's saying the same thing.
I think we are.
He's got the wording.
So you're working on an amendment, correct, Mayor Comrie?
Like,
Yes, okay.
I mean, I can think I can do this easily. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone confirms that when new or new policies or bylaws, or when existing policies or bylaws.
I think you
Or
put it
what,
in.
yeah, that's good. Let's just say, or when the foregoing are being updated or something. You want to add to the list that the council of the municipality, new policies or bylaws or agenda items.
Or committee agenda items, minutes,
Motions.
motions, et cetera, or something to that effect.
I think
Councillor-
I have jotted down here to add draft motions, resolutions and agendas that council members are working collaboratively with staff on. Would that work for you, Councillor Nash?
I think so, Councillor Woods, if you read it again, but I believe so.
Draft motions, resolutions and agendas that council members or members of council are working collaboratively with staff on.
Yeah, and where would that go? That makes sense, the wording, just where does it fit in here? Makes perfect sense.
Okay, look, rather than trying to wordsmith in a council meeting, that the motion be amended to include. So tell me your list again, Councillor Woods, if you don't mind, please.
Draft motions, resolutions and
Draft,
agendas.
okay, just hang on. Draft motions. Now, resolution is something that we've already passed. So you draft motions.
Draft.
What did you say next?
Motions, draft motions, resolutions and agendas. I meant that draft under, to cover all of them. Yeah.
And agenda items? And committee agenda items. Okay. Agenda items. Is there anything else on that? Draft motions and committee agenda items? Anything else? No?
Might be committee minutes.
10 minutes. put in,
Committee agenda items and minutes. Okay, yeah, that's fine. All right. Those words can be put in to when the final motion, those things will just be included in the agenda. How about that? Okay, so that's the emotion that we have. Now, are the mover and seconder agreeable to that? Are you, is that your motion, the amendment then? And we're not doing a friendly amendment. It's,
Yes.
okay, so that amendment is now on the floor. Any further discussion on the amendment? I'm gonna write the word amendment here just so we don't get these papers confused. All right, so we're ready to call the question. Recorded vote. Let's just go ahead and do it so we don't wait. I don't know.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
That motion to amend is carried.
Okay, so the emotion as amended then would be that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone confirms that when new policies or bylaws or when existing policies or bylaws are being updated by staff and council, input is requested, staff will supply the draft revised or new document to the council members if requested in an editable Microsoft Word format for the purpose of providing comment or input. Staff will then coordinate the collective documents into one document, and that the motion be amended to include draft motions and committee agenda items and minutes. So now you've got the whole thing together.
I think it should be draft motions and draft resolutions. I think you forgot the word resolution.
No, see, a resolution is what you have after council has voted on it. You don't. you
Yep,
don't
you're
get
right.
to
Sorry.
Work with staff on the resolutions. That happens in the council meeting.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. It's just motion. They're just motions before the meeting. So council votes on them. Okay, so are we ready for that motion? Let's call the question.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
The motion as amended is carried.
Okay, thank you. There's so many papers. Hmm. Okay, thank you. That brings us to item 11.2 on the agenda. And 11.2 is a proposed motion for voting reconsideration, a motion to reconsider. So this has to do with the subject of rail systems / shore doctors, shore dockers. That must be a tongue twister. At Bolger to be removed by August 6, 2024. So the first motion I'm going to read to you is a motion to suspend sections of the procedural bylaw as follows. The provisions are, on well, there's a, what is in the procedure bylaw right at the moment. Relating suspending of the procedure bylaw says as follows: no provision of this procedural bylaw will be suspended except by a majority vote of council for each incidence of suspension of the rules. And B, the suspension will apply only to the procedures or rules which are stated within the motion to suspend and only during the meeting in which such motion was introduced. So whereas the bylaw states what I just read to you, now therefore be it resolved that the procedural bylaw number 80-23 be suspended in respect of section 3.22 voting reconsideration in regard to the following components of section 3.22. First bullet point, before a motion to reconsider is heard, the motion to reconsider must be added to a future agenda. The motion to reconsider will only be added to the agenda upon council's approval. Second bullet point, the process whereby a motion to reconsider is added to a future agenda is set out below. The chair will hold a vote whereby the members will vote on whether to allow the motion to reconsider to be added to a future agenda, and that the council of the municipality of Whitestone agrees to add the motion to reconsider resolution number 2023-561 dated December 12th, 2023, as amended by resolution 2024-165 dated April 16th, 2024, in respect of the removal of reference to rail systems slash shore dockers to be removed by August 6th, 2024 to the July 16th, 2024 council agenda for consideration. So just to summarize, for those of you who may be kind of confused about what that is, what's happening here, the intent of this particular resolution is to negate the provision of the bylaw that refers to future meetings. And the reason for that is very simple. The next future meeting, regular meeting that we would have will be on August 21st. There is a suggestion that there be a different solution to the shore dockers than simply requiring them to be removed on August 6th. If we simply agree to add it to a motion at a future meeting, then there will be this interim period between August 6th and August 21st, 20th, sorry, in which the matter is in limbo, and there's the previous resolution is still in force, which would then cause some action to be taken, and potentially cause some action to be taken in response to it. So in order to give council an opportunity to consider an alternative solution, it is necessary to reconsider this motion, and it's necessary to do it now as opposed to in a future meeting. So at least in our next regular meeting. So that's what the purpose of this is. I'm looking for a mover and seconder now for this motion to suspend the procedure bylaw. Councillor Lamb moves.
I'll
And
second.
Councillor Bray seconds. All right, discussion on the motion, mover and seconder. Do you wish to comment or?
Well, yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I think you've described it. We haven't got to 11.3 yet, I guess. When we get to that, if we pass something on that, again, this is about rail systems and shore dockers, and I didn't want, I think Councillor Nash said earlier, August 6th there, if we don't pass something like this and suspend the procedural bylaw, then one could argue, even though you pass this and it's coming in November, get all those shore dockers off there between now and then until it's all decided. And I didn't want that. I think that's heavy-handed. And ultimately, council should decide what they want to do. And I really would think that we should try very hard to finish this off as opposed to keep deferring it to another date. We've been on this for a long time, so I think you described it right, and I'll be voting in the affirmative on this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Bray?
Yeah, I am in agreement with that as well. I think that it's important for us to be able to work through trying to make adjustments to be able to work with the people up in Bolger. I think that doing this now to make sure that we're not sort of imposing something where we might make changes later, I think that it's a wise move, and I'm in support of it as well.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? Okay, hearing none, I will call the
No,
question on the.
I have
motion.
a couple comments, if I might, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess, we've spoken a lot today, or I have, about transparency and stuff. And to me, it would have been a lot easier to change the deadline of August 6th to say October 6th than removing the words rail systems and shore dockers so we can never enforce it anymore on them. If we talk about giving time to see what's going to come out of the next item, it would have been much, much easier to just say, oh, let's extend it. But with that being said, I think based on comments I've been receiving from the public, not just at Bolger, that if we're going to push something about rail systems and shore dockers, I have no issue with actually removing item number 3 and crossing that one out totally, which talks about no trailers on public lands parked more than 14 days. If we're going to allow encroachment agreements for shore dockers because of lake access, I think we should certainly allow encroachment agreements for trailers and boat trailers and stuff like that parked in our parking lots, to allow the same access that people might say they need a shore docker for. Others will say they need their trailer to be parked for. So I think when we're doing this, we should also be striking out item number 3 totally to do with the trailers. And we allow people to park them where they want. If we're going to allow people to put a shore docker and get a permit for a shore docker, we should allow people to get permits for trailers or permits for private docks. So we've gone and taken one aspect out of this thing instead of just extending a date to see where we go and say we're going to remove shore systems and rail dockers. And to me, it just shows, it's not being very transparent. We've had months and months and months to deal with this. We wait till the 11th hour. I think all of us on council have all said the last thing we want to do, this is just a delay tactic. And sure enough, what's happened to the 11th hour? Oh, we have to change something because the date's coming too close and we haven't done anything. Exactly what everybody on council had said is what's transpired. So why would we treat people with shore dockers and rail systems any differently than somebody that needs a boat trailer parked in Indian Narrows parking lot? And this should
Councillor
be
Nash,
allowed.
I believe that you are addressing the next motion, 11.2B,
No, I'm.
for voting consideration, not the suspending of the procedure bylaw. And I'm
Well,
afraid
but
this
we're-
the discussion needs to be limited to at this point, needs to be limited to the
So this
suspending of the
discussion
procedure
now
bylaw,
is
that which
only
is,
to
that's all we're
suspend the
proposing to do at
procedural
this
bylaw.
resolution. Then we're going to get to the next one in a minute.
Okay, but it's in regards to suspending the procedural bylaw in regards to a motion that has to do with trailer parking. Am I not correct?
Yeah, but the same problem would apply to that motion as it does to this one. That would
Yeah, I
still
would agree with
require,
that.
in order for us to deal with anything today, we would have to suspend the procedure bylaw. So
Right,
could you
okay,
please just stay on the
I'll
procedure
read-
bylaw at this point?
All right, I'll stop and come back to it later.
Any other comments? Okay, we're going to call the question then on the resolution 11.2A, which was the motion to suspend the procedure bylaw.
Could that be a recorded vote, Mr. Mayor?
It can be, yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
No.
Counselor Woods,
Nope.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
That motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the next item is a proposed motion for voting reconsideration. Once and again, I'm going to read it to you. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone passed resolution number 2023-561 on December 12, 2023, and amended this resolution by resolution number 2024-165 on April 16th, 2024, as follows. It was moved by Councillor Nash, seconded by Councillor Woods, and the item was 4.2, Magnetawan Pioneer Association. And this is the motion, the one that Councillor Nash was referring to a minute ago. Oh, sorry. Anyway, this is the original motion. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone had passed resolution 2023-280 on June 6th of 2023 related to private docks, rail systems, winches, trailers, and storage containers at boat launches and lake access points within the municipality that are municipally owned or in which the municipality has a land use permit with the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. And whereas the municipality of Whitestone had indicated a date of August 1st, 2023 for private docks, private rail/shore docker systems, private storage containers to be removed by owners. And whereas the municipality of Whitestone, following resolution 2023-280, mailed out a notice to property owners on Bolger and Cashagaba Lakes of the resolution. And whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has further heard and reviewed information related to the Bolger Landing access point for negotiation purposes, now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby approve the following. That municipal staff draft a formal notification advising the property owners on Bolger, Cashagaba, and Wawashkesh Lakes. One, that a revised deadline for owners of private docks, rail systems/shore dockers, private storage containers that are located at public landing, that's in quotes, public landing, and related municipal shore allowances to the east and west of the landing to remove them by an extended date of August 6, 2024. And two, that any private docks, rail systems/shore dockers, private storage containers that remain at the public landing and related municipal shore allowance to the east and west of the landing past the revised date of August 6, 2024, will be removed and disposed of by the municipality of Whitestone or their agents with no further formal notice. And three, that it be confirmed that no trailers are allowed to be parked or stored at any public landing within the municipal owned lands and lands where the municipality of Whitestone holds a land use permit with the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, unless attached to a vehicle, and that if attached to a vehicle, that the trailer can remain no more than 14 days as of August 6, 2024. That the municipality of Whitestone send out the formal notification letters to property owners on Bolger Lake and Cashagaba Lake in the form of registered mail, in brackets, no required signature, and sent to the Wawashkesh property owners by regular mail, and that staff arranged for the removal of shore dockers, storage units, docks, trailers, and other structures that are not removed by August 6th, 2024, the date noted above in items 1, 2, and 3, and any expenses or legal fees will be at the owner's expense. And that appropriate signage in respect to trailer storage / parking at public landings be installed as soon as practical. And whereas Councillor Lamb has requested a voting reconsideration in respect of the reference to removal of rail systems / shore dockers being removed by August 6, 2024. Now therefore be it resolved that resolution number 2023-561 from the December 12th, 2023 regular council resolution as amended by resolution number 2024-165 at the April 16th, 2024 regular council meeting be further amended to read as follows with the changes in the specific sections of the resolution as amended, shown in red and italics and shown with a line through text recommended to be removed. And there are two items. One, that a revised deadline for owners of private docks, private storage containers that are located at public landing and related municipal shorelines to the east and west of the landing to remove them by an extended date of August 6, 2024. So the words rail systems and shore dockers have been removed from that clause. And the same in item 2. So the item 2 would now read that any private docks and or private storage containers that remain at the public landing and related municipal shorelines to the east and west of the landing past the revised date of August 6, 2024 will be removed and disposed of by the municipality of Whitestone or their agents with no further formal notice. And that staff arrange for the removal of storage units, docks, trailers, or other structures that are not removed by the August 6, 2024 date noted above in items 1, 2, and 3, and any expenses or legal fees will be at the owner's expense. So to summarize, what has been removed from that portion that I just read are the words, in every case, rail systems / shore dockers. So that motion, again, we need a mover and seconder to get this on the floor. Councillor Lamb is moving and Councillor Bray is seconding. Again, mover and seconder, do you wish to say anything further? Anybody else wish to say anything further?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, where I was going on the last one, I guess I'd like to see if there's any takers for the amendment that I might propose that reference to the trailers and the 14 days be removed as well. So item number 3 be removed. If I could, that's on page 119 of 148. That it be confirmed that no trailers be allowed. I'd like to scrap that so that we also can allow people to apply for permits for that as well. So I don't know if there's another taker on an amendment that, before I go into the exact wording, that would allow for trailers to be parked at our landings for an unlimited number of days, as long as they apply for encroachment agreement like others.
Our clerk has a, CEO clerk has a comment.
Through you, Mayor Comrie. So notwithstanding the resolution and your request for change, we now have a bylaw in place that speaks to trailer parking. And that it speaks to the trailer parking as was recommended in the motion. So we updated our traffic and parking bylaw. So I'd have to think about this. So even if you amended the motion, the bylaw has a higher status than a motion. So the bylaw exists for trailer parking now, and that was passed in June 18th. Yes. So that's already embedded in a bylaw. So you would have to amend the bylaw at this point to remove that or amend that requirement.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and I think that would be similar to what Councillor Lamb said. Let's not use something that just happened today and half an hour later say, oh, we can't do something, right? So if we're wanting to change stuff, so be it. We might need to go back and change a bylaw that was recently passed about trailer parking. That'd be easy. You just have to take out the word trailer parking in a couple spots. But I don't know if there's any other counselors that may be amendable to having that section where we speak about trailers removed from the August 6th date as well. And again, I don't want to go on about the wording if I don't have a seconder on my general idea.
Okay, Counselor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Now that it was brought up about the parking bylaw, our parking bylaw would also include all shore allowances and unopened road allowances, right? So you can't have the shore dockers there right now with the bylaw we have in place.
I don't believe that the shore dockers are not vehicles. The parking bylaw deals with vehicles.
Everything on a roadway, municipal controlled lands, right? That's what it was all worded. If you left a storage box on the sidewalk in the city, it would be removed. If you left it in a parking spot, it would be removed. It all falls under a parking bylaw.
Well,
Through you, Mayor Comrie, I think for clarity, that's why we invoked an encroachment bylaw to cover anything that wasn't defined in the parking bylaw as a vehicle, which is, camper unit, boats, vehicles, that kind of thing. Our legal opinion, or our legal counsel on this suggested that wasn't part of a parking bylaw. And in fact, that's why we invoked an encroachment bylaw. Not to argue with you, Counselor, but I think that's something that I would have to look into for another meeting. I think we're getting in a little deep here.
Well,
we're-
I'm not trying to argue, so then I
Fair
can
enough.
come and I can
Or
drop
debating,
something in
yeah.
the municipal parking lot when we leave the meeting and leave it there, and there's nothing you can do about it then. It's not a car, it's not a trailer.
well, I'm not convinced that that's the same thing, but I would say to you this, there's a fundamental difference between,
No, there's not.
no, but there's a fundamental difference between what these two resolutions are attempting to, or two motions are attempting to accomplish, which is to give us more time to work out another solution without having to deal with a resolution that is on the books right now that appears not to be, what council really ultimately wants to do. It doesn't appear to be the desired solution. And so this is preventing us from having a timing problem. In a perfect world, we would have had an opportunity to sit back and sort all these things out in advance and come with something that would make a whole lot of sense. And we could have done that with the parking resolution. We could do that with trailers. We could do it with a lot of different things, but we got into a situation because a motion was introduced precipitously that turned out not to be all that workable. And so that's really what the issue is here. The parking of trailers isn't the same kind of a thing, because the municipality is not, it's not like we're changing the way a whole bunch of people access their property. I mean, there are folks could get around if we were to subsequently revisit, parking requirements and amend the parking bylaw. In the meantime, people could work around that sort of thing, but they can't very well work around the shore dockers. They're not even going to be easy to remove in a quick time frame. So I think they're not, the two different situations are different from a timing urgency. And I would suggest that trying to, I mean, we could just rescind all the original bylaw, the whole original thing going back to December. If But this is an attempt to deal with just one particular, very narrowly defined aspect of this that's creating a timing problem. So I don't think, we can revisit the subject of parking if that's what council wishes to do, but we can do that in another meeting without
It still would
causing a
contravene
lot
our
of
parking
hardship to
bylaw.
people.
It would still be contravening our parking bylaw
Mm.
that we
Well,
wrote and passed, all of us. And we made this
through-
decision originally in
I
twenty
don't, I
twenty-three.
don't, I don't believe
remove
that
short
that's,
offers.
I'm sorry, I mean, I don't have it in front of me, but I
And through you,
don't think
Mr.
that's the
Mayor,
case.
I know you said we precipitously passed something, but I guess my question would be, what's the difference from somebody that is a shore docker? And if we're using Bolger Lake, who can go to a marina right next door, rent a dock and park their boat there, any different from somebody that can now no longer park their trailer at Washkesh Narrows, who's always parked their trailer there all year long for years, and now cannot access their property, correct, because they don't have somewhere, haven't found somewhere to park their boat trailer. There is no difference. We're just saying a shore docker is different than a trailer because some half a dozen people complained about the shore dockers. So therefore we better listen to them, but we don't need to listen to all the phone calls I've gotten about trailers. Right? We could have just extended the date from August 6th till October 10th and had lots of time. And instead of pushing through 11 point, instead of trying to push through something for consideration of an encroachment permit system, we could have had it in an open and transparent meeting down the road instead of trying to do it, which we're gonna have to suspend the procedural bylaw for at the very next item. Just, I guess I'm very gafted by everything that's going on here, and it is what it is. I know I'll be outvoted, and that's perfectly fine. It is a democratic system, but I think we just need to be a little bit more transparent in it. And if we're going to allow people to have shore dockers, we should certainly allow people to park their trailers at public launch points as well and get an encroachment agreement for that. Or if somebody has a private dock system, we should allow those too. I know there's a couple on Bolger Lake, and I think there's a couple on other lakes. Whitestone, I think, has a couple. We should allow those private docks as well, instead of just the shore dockers, right? We're pulling one thing out, and we should be allowing encroachment agreements on a whole bunch of stuff.
Okay, fine, thank you. Are there any other comments?
We actually did come up with a solution, all of us at the table, when a community member put forward an application to rezone the only driving access property on Bolger to commercial. And we granted him that right and asked him to put docks in, and he put docks in to try and provide a service. And now what we're doing is we're going to hurt that new business and that resident after the investment that he put in. And we're going to allow basically a private marina right there, which is going to impede any other member of the public from being able to pull their boat up on shore. And our duty, first and foremost, anywhere you read it, is to the public, not small groups.
Well said, Counselor.
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, obviously we have a disagreement. And everyone, I think, probably knows how this is going to go. If someone wanted to add trailers and rescind all the trailers and maybe storage containers and everything else, if you want to repeal everything, I don't know whether what the rationale behind that is, other than maybe being upset because someone's, saying, let's at least talk about shore dockers. So let's repeal the whole doggone thing, but I don't agree with that. When it comes to the trailers, most of the problems are at Wawashkesh. I did get a call this week that there's one trailer apparently parked up at Bolger in the parking lot. And I said, well, can't do anything about that till after August the 6th, right? Because this isn't passed. The trailers, are different up at Wawashkesh. There's nothing we can do about what's called the old landfill site. If people want to pull a trailer up into that site, that is beyond our control, and they're free to do it. And that's M&R land, and they would have to to regulate that or go out and ticket them or whatever. But I've heard council say all along that, you know, we put a lot of money into parking and parking's always an issue at Wawashkesh. So there's 10 or 12 trailers there that, some of them snowmobile trailers that are there all year. And this was a way to, you know, have those people go elsewhere as they do on many other lakes. So I don't support that someone asked for an encroachment agreement on Church Street, to park their trailer there all summer. I just don't agree with that. So, but if someone wants to bring that back, bring it back to the next meeting.
Mr. Mayor, you can't hear yourself speaking. No, I can hear, if you can hear me, I can hear or I can see your mouth moving, but I can't hear you speaking. It's been muted for quite a while. I heard Councillor Woods and then Councillor Lamb after that.
You can't hear me
Oh,
still?
I can now hear you, just right there, it turned back on.
Okay,
you're
I'm
good.
not sure what happened, but I didn't touch anything. It's just, it kind of went in and out. Anyway, look, I think that's a valid point. We should move on to we're getting ahead. Once again, we're getting outside or we're getting beyond the resolution that's in front of us. Let's call the question if you can, please.
Recorded vote.
Another recorded vote, I'm assuming.
Counselor Nash,
No,
Counselor Woods,
Nope.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
That motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. So item 11.3 was a motion to consider an encroachment permit system for rail systems and shore dockers. The suggestion motion is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone requests that staff develop an encroachment agreement process for rail systems / shore dockers by November 1st, 2024, and report back to council in respect of the process no later than the November 20th, 2024 regular council meeting. Mover and seconder, moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Bray. Thank you. Yes.
I think the regular council meeting is November 19th. Let me just check. Want to double?
I'm gonna check that because it's a,
Yeah, it is the 19th, not the 20th. So a slight error on that motion.
well, I got the September one wrong, so I guess I can get, yes, it's November the 19th. And it's October the 15th. And it's September the 17th. Okay. All right, so we're gonna change it to the November 19th, 2024 regular council meeting. Avoid any confusion. All right, so the motion is on the floor with the correct date now of the council meeting. Discussion. Mover, Counselor Lamb.
Yeah, so, going back on shore dockers, I never even knew what a shore docker was until we passed the original motion a year and a half ago. And I know this has been going on for some time. I was the only one back earlier this year who had expressed some interest in a leasing system or something out at Bolger Lake with respect to the shore dockers. At that time, I read it that most of council or all of the rest of council didn't want shore dockers for a couple of reasons that I'll talk to in a minute. So I kind of let it go. Also in February, I think it was when Calvin Williamson came to council and delegated, there was no real interest in any kind of leasing agreement. They were concerned about liability and all that kind of stuff. So I kind of thought it was kind of a dead issue, and I let it go. Then last month it came up, and I voted against last month because I didn't feel it was properly brought forward and for a reconsideration last month because the mayor had voted against it, and so I voted against discussing it. But it didn't mean I didn't want to discuss it or have the ability to discuss it at council. So that's why I started to rethink what we can do given this encroachment agreement. And as I read council through the months or the last year and a half, there were a couple of concerns that I always kept hearing. One was the liability that the municipality would incur. And I think if you look at all my notes and suggestions, everyone would have to name us on their insurance policy for $2 million. So in my opinion, that sort of,
I can't get the answer to that.
sorry, my watch just went off. I apologize. That I think takes care of the liability issue. The other issue is what's good for the goose is good for the gander. It shouldn't be just for people on Bolger Lake. It should be for everyone. And I've taken care of that also by saying there's 20 spots. It's first come, first serve. If someone in Whitestone or Dunchurch wants to get one of those spots, they can do it. And again, so that takes care of that. I was put in office to work with people, not to work with someone said special interest groups or anything like that. I've always, I think, voted with my mind, with a view to the citizens in Whitestone. And that's what I'm doing in this. I'm not going to be punitive to people who have gotten used to shore dockers for 10 or 12 years out there. And I think we should be allowing something with a winch system that's obviously not electrical, but manually done. I put in other things like the size of the boats and that sort of thing. I think people on council, obviously we're going to have a divide. So people are now, getting into the rest of it. Why don't we abandon the whole thing and whatever. As far as Mr. Roberts and his marina, we allow boats anyway. This is 10 or 12 or 15 shore dockers. And those boats are either going to continue to be there or not. If I were out there, I'd be certainly using Mr. Williams or Will's marina. By the time you pay $100 fee every year, by the time you put it on your insurance, I don't think it's that much difference to go over to the marina and use it. So I don't effectively think it's going to, turn his business in for naught. In terms of the future. So I've got a whole bunch of conditions here that I've tried to put down for staff to look at. Certainly, they're not necessarily a definitive list or something that can't be changed by the will of council. And I look forward to people discussing these things. And I'm not trying to get personal here. as I say, what I was always interested in some sort of solution. This doesn't include the MPA, so they don't have to get involved with a specific part. It remains a public land in my mind. So people can, walk through that area. And they simply will have their boats there, and instead of just their boats, I guess a shore docker. And also, if you note, I think it's 90 days notice. If this doesn't work out, I've got a yellow card, that means 4 minutes, so I've got 30 or 40 seconds left. If it doesn't work out, we can get rid of it. 90 days notice and it's gone. So I think it makes sense. Not everyone's going to be happy, but I think the people out there will, and it also will apply throughout the municipality on a basis of does it make sense? If someone asks for a shore docker on the beach in Dunchurch, that doesn't make sense and it'll probably be rejected. But if they ask somewhere else for a shore docker, and we don't see a problem with it, they can do it. So again, it takes care of most of the things that I've heard are the objections to this over the years. So thank you very much. There's my red card. I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
If I might, through you, Mr. Mayor?
Councillor Woods had his hand up
Of
first.
course, let him go.
Councillor Nash.
Yes,
I just had a quick question.
Speak into the mic, Brian.
Who is gonna say where you're allowed to have them and not allowed to have them? Who's gonna be the final decision maker?
I can answer that if it, from my standpoint, Brian, I don't know whether it's my place, but it comes to council. If someone wants a specific, this aside, if someone said, I want to put one at Gooseneck, it would come to council, as did other, we have encroachment agreements already, right? We have one on Shirley Road.
Yep.
We have one down Farley's Road where they wanted to sell the land. I forget the people's name, right?
Yep.
Those things come to council. So staff vet them, put them on a council meeting and say, here's an encroachment agreement for a shore docker over here, over there, or whatever. I don't suspect there'll be that many, quite frankly. But when they come, they would come to council. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, we also have another one though, right beside Lorimer Lake on our shore allowance that we wanted to turn into a ramp, and someone's had a dock there for years that predated the municipality, so we had to accept it, right? Much like the one on
Yeah, it
Shirley,
could be.
right?
Yeah.
Through you, Mayor Conley, there is a letter that's quite ancient, I think from the 1950s, that gives someone permission to have a dock there with, it's not an encroachment agreement, it's just a letter from council.
So the section here where it says the 400 feet. Does everybody realize how far 400 feet is from where we're sitting right now? From here to the driveway entrance at the Twist property? That's 400 feet. Measured.
Was that too much or too little?
I think it's too much, to be honest with you, because if we turn over 400 feet for people to put shore dockers anywhere, at that, especially that landing, where does anybody else get to pull their boat up on shore? They don't at all. There's no other room.
I think the idea, Councillor Woods, again, I'll jump in with the permission, Mr. Mayor, is that staff, being David and the Works Department, and the rest of them would go out and determine, not all of the shoreline is ability to put a boat up on, but I want it to be as least as possible, I guess, from my standpoint. If it's 200 feet or 300 feet, then I tried to say, how much would someone need to pull a boat up on a shore docker, right? You need 10 feet? That'd be 20, that's 200 feet, right? Or do you need 15 feet? That would be 300. I'm not stuck on 400. I thought that would be the maximum, quite frankly, but if it's a 400-foot area and only 200 feet are available, then, you're down to really effectively 200 feet. So that's up to staff to go out and then come back and determine, I thought.
If there's going to be 20, that's what it says here, right? Maximum of 20 issued annually for the Bulger Landing. Shouldn't that be done by lottery? And then it gets opened in public during a public meeting for transparency reasons? If not, you get to pick and choose who gets it and who doesn't.
No,
get it, right?
it says first come, first serve. So the first people to put it in, it all's time dated.
Lottery would make more sense, no? Luck of the draw, you gotta have them in from this date to this date, and then we open them in public, and whoever gets them, gets them. They're not transferable, that's who gets them. Somebody out there gets them, they get them. If somebody from Gray Owl Road decides to put in for it, and they get it, they get it. If not, we're just writing it specifically for the Pioneers Association, pretty much. That's what this is about.
No, I don't, excuse me, through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't agree at all. Anyone could put in come January the 1st. And first come, first serve. You've been waiting, you put it in at 12:01 on January the 1st. Doesn't prevent you if you're on Whitestone or Bolger or anywhere else from doing it. But the first 20 that put in have them. And I guess if you didn't put in this year, you're 21, you don't get it. You take your shore docker out and someone else puts their boat in there. But if you want to do it by lottery or something, I guess staff can come back and comment on that. I'm not stuck on January 1st.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
Well, is Councillor Woods finished with his questions? I
Oh,
don't know.
sorry.
Sorry, I thought. you
Yeah,
were-
yeah, I'm pretty much done, I would think.
Okay, thank you.
Everybody knows I wasn't in favor of it, and I'm never gonna be in favor of it, because I think we're gonna rob the general public of areas to use that anybody could use for the purpose of a few people that have
Yep.
repeatedly not listened to the direction of council and worked against us every step of the way, and now we're entertaining that.
I
And that
appreciate,
I'm not
I
into.
appreciate what you're saying, and I appreciate your position, and I know how you're gonna vote, and that's democracy. I never said that this was an area that someone couldn't walk through. Not that we're cordoning off 200 or 300 feet and saying, no, the public can't go through there. There's a park, I think, behind it. You want to walk to the lake between two shore dockers, God bless you. It's public land. That's what my thought was, but
But if
again,
anybody that uses the area, and I appreciate the fact that none of you do use the area, you can't pull a boat up anywhere on that shore when all those shore dockers are in. I have pictures. There was 70 boats there,
Oh,
70.
Okay.
but you
folks,
guys don't use the area. That's what I'm saying. Again, I'm not trying to talk down to anybody.
this is only 20 of the 70 boats.
Right. The boats were parked on top of one another in the pictures that we were all provided last year, the year
But,
before.
but Councillor Nat or Councillor Woods, we've said people can pull the boats up. If you want to change that and say people can't pull
Right,
the boats out on Bolger,
I'm
bring that
totally
back.
in agreement with people pulling up a tinny and flipping it over on shore like people have done here since before any of us were alive.
Yeah,
I have no problem with that.
but it still makes
shore
70
dockers-
boats.
Shore dockers don't move. It's a stationary spot. That is your specific spot. So now you can't pull in beside that person. And if they're not, I don't know. To me,
Hmm.
we're gonna spend even more taxpayers' dollars, and we're gonna spend more time doing something that we already had a basic solution for. Anybody can pull their boat up on shore, anybody, at any of our landings, anywhere, right? Now, because some people say, well, I don't want to have to pay a marina. Well, imagine everybody on Wawash Cache. You told me, Mr. Mayor, there was about 100 water access properties. Imagine they all said, I don't want to use Bennett's anymore. I want a private shore docker. Well, we're going to tell them no. It's not right. It's not right. We try to make rules to cover everyone and allow everyone the same rights, and that's not what this is. It's not in the least. I'll
Okay,
stop
look,
talking, but that's exactly how I feel about it, and it's not
okay.
going to change.
Okay, well,
Ever.
thank you for expressing your opinion, but we need to, I kind of need to move this along, I think. Councillor Nash, did you have something you want to say?
I have quite a bit, but I think I think everybody knows I'm not in support of this overall. But in regards to that, democracy is democracy, and so be it. If things get changed, things get changed. I think this will create a flood, like Councillor Wood said, on other lakes. And the second we allow this to happen on Bolger, we will not be able to stop somebody on Wawash Cache from getting a shore docker. We can say, oh, it has to come to council for approval. They'll take us to small claims court. They will win hands down because we're doing it on a different lake. In today's world, you have to treat everybody the same, period. You allow it on one lake, you have to allow it on all lakes. So I think that'll be very quickly shown. I do love the idea of a lottery system. I think that's the most fair, most transparent way. But when it comes to a few questions here, so hopefully I won't take over 5 minutes, and hopefully Councillor Lamb or staff will have some answers here. So hundred and 22 meters for the 20 locations. That's about 6 meters. But if we're going to allow something like this to happen, I think it's more than a 5-minute conversation for me. But I think first of all, the agreement, like it says, you have to get insurance no matter what. And that insurance, as I've said before, and I think this should be worded in there, is called a CSIO, Certificate of Liability Insurance, that would name the municipality as an additional insured. The CSIO is just a nonprofit organization for insurance companies in Canada. So I think it has to be their insurance certificate, and it has to be Certificate of Liability Insurance, naming the municipality as an additional insured. I also believe that if this is going to happen, it has to be an individual that applies for the permit, not a group, not a cottage association, an individual. So that would be the second one. I note here that it says no boats to be stored on the shore dockers between April 1st and November 1st. I'm sure we're going to hear from them, where are we going to put our boats? We can't do that. They need to be on it all year. So that'll be the first thing we're going to have to change, because they'll want it there 24/7, 365 days a year. Most 16-foot boats never have 70 horsepower motors on them. I think 50 would almost sink them, unless they're a big Stanley boat almost. So I'd recommend bringing it down to 50. But the biggest thing out of everything here is the last two things I'll have for just talking about these things now is the $100 fee. We've been told by staff, told by our works department, we're not in the marina business. And what are we going to do now? Become a marina. For $100, you can have a shore docker. That fee will prompt everybody and their mother to apply for a shore docker on Bolger and other lakes, and it won't be just people on Bolger. It will be people from other lakes which will be applying on Bolger, and $100 is nothing. I think that number needs to be much more realistic to what a $300, $400, $500. That's something for staff to consider. But the biggest one of them all is for liability. And if I go over here, hopefully you guys will allow. But for liability, the biggest thing we need to do as a municipality is figure out over that 122 meters, which is 6 meters a boat, that's 20 something feet. Where are the 20 spots that have to be defined? I made some calls to insurance reps that I know, and they say the very first thing you need to do something like this is to say that Mr. X has plot A. There's 20 plots on Bolger. Mr. X is plot A. Plot A is where you'd have to put the certificate of insurance on. You need to give a plot of land. You can't just give the shore allowance. If you gave just the shore allowance, it would mean that everybody's insurance company would be fighting each other. So you need to have a dedicated plot. Plot A for Mr. X.
You
Kind of
have a
thing,
yellow
right?
card, Mr. Nash.
All right. So it would be plot A for person X. Who are we proposing? And Councillor Land, maybe you can answer this. Who would you be proposing to pay for the surveyor to go out and create the 20 plots? Would that be paid for by the municipality or paid for by the applicant?
Want me to address some of your issues?
If you could, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Well, I'll try to. I was trying to copy some of them down. I'm all for the insurance. I don't care whether it's a CSIO or whatever it is. They have to name us as for $2 million worth of insurance. Staff can figure that out when they come back, but I'm with you. If that's what they need, that's what they need. As far as groups applying, no, they can't. Again, these are just the thoughts that I had. It says there's only one per individual property or individual in my notes. So that says individual, it doesn't say group. So the MPA can ask for 3 spots, right? That rotate amongst a bunch of people. There will be, as I understand, some sort of system whereby the area that they're in will be GIS'd or something, and staff, I think, can take care of that. I don't care whether it's 70 or 50 horsepower. That's up to council to decide. I picked 70, and I did it really maybe maybe for, I don't know what reason, but I got a call last year from a lady who had a 70-horse, 16-foot boat. And I thought, well, that's a big one. And I thought, well, that's what it is. But if council wants it to be, I think 16 feet is fair. If people want to put it to 50 horse, that's again, a decision of council, not mine. As far as the fee, yeah, put it to $400, and I think Will's asking 5 or 6. So by the time, you know, it'll drive business to Will. So, but again, that's a decision of council what the fee is. I think it should be 100, but if council wants to say we should direct them to make the fee 300 or 400, then I guess you'll have to test that at the will of council, whether we do a straw vote or whatever. I think that's most of the things you brought up. The lottery, again, I've already asked and answered. I wouldn't go for a lottery, but if the will of council is to do it by lottery, again, great, super.
No, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Counselor Lamb. And I think that answers most of them. And I think just maybe for staff, if you'd be able to look just before this comes back, just simply on the, how do you designate an area? I think that would be the biggest thing almost out of all of this, right? The way I'd know it is you'd have to do a reference plan. You'd have to have parts 1 through 20 labeled on a reference plan. A reference plan is basically a drawing that would show the 20 spots, similar to like you said with GPS, but it's registered on title, like a land registry title office. And then the insurance certificate can name that plot, that parcel. That's what they're insured for. No insurance company wants to give a blank insurance over something others have stuff over top of, right? So I think that will be the big part. Who will end up paying for that reference plan, which would be thousands, probably tens upon tens of thousands of dollars out there to have an area defined properly that could be registered to allow a permitting system to be done. And then, hey, if we're covered on a certificate of liability insurance, which you can only get through commercial policies, maybe we'll be covered. But I think that'll be the important part, is how do we make sure that those areas are dedicated to a certain person under a certain plot and we're insured. What I've been told is if it's a blanket one for a general area, the first thing that'll happen is if somebody gets hurt, they'll name every single person in it and everybody just starts pointing at each other. And if we have an agreement in place as a municipality, they'll ask us if we've been making sure that agreement was done by saying that we'll keep the motors and the maintenance responsibility. They'll come back on us and say, where's your annual checkup that you went out and checked all this stuff? So I think the liability, as I've always said, is the biggest part. I'll wrap up by saying I'm not in support of it, but if it's going to be council's directive to allow it here, I'd allow it on every single lake to every individual, as long as we're properly insured, and just treat everybody the same. And I guess we'll see back in November how the fine wording will work on it. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think I would like to try and wrap this up. I don't want to prolong the discussion. I think because most of what I would say about this is I've said already in previous meetings. I think it's incumbent on us to try and find a better solution than the one that we have, which simply said that we had up until now, which is simply to say to people, well, forget it. You took the initiative to solve a problem yourselves, and that the municipality wasn't doing anything to help you with, and now we're just going to tell you, no, you can't do that. Go find another solution. So that's why I'm supporting us doing something. I thought that was the intention all along, and unfortunately we got to the punitive part before we got to the solution part, I think. By the way, I don't believe that this is a, let's stop kidding ourselves about this. It is primarily a Bolger problem. Bolger is unique. It's not the same as Washkesh. It's not the same as Whitestone Lake. Very few people here would have a use for a shore docker on Whitestone Lake. Very few people would have a use for one on Washkesh. It's not the same situation. And if Bolger were like Whitestone or Washkesh, probably that would be a whole different story. We wouldn't be having any of this discussion. But anyway, that's all I'm going to say for now. I would like to call the
Through you.
question on the motion that's in
Or
front of us.
just one
Yeah,
second,
that's
Mr.
I
Mayor.
just want to address one other thing. When I said, it's from whatever, April 1st till November 1st, like if the will of council is that they can leave their boats on the shore dock in the wintertime, that isn't a critical item to me either. So all these decisions, I guess, can be made when it comes back, right? In
Yeah.
November or whenever it comes back. And I thought Council Bray wanted to say something.
Councilor Bray.
Yeah, I just want to quickly, because a lot of things have been said, and I just am happy that we are asking staff to have a look at this. I think that's the whole intent of the motion is that staff look at it and come back and help us work through it, which is what we should have done at the first. So I'm in favor of this because I want us to see what we can do to assist this group of people up in Bolger. I agree that not all the lakes are the same, and we already know that because we don't have concrete things to drive your boat in,
ramps, yeah.
whatever those things
Boat
are.
launch.
Boat
Boat
ramps.
launches, thank you, whatever those things are. At every lake, and we're not going to be able to, and we're not going to have the same of everything. So I think that finding solutions for people is a really good thing for council to do. Thanks.
All right, can we
Yeah,
call the
just-
question then?
well,
Just
just
to
through
remind
you-
you, the motion is that the council of the municipality of Whitestone requests that staff develop an encroachment agreement process for rail systems / shore dockers by November 1st, 2024, and report back to council in respect of that process no later than the November 19th, 2024 regular council
And-
meeting. We call the
Mr.
question, please.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, could I get a recorded vote? But I did want one other comment there after Councillor Bray and Lamb had said their comments. I'll just quickly say it. And I think, or actually after you'd made your comment, sorry, Mr. Mayor, it was that, Lake Wawashkesh is different than Bolger, and you don't think many people in Whitestone or Wawashkesh would like shore dockers, but you know who would like shore dockers? The hundreds upon hundreds of residential property owners in Whitestone that can't possibly afford to live on the lakes in Whitestone, which they pay taxes for. They're the ones that will want shore dockers on Whitestone, on Wawashkesh, and everywhere else. Just because somebody's so fortunate to have a water access property doesn't give them
No.
special exclusivity to a shore docker.
But keep in mind that there
Mr.
has to
Mayor,
be
please don't cut
vacant
me off.
shore road allowance municipal property for them to have one on.
Mr. Mayor,
That's
I'm
where
not
the
sure why you're
difference
cutting
is.
me off. There's many,
Undeveloped shore road allowance.
Mr. Mayor, look at Indian Narrows. There's lots of areas that we could allow shore dockers there.
That's crown land.
Well, but we've already said in
Shore
our,
allowance is
in
still
our
controlled
system.
We
by the
don't have a land
municipality,
use
though.
permit for most of it.
Oh, but.
Shore allowances are all under control of the municipality, Mr. Mayor.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they
Yes,
are.
Only if
Other
we
than
have an
Whitestone
LU,
Lake.
only if we have an
Mm.
LUP or a.
We
or a
don't own
lease.
66 feet up from the high water mark?
No.
On the lakes? Really?
Then
That's
why do
why
we
people
Not
sell
on the
it?
crown land, we don't
No,
know.
you don't. Whitestone Lake, for instance, has no shore road allowance.
Actually, it does. We
Little
went through
tiny
that.
bit
You're
on
right.
Far-
I know.
Little
I
tiny bit on
know,
Farley's
and I'm
Road.
not trying to argue that
Okay,
point, but
folks,
you and I
look,
proved
we're
that
getting-
before. Like,
Anyways,
I have called the question on this and you may have heard
Yeah,
already
that's right,
today. that
without
once-
debate.
Once the vote is called, the procedure bylaw says there's no further discussion. So let's call the question, please. Madam Deputy Clerk?
Counselor Wood,
Nope.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
No,
Mayor Comrie.
Yes,
That motion is carried.
thank you. Okay, we're at 11.4, memorandum from our CAO clerk. And it's an update regarding bylaw number 33, 2024, which happens to be that traffic bylaw that we were talking about earlier, the bylaw to regulate traffic and to govern and control the parking of vehicles, boats, camping units, and trailers. And the desired motion is quite simple. It's that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the memorandum from CAO Clerk Hendry, that update regarding that bylaw. Receive for information. Those in, need a mover and seconder. No, Councillor Lamb, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Bray, thank you. Any discussion on this one?
If I might, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry, the CAO, I think, wanted to
Oh, of
introduce your memo,
Of
please.
course.
And you can speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. This was, there was a couple of questions during the passing of the traffic bylaw that council had. One was, could the set fines be daily fines? And the second one was related, should docking boats overnight at public docks be included in the bylaw? So I had already updated council about the daily fines, but I wanted to put it in a memo for the record, and I've addressed both these issues. In respect to the daily fines, I spoke to Jennifer Bigger, who's our counsel, our legal counsel. I spoke to Paul Dre, who's our prosecutor, very experienced gentleman who does a lot of prosecuting, and he knows what actually happens in the courts. And he knows how the courts react to certain matters, whether it's a bylaw or not. And of course, I talked to our bylaw enforcement officer. So the resounding information that I got that was that set me on this track was that daily fines, and in the words of our prosecutor, the courts look at it as double barreling. They use that term. So the idea is that you want compliance, and parking and traffic bylaws are a little bit different than something that could create a hazard, something, environmental issue that if it isn't addressed immediately, it could result in some severe damage to our environment. Public parking and traffic are considered to be nuisance. We want people to comply. And we want people to comply through education. We don't necessarily want to charge them a fine. So as you know, we've started a process of letting people know that the bylaw has passed, and really the most important thing in the bylaw that's changed from our previous bylaw is the trailer parking. So all three of the people I talked to did not recommend daily fines for those reasons. And that's not to mean that council can't go in that direction if you're not getting compliance, but the Whitestone way, since I've been here, is education. Let's get people to understand what they're not supposed to do. We can give them a notice and fine them if they do something wrong, and then we'll give them another notice and another notice if necessary, and get the message across that way. Of course, we can always tow if necessary. So compounding the fines by using daily fines was not recommended. So I've spoken to that. And then the docking of the boats, that's something that council could do if they want. But by all accounts, talking to our bylaw enforcement officer, he's only experienced one boat that was docked overnight at the Church Street parking, at the Church Street docks. And that related to a gentleman that had had a little too much to drink one evening. And the boat was left there overnight, no harm, no foul. But other than that, there's been no complaints or no reasons to invoke a bylaw that's related to our docks. But you can in the future if something comes up, if there's issues to address. So thank you, Mayor Conley.
Thank you. Any comments or questions
Yeah,
from the?
if I might, through you now, Mr. Mayor.
All right, sorry, you were next, Councillor Nash, yes.
Thank you. And I just saw the time. I'm gonna have to be leaving the meeting relatively soon, just to let you know. I just saw that it was 4:45. Anyways, I guess when it comes to the set fine or daily fines, the way I look at this is if I went and parked in downtown Toronto, let's say on Yonge Street, and I parked at 8 o'clock at night, and I left my car there for 2 weeks, I'm sure I'm gonna have more than one ticket. If I park on a snowplow route in the municipality and I park it there all winter long, I'm sure in Whitestone, I'm sure I should get more than one ticket. If I park in a handicap parking spot, one ticket, I'll just get one ticket a year. There'll be absolutely no reason for anybody to follow you only have 14 days to park a trailer. Well, they can park all year long. All they have to do is pay a fine of $200, and as long as there's one ticket, it's not a daily fine. So therefore they can just leave it there. So I phoned the municipality of Ottawa, a couple other municipalities, and all of them say that, yes, of course, if you park in a handicap parking spot 2 days in a row, you'll probably get 2 tickets. If you park in a snowplow route 3 days in a row, you'll probably get 3 tickets. And to say that these types of things aren't daily fines, what are they, yearly, monthly? Like that, to me, that's totally asinine. I don't know what kind of professional opinions we're getting by saying, just give them reminders. Let them park on the street all winter long. Don't worry, our plows will go around them. Let them park in our handicap parking spots. Let them park their trailers, which supposedly we don't want people to do, but we can only give them one ticket. I don't think any of us want that. And I think many fines, everybody would say, if you park in a handicap parking spot, you should get a fine every single day. If you park in a snowplow route, you're going to get a fine every single day. If you continue to park your trailer with unattached to a vehicle, if you leave it there for a week or a month or a year, you're probably going to have more than one ticket. And for us to be told that our legal opinion is daily fines aren't for parking infractions, I don't know where we're getting that from. I know supposedly where we're getting the opinion from, but does anybody else on council not expect if you're going to park in a snowplow route, you're going to get more than one ticket in a month or a week or a year? If you park in a handicap parking spot, you're going to get more than one ticket if you're there multiple days, instead of saying, well, I have a ticket, I just won't pay it. No need to worry. I'll just get around the system by getting one ticket a year. Completely goes around the whole system we're trying to
Excuse
create.
me, Councillor Nash, but you're confusing the issuance of tickets with the fine. The thing that you can't do is you can't charge somebody once and then crank the fine up for however many days they stayed there. You have to give them another ticket. That's it's
Right, which would be,
as you have said, this is not the advice that we're getting isn't that you can't give multiple tickets. The advice is that you can't have a fine set so much per day, so that if you can demonstrate on one summons that the person was there for 20 days, you get to charge them 20 days worth of fines.
so perfect. So where,
What happens is you have to go to the court with a batch of tickets, and
so
then they do get, and then they do have all the cumulative weight of the number of times
so
they got a ticket.
perfect.
That's what the issue is. It's what you can put in the set fines table. It's at issue. That's all.
So perfect. So where in our existing traffic bylaw does it say that you can get a ticket every day for parking in a handicap parking spot? It doesn't. And we're saying they're not set fines per day. Where does it say it? If the CAO could call it out and tell me exactly where it says that if you park in a handicap parking spot and you're there for 4 days, you might get 4 separate tickets. It doesn't say it. In fact, we're told that they're not daily fines. So if that can just be pointed out to the right spot, that'll solve all my concerns. And I think the rest of it is fantastic. But I don't know where it says that.
For you, Mayor Comrie, it doesn't say that, and I think you know that, Councillor Nash.
Right,
So
so then why is the mayor
let's
telling
talk
me that
about,
it is
let's talk
possible?
about severity. And this has come up in the past with people parking in accessible parking spaces, and they shouldn't be. That's probably a little bit more serious than a trailer being unattended for a day. I'm just saying. So one, they would get a fine, they would get a ticket daily. And then our bylaw enforcement officer has the opportunity to tow. So I would suggest The other thing I want to say is that the courts would also consider that someone who is parking there and shouldn't be, one should know better, but they may be on an island and they may not come back to see their vehicle. Is that their problem? Yes, they shouldn't be in the handicap parking space. So you give them one day, you give them a ticket another day. And my sense that on the third day, the bylaw enforcement officer has every right to tow them. So that's how you would treat it. And if you have vehicles parked in a snow route, frankly, they get, and if it's dangerous for our plows, they get towed almost immediately. They get their ticket, they get an opportunity to move very quickly. And if they don't, they get towed because it's public safety. And there's a little bit of difference in public safety and parking and accessible parking than there is with the trailer. But that doesn't mean you give tickets for 14 or 40 days. If someone has a trailer parked there and through all the notifications that we're ramping up our education on this, they leave their trailer there and they shouldn't, then their trailer gets removed. And there's a process that they follow to, they'll have to follow to get a hold of the municipality to find their trailer. So I think you're getting mixed up with compounding fines. So the longer the vehicle's there, the fine increases because the way the summons, we have those summons in Whitestone and it doesn't work that way. We want the education, we want it moved. You may give a period of grace for a trailer that's parked incorrectly. We likely won't give a period of grace for vehicles parked in accessible parking spaces that shouldn't be there. So hopefully that explains it. I understand what you're concerned about. We want compliance and we want compliance immediately. The courts will say, did you give somebody a reasonable amount of time to comply? And that affects, parking at the side of the road and parking trailers and some of the other less safety related issues. It doesn't necessarily apply to handicap parking or vehicles that are parked in an area or in a way that is unsafe for the rest of the public. So that's the differentiation between it all.
Thank you very much, Michelle. So in our current policy, if somebody parks, let's use the handicap parking spot as an example, today, we give them a ticket. The way our parking bylaw is written, are we allowed to give them a ticket tomorrow? Yes or no?
Yes.
And where's in that, but that's not written in there, right? That's why I'm saying. should it be
These
written in there?
offenses are per occurrence. That is the way that's the way it works.
So does it reads per occurrence right now, but what is an occurrence? If I never move my trailer, it'd be there the entire time, Mr. Mayor. That's my entire point.
I believe that the bylaw is written correctly with that
Okay.
understanding.
All right, if you don't move the vehicle, you're not gonna be changing the occurrence. It's still a set determined time. So if you park it there, that's the legal opinion I've gotten when I ask somebody that does this for a living. They say, "Won't move that trailer."
That's when you have a time limit on how long you can park.
No, they use.
Or if there's a time when you can't park after 4 o'clock, nope, you can park from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and you can't park after that.
They
Yes,
actually
that's
use
right.
handicap parking.
Or you
as
can
the-
park for only 2 hours maximum. So
It
they're
was a
gonna chalk
hand-
tires and do stuff.
Mayor,
That
it was-
determines when they can
it was-
issue another ticket.
Mr.
But
Mayor,
for
it
a
was
standard one
was
like
a-
this, it's
was a-
parking in a handicap parking, it's
It was a
gonna
handicap
be
parking
for on
one.
a daily basis.
It was a handicap parking one with they used an example for me and said, if your vehicle doesn't move and it's not a daily fine, till your vehicle moves, if it doesn't say you're getting towed, you can't do anything. I can leave it there for 3 weeks and you guys can't touch it. That's why I'm suggesting we get a legal opinion of that and just make sure it's read correctly, that things are per occurrence being per day. That's all I'm asking for. Nothing more than that.
Well, okay, folks, this is a motion to receive.
Yeah.
Sorry, did you want to say?
Yeah, I mean, all I'll say is my bugaboo is the handicap accessible one. I don't think there should be any tolerance for it. If someone is in a handicap accessible parking spot, I think they should get a ticket immediately, not some notice you're doing something wrong. And I was over in Magneto to the market on Saturday. I have a handicap sticker and I parked in the handicap zone, and clearly in front of me was a sign that said, set fine $300. Now, if you're
No.
in Burlington, it's $500 or $450 or more than 300, but it said set fine $300. And I want, if I was being asked, I think our bylaw officer, either the current one or the new one that's going to come in shortly, I would say no tolerance for that, right? Now, there may be others on the list too, but handicap accessible parking is a no-no. People know exactly what they're doing. And if they don't have a permit, they should be fined immediately. So I don't know what we have to do to make that occur, but that's how I feel on that one.
But keep in mind, you could leave and you could only be there for half an hour or 15 minutes. If they catch you in that 15 minutes, you're gonna get you're gonna get that fine, right?
Absolutely.
And then
if I
you
leave
drive
it-
away and
if I
somebody
leave
else
it-
comes and parks there, they get.
If I
they get
leave
a
it there the next day,
Yeah.
I expect to get another
Yeah.
ticket. Not that I can leave it there all summer and fight it, or when I get to the courtroom steps, say, okay, here's your $300. Like that isn't the way I think it should work. So
And that's my concern, Mr. or Counselor Lamb, exactly what you're saying. Right now, I believe the way it's written would mean that if it's there for a week, there can only be one ticket written. That's why I'm just.
okay,
wanting to
well,
make
that
sure-
we can get checked legally,
Yeah,
I think.
that's
and
exactly
I
what
think
I'm
the answer
referring
is
to.
we can ticket them every day.
Yeah.
And I think that's exactly what we should do.
Yeah.
If they get an initial ticket and they don't move it.
Correct. That's exactly what I'm
And if they
saying.
don't pay it, they can plead at the courthouse to the judge. I
Yeah.
guess.
So I'm
So-
agreeing with you full-heartedly on that one. It should be like that for everything. Thank you.
So-
And I'm gonna be leaving Zoom and I'll be dialing in, just to let you know. So you'll probably see me if are we gonna do a vote right now?
Yes,
Okay.
well, I hope we will. Yes, could we
Yeah.
just vote to receive this item, this information, please? You want to record and vote for this?
Sure.
Go ahead. I don't see it. Madam
Counselor
Deputy
Bray?
Clerk? Counselor Bray?
Yes.
Counselor Lamb?
Yes.
Counselor Nash?
Yes.
Counselor Woods?
Yes.
Mayor Comrie?
Yes.
That motion is carried.
You called Counselor Lamb, did you?
Yeah, I said
Oh,
yes.
sorry, I didn't hear it. Okay, a request from the Maple Island Thrift Shop to withdraw from their reserve for a community donation. Mover and seconder, please, that the council of the municipality of Whitestone does hereby approve the use of thrift shop reserve funds for a donation in the amount of $1,000 to be made on behalf of the thrift shop committee. And you can see there is a message from Peggy Whale, who is the chair of the thrift shop there. Are you moving, Counselor Woods?
Or second, Counselor Lamb also has his hand up.
All right, well, we'll take Counselor Woods first, Counselor Lamb second. Any discussion on this one?
Very unfortunate incident.
Yes, it
and,
was.
These ladies and gentlemen worked very hard over there and they want to spend their money that way. God bless.
Okay, my sentiment too. Thank you. If there's no further discussion, can we call a vote on this one? Want a recorded vote? It may be that Counselor Nash has gone off.
How do you go off?
How about- How about a count? Yeah,
Well, do a recorded vote anyway. We've been doing it all day.
all
I'll
right,
ask for a recorded vote.
all right. Well, okay. Counselor Lamb requested a vote. There's a change for you. Okay, thank you.
Counselor Lamb?
Yes.
Counselor Nash, did you return? Counselor Woods?
Yes,
Yes.
if you can hear me.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Yes,
we
Counselor
heard you,
Nash.
thanks.
Thank you. Counselor Bray?
Yes.
Mayor Comrie?
Yes,
That motion is carried.
okay, thank you. And finally, in business matters, 11.6, request for support of mobile seniors active living centers, community support services. That the council of the municipality of Whitestone does hereby confirm ongoing support of mobile seniors active living centers, community support services for the West Perry Sound District, which includes in-kind contributions in the form of the use of the Dunchurch Community Center at no cost for the monthly Lunch and Learn program and the weekly Monday, Wednesday, and Friday Walk Fit program. Mover and seconder. Counselor Woods moves and Counselor Bray seconds. Any discussion on this one? This was requested at a previous meeting, I think, out of correspondence. Okay, can we go ahead with the vote, please? Well, I don't know if we, honestly, I don't know if we need to. I don't think Counselor Nash is, he seems to have disappeared, but, oh no, he's not. There he is. I see his phone number. Sorry.
I am here. Sorry, what was the question? Sorry about that, Mr. Mayor.
Do you want a recorded vote?
I didn't hear the motion, so no. Not to worry.
All right. It's about the support for the mobile seniors active living centers. But anyway. Let's just do a show of hands, please. All those in favor. The hands here are up.
Councilor Nash will abstain because I didn't hear it because I was changing over to digital.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Nash abstains and all right, the motion is carried. That brings us to correspondence. And what do we have in correspondence? We have A through H. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the correspondence items listed on page 8 of the July 16th, 2024 council meeting agenda. Now therefore be it resolved that council receives the correspondence items for information with the following extracted for further discussion and action. Can I get a mover and seconder first for the motion, and then we'll decide what ones we want to put there. Councilor Bray and Councilor Lamb seconds. Any one of these that you wish to pull?
Yep.
Councilor Lamb?
Yeah, B. We've got F2. Is there an F2? I guess there is. And G. I have to even check.
B, F2,
And G.
F2 and G.
C.
Okay, are there any others that anybody else has that they want?
Oh, yeah. That's the cameras.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what G is.
Okay.
Anybody else got any? All right, so we have the list populated here. Item B is a motion from Tweed that I don't know, it's a town or a village or something, I guess. I know where it is. Province to absorb the cost, requesting that the province absorb the cost of OPP back into the provincial budget and not try to recover it from municipalities. Councilor Lamb.
Yeah, well, probably not going to happen, but of all the municipalities in Ontario, when the OPP funding changed, Whitestone was affected the most because of our 80 some odd % seasonal people. And I can remember being down at the Roma and Good Roads Convention at the time, and the Liberals were in power. So the Conservative leader at the time, big tall guy, he was an interim. In his speech to the whole group, he mentioned Whitestone because we had gone from, and again, don't quote the numbers, like 200,000 to 410,000 had to absorb in our budget just because of that change. So, so I guess remembering that, I thought, well, we should support this. Again, it's probably not going to happen, but anything that it can do in terms of OPP in a small rural community like ours, I think we pay like $400,000 a year, if I'm not mistaken, for that area. So anyway, that's all I want is just motion that we support this. Doesn't have to be sent anywhere except to the government, to the provincial government.
So is there any other, any other comments on this item before we move on? Would you want to, I'm looking at our CAO here, would you want to
You bring it back to the next meeting, doesn't
bring a
matter.
motion, a resolution?
Yeah,
or-
that's our protocol now, that we'll prepare something for the next meeting.
Okay, what was the next one? F2, what's F2?
F2 is Infrastructure Ontario Loan Program Guidelines, which they must have been,
It was more, I think it was more of a question.
okay.
Let me find it here. Oh, there. F2. Yeah, I just wanted, like, it's, I guess, for our information. But, I mean, what are we doing about it? Are we now, you know, this seems to be grants or something that are coming available, or loans. What, it was put in here for what reason, and what do we need to do, if anything? Can someone explain it?
Through you, Mayor Comrie. This was part of F1, actually. So F1 is the letter from Robin Plum with regard to the Perry Sound Pool critical funding
Oh, okay,
shortfall.
I'm sorry, then I didn't want that one. pulled.
Yeah, and F2 was just simply part of his letter.
Oh, I see.
But it was
just-
separate.
It was identified as separate, so I didn't, okay.
Yeah,
I withdraw my F2. G is the camera out at Boulder Lake, I think. So I just want to explain to council, I guess we're waiting for a legal opinion on it. But I just wanted to explain to council, I'm probably the culprit here, whatever. I was talking to the people out at Boulder Lake. And in that discussion, I said, there's no way that I would support a camera being on our property out at Boulder Lake and run by, you know, someone in the municipality monitoring the behavior of our citizens in the parking lot there. But I did say, but I don't know what happens because you own the dock if there was a camera put on the dock. I don't know. I'd need a legal opinion on that, right? That was my conversation with Calvin Williamson. And from that, a week or so later, a camera appears. And I don't want in any way, shape or form anyone to think on council that because of my story, I encouraged that to occur or that I you know, accepted it or anything like that. So now we're caught that there was a camera put up and there was notification put up. I guess the camera's now been taken down, which is, I think, a good thing until this is resolved one way or the other. But I guess the sign is still up there, as I understand it. And I think another call should go out to Calvin to say, take the sign down too. Like, I guess he could put a 4x4 post with nothing on it if he wants to, but I think the sign has to come down. And I think there's been other things, you know, from council saying, you know, we have an agreement with them and it covers the docks and things like that. I prefer simply to get a legal opinion on this thing and then react accordingly after that point. I think it's wise to get a legal opinion, but so that's why I pulled it out. And those are my thoughts on the thing. So anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just getting to this one here about the camera up here. This is just another example of the MPA not listening to the direction that council gives and going ahead and putting a camera up after we specifically told them that they weren't allowed to do it. The argument saying that they're putting it on the dock and it's their dock, that's not an argument legally. There's no leg to stand on there. They don't own the docks. We do.
They own the dock.
No, they
They own
don't.
the dock.
Not possible, Mr. Mayor. I can explain to you why if you want me to. No problem.
Well, I would.
Sure, no problem. We never owned that property, right? It was a deal that we made, I believe it was with Mr. Roberts' family to exchange the property. The docks were there, right? So when you buy a property, anything on the property, unless there's a specific agreement or someone has something on title, it goes with the property. That makes the docks the property of the municipality of Whitestone. Period.
Yeah,
The
the
MPA
MPA
only
paid for the docks.
Doesn't matter if you pay for it or not.
Hmm.
It does not matter, Mr. Mayor.
Well,
Go talk to a real estate lawyer. Actually, we have someone on staff that worked for a very good real estate lawyer. You should ask her opinion.
the
She'll probably be able
docks-
to give it to you.
Well,
But-
regardless, the docks are basically over lake bed. They're floating docks, right?
But in
So-
order to
Yeah.
have a dock, it has to go off of shore allowance and property that is owned and controlled by the municipality, which makes the docks property of that property, which is the municipality of Whitestone.
Well, in that case, if that's true and the legal opinion comes back quickly just on that, then it's pretty simple. If that's the answer from the legal department, then I suggest that council immediately tell them to take the sign down and away we go. We're done. 'Cause I don't think anyone on council is going to say, I don't feel comfortable with a camera being out there looking at our citizens anyway, quite frankly. But if the legal opinion comes back that they own it and they can do it, then I think needs to come back to council for debate and resolution, right? It may be going into the contract and saying, you know, there's lots of options. You could say, well, we're gonna break the contract, give you 90 days notice, take your dock away. We'll put our own docks out and we'll do, you know, whatever. Like that might be I'm not suggesting that is a solution, or it is a solution. I'm not suggesting I support that, but that's why I want some advice, and you may well be right, Ron.
Technically, we don't have an agreement anymore. I said this before last year when we talked about it. When you violate the terms of a contract, you violate your contract. And they specifically violated their contract with the messaging that they put on the board and the cameras that they placed. That's violating the contract. They don't have a contract.
But we didn't
Well-
negate the contract at the time, and we told them to take some action, and they did. So you know, again,
Contract's not
I don't want to
void.
be a lawyer, and I don't
No,
think
I'm
anybody
just-
should be.
Well, folks,
But you might be right.
you know, I don't know how productive this conversation is. I do not agree with Councillor Wood's take on any of this. But I want to say to the council, if you had driven an hour from Ardbeg, however long it took you to get to Ardbeg, and then you drove an hour and you got to your boat and your gas can is gone, and you had to then now turn around, drive over that wretched trail again for an hour to Parry Sound and buy a gas can and fill it with gas and come back, you would be insisting that there be some security there. And unfortunately, this is the world that we live in. So you go and you find your property stolen, you call the police and you file a police report. What's the first thing they say to you? Have you got any video? There is nothing wrong with having video on a public landing for security purposes. It happens all over the place. Municipalities put it there. We had an opportunity to put it there. And I think we should have taken if we don't want a private group to maintain it, then we should have been prepared to say, okay, fine, we will put our camera there. And then when there is a theft, we will have some video that we can use to show to the police. The idea that somehow or other, if you go that far away from civilization, nobody's going to record your presence. That is not 2024. I'm sorry. That's back in the 1950s or something. You might be able to get away with that, but that's not the world we live in. And I think that there have been numerous incidents, and they're entitled to put some security of their own for their stuff, or to expect us to do it, one or the other. So I don't see just saying, oh well, forget it. You don't get security. As soon as we have some sort of an incident down here at our waterfront, we're going to have cameras up, right? And yeah, you are going to be able to. Maybe the general public aren't going to be able to see everything, but there needs to be that there. We have cameras at our landfill sites, for heaven's sake. So what's
Mr.
the
Mayor, are
deal
you
about
able to hear me?
Mr. Mayor, the big deal is,
Are you-
one, you're right, we have had incidents here and there's no cameras up. We had somebody fall down and hurt themselves in our bathroom because our panic buttons don't work to get in and out of the washrooms. They fell down and hurt themselves. There's no camera there. Right?
Yeah, but you
There's
don't
no
put
camera ever
cameras
put
in
up here.
washrooms.
I never said
Brian,
put it
that's-
in the washroom, George. Give me a break. Are you kidding me? Look at the buildings we have here. We don't have cameras up here, but you want them out there for your friend. Now, to say
Mr. Mayor,
power to anywhere, and then you take that wretched trail that we give them extra money for the road grant, by the way, right? All of us made that decision, and so be it. It is what it is.
Yeah.
To say you're going to leave a gas can lying there, one, we shouldn't allow anybody to leave a gas can lying there. It's an environmental hazard,
Well,
right? Leaks into the lake, boats fill up with water all the time. They've said themselves that their boats had got swamped and then they find their gas cans and things floating in the lake. And now we're going to say, no, that's acceptable. We'll just let you put up a camera. There's a great way for security. Go ask the neighboring marina if they can hold your gas can for you. That's why we passed that, to allow someone to have a marina there. It's a real simple solution. Unless you just want to fight against the council that tried to do something to help everybody out there. Remember, they were the ones that kicked and screamed about all the problems out there. And when the Alphabet Ministries went out, they found out that it was the MPA that was causing the problems, and they got ticketed for their illegally parked trailers and garbage everywhere. Not anybody else. You guys keep running around this instead of facing the problem straight in the eye and doing what's right for everybody. Treat everybody the same. You want to have cameras? No problem. Put them at every single launch. Put them in front of the hall here. Put them in front of the office, watching the beach in case somebody drowns or somebody gets beat up. Why not have cameras there? We spent what, $15,000 doing the dumps? How much is it going to cost the taxpayers for cameras if we do them everywhere? An obscene amount of money.
well,
There's
I'm
not
yeah.
enough of instances to permit cameras, especially out at Bulger. Do you think someone's going to drive that distance to steal average gas cans, 20 to 25 liters? Do you think someone's going to drive that distance to steal $40 worth of gas? We're getting fleeced. You guys are buying it. I'm not.
Okay, fine.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor
are you
Gray
able
is
to hear
next.
me okay? No, okay, no problem. Can you hear me though?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yep, we can hear you.
All right, perfect. I'll let Councillor Bray go first.
Thank you, Councillor Nash. I was just going to say that I put a call into our community liaison officer with the West Perry Sound OPP around this, just to find out a little bit more. And there's a couple of things that I spoke to Calvin about is the number of incidences and when they are and when they're reported, and what basically Constable Charlebois said was that yes, cameras would be helpful, because usually what happens is that the theft or whatever is discovered days after or whatever, and of course there is absolutely no evidence, and they're not going to come out for that amount for something that they can't really investigate. So, but he did say that cameras would be helpful. So I want to just let everybody know that. But he and I also discussed the fact that we really don't have any good data on how many thefts, when they were, and how many have happened since the camera went down in whatever the month was last year, and now. And so I had spoken to Calvin and said, you know, like, people have to, if there are thefts, then they have to report. They don't have to call 911. They can call the administrative number, the 310 number, and report it, and so that it's recorded, so that we would be able to have, as a council, some good data to know whether really a camera is warranted or not. At this point, some of the things I didn't get a good idea from Calvin as to how many have happened recently. And so I think that part of that is a discussion with them to say, like, you have to show that there is a real need there for council to even consider it, that they should not have a camera, and it should not be the MPA looking after it. It should be ours if we're going to have a camera, and staff do not have to monitor it. It could be just that it runs and it goes for a certain length of time and then it's probably erased and starts again, whatever. I don't know all the ins and outs. I've dealt with them, but not that closely. And then I would suggest that if we ever do, and any of our cameras that we have should be registered with CamSafe, which is a nonprofit organization that the OPP encourages us to do, so that they have a list. And I said to Calvin, not that he should do anything with that camera, but that he should be encouraging all his members to register any of their cameras. And I'm going to say that to anybody, anywhere, with CamSafe, in order to be able to assist the OPP in doing investigations more quickly than having to try and go out, which they don't have the manpower to do. I can tell you that right now, to go out and do door to door and ask if you've got a camera or not. So I think we should be saying, I personally think we shouldn't be saying yes to a camera because we don't even know the extent of the need. I think that we should be saying to them, okay, we need some proof of the need. Don't just tell me that there's been lots, tell me how many. And personally, I think that he should be checking with the people and giving us names and numbers so that we can look into it. But that's just my point of view. I don't think we should be having cameras. Thanks.
Okay, so there isn't any, it sounds like there is no action that anyone
Well,
wishes to
Counselor
take
Nash wanted to say
in
something.
regards to this. Oh, yeah. Councilor
Thank-
Nash, did you have a
Thank
comment?
you. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Lamb. Yeah, I think I echo many of the sentiments that's been said, and I appreciate Councillor Lamb for saying what he said there, in the sense of he never told anybody to put a camera up. And I echo what Councillor Wood said, that it's a good example of people being their own law enforcement, I'll call it. So if I take Boulder as an example, right, we all have an agreement, or the municipality has an agreement in place, which we all know about. And it reads a definition, which council's aware of because of communications this week. Public landing refers to those areas affected by this agreement, including land and docks, also referred to as floats, wharfs, and ramps. Certainly, Mr. Williamson, the MPA president, and the MPA itself would know that the dock is part of the agreement. So when they went and put up a camera on the dock, which is part of our agreement, and we need to approve items in our agreement if it changes, I think that's where Councillor Woods is saying they broke the agreement. With all that being said, what I've heard's been stolen in the last couple of years, a couple things of gas a few times. I think I heard about some oars or some paddles. No major things. I think I heard about a tire at one point. And I totally concur with Councillor Woods. If I'm going to go out there and drive an hour to steal something, to steal a can of gas, the person that would steal the can of gas is probably somebody borrowing the can of gas who's on the lake that doesn't have any, or borrowing the paddles or oars. That would be my guess. But with all that said, and I did send out, just so the public is aware, a funny email earlier this week, and I said, if a private citizen is allowed to install a camera on our boat launch, our landing, our property, could somebody else not go and install a camera in our public bathroom at the Dundon Dome? Well, we couldn't stop them if we can't stop the MPA from doing it. So no, there shouldn't be, of course, a camera in the washroom, just like there shouldn't be one at Bolger Landing that's monitored and run by the MPA without approval. I'm sure very few municipalities as a whole, if not any, would allow a private citizen or a private group to install cameras on their property without their approval. I totally agree that if cameras are needed and it's the will of the taxpayers and the people, that maybe Indian Narrows would want cameras, maybe Bolger Landing would want cameras, maybe Gooseneck Lake would want cameras, maybe Snakeskin would want cameras, and we can put it out to tender, we can have it documented, we can have them installed in the same areas at each landing. but not for a private individual or a private group to go and install cameras on our land without our approval. So I really am happy with the fact that the camera was taken down. I do think we have to ensure that the sign that says "Smile, you're on camera, active," needs to be taken down, just like the 24-hour surveillance sign that we had to ask them to take down last year, months after they took down their camera. And hopefully, if it comes back to us, we can get tendered pricing. Maybe they go up everywhere. I don't think we need cameras everywhere. I think, again, most of it is just opportunity for gas. Gas cans will also leak if pressure is left in them. I think we all know that. I'm
Your
not
flag is
suggesting
up,
that's what
Councillor Nash.
No, my 5-minute goes fast these days. Anyways,
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so can we just have a vote? We didn't take a vote on this motion, but I think we've dealt
Well-
with everything that's here, right?
I mean, it appears to me that the majority of council is really against the camera out there. I think out of caution, we should at least get this legal opinion. And then I think this can be put to bed one way or the other, because I'd hate
Yeah.
to say, okay, no camera, take it down, but I think that Councillor Wood's point of, we bought the property and the dock was there, should be pointed out to the lawyer as a fact, along with everything else, because I never thought of that. And we'll simply now, I guess we can't, get that legal opinion sent to us by email or anything. I guess we have to wait a month, unfortunately, to see this, but it will be resolved one way or the other. And I reserve my decision until I get the legal opinion. So probably in August, it'll be solved, I think. I would hope.
Yeah, and through
If not, we
Yeah,
should have a
yeah.
new lawyer if we can't get an opinion in a month. So.
Okay, can we call the question then, please? Because there isn't any further action to be taken on this.
just one
We need
more
to get
thing,
done.
Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, but I have to run here in 1 minute anyway. So if we are getting that legal opinion, I do agree that I think it's important that they know about the purchase of the property. I think it was in 2017 that probably would have included the dock if you're buying the property. But also ensure that legal opinion is aware that we have an agreement in place and that the definition in that agreement of the landing includes the docks, and also that they have installed signs and installed cameras that is contrary to the agreement, which I think Councillor Woods is bringing up, would have null and voided that agreement. So I think there's 3 major questions to ask on the legal opinion. It's not just one part of it. There's 3 very important factors that have to go into that. Thank you.
The agreement is silent on cameras. There's no mention of cameras, so it's not, you can't argue
No,
that it's
but
a
it
violation
does-
of the agreement.
but-
It doesn't mention it.
But Mr. Mayor, because it sent it earlier this year or earlier this week, it clearly does state in the agreement that if anything changes in the agreements in the way things are administered or the rules or the regulations, it has to come to
No, it
council.
says if you
for
want to
approval.
amend the agreement, if you want to add something to the agreement that wasn't there about cameras, then yes, you would have to have people sign it. But if it's not covered under the agreement, it's not covered under the agreement.
Mr. Mayor, it says the public landing shall remain open to the general public for use by the public without change. The municipality and its agents during the term of this agreement, subject to the association's rules of operation, which will be approved by the municipality. Did the rules of operation for the MPA say that they could have a camera at the Bolger Landing? No, it did not. Have we approved it as council? No, we
Okay,
did
look, we
not. All you have
need
to
to
do is
move
read,
on, Councillor
Mr.
Nash.
Mayor, all you have to do is read general provisions, and you're telling me it doesn't say it. I just read it to
Okay,
you. and it
we're
does say it.
moving on. I'm going to call the question on this motion so we can get out of, get into the next rest of our business here. It's 5:30. Do you want a recorded vote?
Yes, please. Sure.
You're voting to
Yes,
accept the
please.
correspondence, to receive the correspondence. You should
Counselor
have done it
Nash,
before, I guess.
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
That motion is carried.
All right, so where are we now? What's that? We're at curfew? Oh, for heaven's sake.
I predicted 4 o'clock, so I guess I was full of baloney.
Okay, so I've been past a curfew resolution. Can I get, so moved by Counselor Bray, seconded by Counselor Woods. And how long are you going to extend for? Half an hour? An hour?
An hour if we're, I don't think it'll take an hour.
You thought we were going to be done at 4 though, didn't you?
Yeah, that's why I said an hour.
Yeah. Okay, so all those in favor? I think Counselor Nash is still there. You want a recorded vote? I don't hear him. I think he said he's still showing up, but it's not, he has no microphone. Oh, no, he does. He has a phone. Okay. Why don't we just have a show of hands here?
Counselor Nash, yes.
You're okay. Thank you. Okay, we've got curfew. What I was trying to find was the sheet that has the. Okay, I'm just trying to. We finished, okay, but are there any questions from the public, I suppose? No, there's counselor items somewhere. Where did it?
Oh, yeah. I got counselor items. Forgot about that.
2 of 8. Oh, yeah, sorry, it's at the bottom of the previous page. I knew there was something I was missing here. Okay, counselor items. Are there any counselor items?
Yeah.
Counselor Woods, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. Yet again, I forgot my notebook, but I still have one written down here. So I noticed I was on our municipal website, and as soon as I tried to click on something, I got a notice about the new trailer parking regulations.
Yeah.
No person shall park a trailer, and the whole spiel we have on there. I know Councillor Lamb wanted to talk about something like this, so I'll leave that part to him, but I did want to bring something else up. Should we not also be putting out a notice that we are no longer regulating the use of trailers on private lands? Camper trailers, because we don't have that bylaw anymore, and we tabled it and it didn't work, and we said we don't need it, right? So should we not be putting a notice out like that also? We don't have a trailer bylaw anymore, so you're allowed to put a trailer on vacant lands, correct? Shouldn't we be informing
That's what
people,
we did.
be transparent about it? That's just,
Well,
that's my whole thought.
My thought is that should be built into our e-newsletter, right? That
Something,
comes out every
somewhere, right?
Couple weeks, right?
Just there's been
That
no
should have
mention
been
of
Put
it.
in there, I think, right? If they're summarizing all accounts.
That's all. I'm just gonna leave that one there.
Okay. My next?
I guess so. Sure,
Okay,
go ahead.
So on Saturday, August the 3rd is the library book sale from 8:30 till 4:30. It's only one day this year instead of 2. And we sort of are working sort of with the church in a sense that we can feed off one another and get lots of people here. There's no dunk tank this year, so I don't have to go in and I don't know what they're going to do with the $400 they made in the half hour off. Anyway, I don't have to dress up and get in the dunk tank. As I say, it's just 1 year. It's starting the start It's a mystery themed baskets are for sale. Setup is Friday, August the 2nd, 11 a.m. Meet at the library. I don't know who's doing that, but need help for setup. If anyone in the community is listening to this, we need help. Move books from the library to the community center, etc. Need help on Saturday at 4 p.m. to help take the books back too. Anyway, take them back and then they go off, get shipped off after that. So there is no specific cost for books. It's all by donation. So I wanted to say that. Councilor Woods brought up the trailer thing. I sent an email out to council, said do not respond, but I just found what was put out on the trailers. Really, what we were trying to say at boat launches, you can't put trailers in boat launches and store them for the summer or the winter. Got all confused about highways and got taken wrongly on by some people on Facebook saying, you know, if you have an island property, screwed and other comments. So I just think that needs to be looked at and I don't know, not so legalistic, but in, you know, deal with the boat launch, right, and the public streets and things like that. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe others didn't feel that, but I want it to deal with what we did pass, not with, because it said highways. People are saying you can't park on the highway. We don't even have any jurisdiction over highways, right? Maybe some of our roads are termed highways. I don't know, but anyway, I just thought it could be better worded. Just a comment. If everyone's fine with it, that's great.
Yeah, I can just speak to that. Yes. In the bylaw, technically, our roads are called highways. That's how they're defined. We can, the wording on the website and on Facebook is literally taken from the bylaw. But if it would be easier to have a little bit of an explanation alongside of it, we can do that. Yeah.
Saying
Just-
primarily this is at our launches and you can't on Church Street out here leave a trailer all summer, right?
Right.
That's what we're getting.
Okay, we can have a look at that, Councillor Lamb.
I wanted to comment a little bit on the milkweed because I got a couple of calls on the monarch butterflies and the milkweed. And I called Dave Creaser and he responded right away. They trained someone. It's first of all, there's a new person doing grass cutting this year. And they trained them and showed them films and did a bunch of things to preserve the milkweed, at least on canning. And he didn't do a very good job. He left some in the middle portion of the road, but there was a whole lot that just went through, right? And I got a call on East Town Line Road about milkweed being cut down or whatever. We do have the monarch butterfly pledge that we made years ago. We try to preserve it. So it's just a comment. It's done now. It's pretty hard because they go out pretty much done in a day, I think. And you catch him halfway through, he's done half the municipality. So, but I just wanted to make that comment that in the future, we've got to be, this isn't a criticism of our staff because I think they did everything possible. It's a criticism of the contractor, whoever was cutting it. The only other thing that I want to comment on is I know in the recreation budget, you know, we passed this free dinner that used to be run by a lady last year, and it was in our budget that the recreation committee was sort of running it. And then I saw something different. There was more than one person, I guess, contributing. And the first name that came out was the person who did the free dinners last year, and then the municipality was named afterwards. And then I saw all the free dinner come one, come all posted in Keller, posted in Magnetowan, posted all over the place. And I just wondered, why are we using tax dollars to feed people in free dinners in other communities other than Whitestone? Surely to goodness, it should be for Whitestone residents, I think, are primarily, and I don't think we should be posting it in other communities, but that's just an observation. And maybe there's a simple explanation of it. And again, people appreciated it, I'm sure, that tax dollars are being used. Anyway, just a comment. I did not go to the dinner. I understand it was well attended. There were over 100 people, and obviously the people that were here were happy, and I guess it was a good dinner, and they ran out of food. So again, that's the end of my comment. Thank you.
Sorry, I have no information about why it would have been posted anywhere else, but
But it was, Trader Ted had it in Magnetawan. And it was posted on the websites and the Facebook pages and the calendar. You know, I don't think our tax dollars should go for that, right? I think it should be pretty much restricted to Whitestone residents, particularly if Whitestone taxpayers are paying for it.
well, I'll inquire. I don't know.
Yeah. I think if
First I
there's
heard
two
about
true
it.
ones this year, I don't know whether this was the only one. And if the lady's truly cooking the food, I don't think her name should go first. I think it should be presented by the Recreation Committee of Whitestone should be first. We shouldn't be second or third down the line. But I don't know, maybe she paid more than we did to do the you know, I don't know. all
Well,
those questions.
that's entirely possible, but
Anyway.
I can't comment. I have to,
yeah,
because
maybe
because I
at the
don't
next-
know. I
at the
simply,
next rec committee, you can bring it
yeah,
up.
yeah, I'll find out. Yeah.
Again, I don't want to make this a big controversy. It's just something I observed. Right?
Okay. Councilor Bray.
Yes, and thank you, Councillor Lamb, for mentioning the working with the library and the church in terms of trying to generate lots of people coming and going. We will be having our bake sale, yard sale, and barbecue, breakfast barbecue that day too. So that's from 8 o'clock till 1 o'clock. And last year, the thrift shop had first dibs on anything that was left. So I'm hoping that that's where that can happen again this year too. But I haven't spoken to the person who's in charge yet about that. Just also a reminder that the fall fair is coming before the next meeting. So that's a big event, 16th and 17th. And I think that's really, oh, I wanted to mention on the 3rd too about the Legion Fish Fry. I think they're another group that, you know, if people can support them because they're working on trying to make some money to be able to do some renovations that they would like to do in their building for accessibility. So I think that if people can support them, that's a really good thing. That's on the 3rd. And then the fall fair, that's all I had as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councilor Woods.
Thanks for allowing me a second time to speak, Mr. Mayor. I actually remembered one of the things that I wrote down. I asked, I think it was last year or the year before, because we used to hold a rabies clinic here where people could come and get their dog a shot and pay some money and try and get everybody's dog rabies vaccinated. And there was nobody doing it at the time, but there has to be somebody doing it now. So I was just wondering if we could look into it. The reason I know that there's someone doing it is I had an ad sent to me. McKellar has a clinic on July 31st. So there is an area vet. If we could look into that and see if we could make one of those things happen, because I think it's a very valuable thing to have a rabies clinic set up here. People can walk in, get your dog a shot, and everybody gets rabies. They still pay. You don't get it for free. You have to pay. But I think it'd be something worthwhile because we always used to have them here. That's all I can remember. So thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Just thought of one other thing. Sorry to keep it going. Kath and I happened to go over to McKellar to the Rib Fest a week ago. And boy, was that successful. There were hundreds of people, literally from 4 till 7 o'clock. There were, I forget, hundreds of ribs. It was $25. There was entertainment. And I thought, oh my God, if we could ever pull something like that off in Whitestone, you'd make a lot of money. I think you'd make money for the rec committee or someone else. Of course, there were a lot of volunteers involved too. That doesn't happen with 2 or 3 people, right? So, but it was, I want to congratulate McKellar because they put on a really, really good event. So, and that's community in rural Canada, right? That's our idea of a street fest in Toronto or whatever, but it was very well done. And I compliment them. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anything else? Okay, if not, we have a slot here for questions from the public, and I don't know that there's anybody from the public on the call, but
I can see one. No, but she's the public. He's my public.
well, yes, I don't mean that there's nobody from the public here. I just said there, I didn't see any, there were
Oh,
any on the
sorry,
call, but
that's all right.
yes, it's not. Okay, is there anything, I'm not hearing any, I'm not getting any response from the screen. Did you want to say something, Mrs. Lamb?
Get the mic, get the mic.
Sorry, I just want to say I'm really impressed with the swim program this year. There are 30 children registered for swim lessons. And I took some time this morning to sit and watch the lessons. And because aquatics is my background, I look at it differently than perhaps other people would. And I was really, really impressed with the instructor. Young Nicholas is doing a fabulous job. And it's nice that we are offering the lessons and the children are learning to swim, and we're allowing Nicholas to use his skills and talents here in Whitestone. And he's being employed by the city of Toronto fall, winter, spring. So thanks to Toronto for training him and giving him the experience that he brings here. So it's a really good program.
And
Well, thank-
McKellar had to cancel their swim lessons this year.
But
Yeah.
Magnetawan has 4 instructors working, and there are about 200 children there, I heard today.
Wow.
I
Wow.
don't know whether that's a urban myth or not, but there are 4 instructors.
Wow.
Well, I think it's, yeah, it was fortuitous that we were able to get somebody to do it, because we've
Yeah.
had to cancel last year, as you know, but yes. All right, if there's nothing else, then we can move into closed. Well, yeah, I was gonna ask, I need a break for a couple of minutes because I have to check on a small emergency that's happening, so
Big floods in Toronto.
would you want to do it, do you want to, do you want to just have the recess now and then we'll come back? Okay, all right.
Well,
Could you do a 10-minute
go into
recess?
close, then have a recess, so the public, oh, there's no one on the public.
No, well.
Is there any way you could do a 10-minute recess?
All right, well, we
Sure.
can do 10 minutes, yeah,
Sure.
that's fine.
Perfect, thank you.
We can come back and see. Okay, thanks, everybody. We're now back in regular session. It is 6:01 PM. And we still have all of our counselors with us and no one else.
Is Scott on the?
He's
line?
still showing here on his phone, so I don't know.
Yeah, I'm
Anyway.
here if you can hear me.
I think we heard that, yes? Okay, so we're ready to go into closed session. Can I get a mover and seconder, please, that this meeting be adjourned into a closed session meeting at 6:02 PM for the following matters. The closed session minutes of the regular council meeting of Tuesday, June 18th. Labor relations or employee negotiations pursuant to Ontario Municipal Act, Section 239 2D. This is relating to bylaw enforcement services. And 15.3, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried honor to be carried on by and behalf of the municipality or local board pursuant to Ontario Municipal Act, Section 239 2K, and that is the West Prairie Sound Health Center Nursing Station Lease Agreement. Mover and seconder for that mouthful, please. So Counselor Woods is moving and Counselor Bray is seconding. All those in favor of going into closed, please indicate.
Could you do a recorded vote, please?
Okay.
Counselor Woods,
No.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
No.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
That motion carries.
Okay, thank